Section 0 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. Amico meo, Francis St. John Thackeray, H.W.H. Preface. These letters may be of interest to those who, like myself, have taken part in the colonisation of New Zealand. My own share in it was limited to the South Island, the province of Canterbury with its goldfields and the Diocese of Christchurch. There may be also others who have friends and relatives in New Zealand, or who are generally interested in the great progress which the country has made in late years, to whom these letters may give useful information. They are chiefly personal, perhaps none the less readable for that. Incidentally, they touch on problems of great importance which the Church in New Zealand has had to meet. Questions of church government and discipline, the position of the laity, their proper share in a self-governing church which has never been established, their responsibility for the management of church finance, and the maintenance of the ministry. Such questions as arise naturally in a free church and a free state. Questions, too, which at some future date may have to be tackled by the Mother Church at home. The organisation of the Church in New Zealand is now fairly complete. It governs itself by means of general and diocesan synods. It is in close spiritual communion with the Mother Church, but in all matters of good government it has to look to itself. Apart from these larger matters, I trust that these letters will find a welcome amongst the numerous friends and fellow workers with whom I have spent so many happy years in New Zealand, a country not nearly the size of many of the dominions of our empire, but in climate, natural resources, and especially in the character of its people, second to none, whether for material prosperity or general happiness with the conditions of life. To have had the opportunity of pioneer work with others in such a country with so great a future before it is a privilege I cannot overestimate as I look back upon the last 50 years. Henry W. Harper, London, 1914. End of section 0. Section 1 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 1. Christmas Day, 1856. Christchurch, New Zealand. My dear St. John, here I am in the Ultima Thule of the Southern Seas, New Zealand, in the South Island at Christchurch, the principal town of the settlement of Canterbury, which has not yet completed its first decade of existence. As you may imagine, it is the antipodes of all our old experience at Eton and Oxford. Let me give you an example from the manner of my Christmas Eve yesterday. About 2 p.m, I was on the top of the pass through which a rough bridle track runs across the hills which separate Christchurch from Lyttelton Harbour, affording the only means of communication by land between the harbour and the Canterbury Plains, very steep and about 1,200 feet in height. I was sitting there on a convenient rock, contemplating a magnificent view on either side. Lyttelton Harbour to the east, a long and rather narrow inlet, indented with bays, encircled with a tumbled mass of hills of bold and broken outline, touching some 3,000 feet at their highest point. These hills, of tertiary volcanic origin, form an extensive peninsula connected with the Canterbury Plains by only a few miles of low ground. It was on this peninsula a century ago that Captain Cook landed, and with him the well-known botanist Sir Joseph Banks, whose name it bears, Banks Peninsula. Captain Cook seems to have been content with the distant view of the Canterbury country, and I am told that in his chart he describes the peninsula as an island. Sitting there and looking down on this grand view, I could not but notice how widely it differed from what I have seen in the hill country of Scotland and Wales. The general colouring of vegetation and grass, and the effect of the brilliant atmosphere over all is so different. This may be due to the absence of the humidity of climate, which is a characteristic of the old country. Sunshine clear and steely bright lights up every nook and crevice of the hills. You can see distinctly at a far greater distance than at home, but it robs the scenery of the depth and varied tones of colour, the charm and mystery of the neighbourhood of Snowdon or the Trossachs, or the softer scenery of the Westmoreland Lake country. And among the rocks and on the steep shelving sides of sheltered valleys there are shrubs and plants unknown to me, besides various kinds of veronica, white and purple, tall palm trees, locally termed cabbage trees, masses of New Zealand flax, Phormium tenax, with glossy green spear-shaped leaves, some of them 10 feet in length, and red-brown stalks, from which hang scarlet blossoms in tiers, also fuchsia trees with twisted trunks and branches. I could see plenty of moss, for springs are abundant in this well-watered country, a land of brooks and fountains which water the hills, and a variety of ferns. In the distance, in the deep mountain valleys and on the hillsides, are extensive forests of what I take to be pines. I think if you tried to sketch it in watercolours, you would first have to have a general wash of yellowish-brown, with indigo rather than blue for all green foliage, and you would find in the clear, hard quality of the atmosphere an absence of the soft purple and blue shadows which lend such beauty to our home scenery. Now for the western view from my rocky seat, different in contour, but not in general colouring. A vast expanse of plain, forming the northern end of the Canterbury Plains, ending on the northeast in the Pacific Ocean. It seems absolutely flat, but I believe it rises a good deal as it approaches the outlying flanks of the southern Alps, which form the great western divide of the Canterbury province. Their snow-capped peaks cannot be less than 70 miles from where I was sitting, but in this clear atmosphere there scarcely seemed half that distance. Imagine as a foreground a sort of yellowish-brown carpet of tussock grass, here and there lit up with ribbons of waterways sparkling in the sunlight. At its northeastern edge, a curve of 50 miles of sand, fringed with breaking foam, losing itself in the distance against the great rocky headland of the Kaikoura Mountains. The Kaikouras are over 5,000 feet in height, a splendid bulwark meeting the waves of the Pacific, known in the Maori tongue as the lookers-on. On the plain, some 8 miles away, I could make out a few scattered houses which so far form the town of Christchurch. Here and there evidences of cultivation, a few tracks and roads, some slender spires of smoke, and now and then there came the faint echo of voices of cattle and sheep. But otherwise, a great silence brooded over this new land. The panorama of the Southern Alps is beyond my powers of description. Very strange it seemed that there should be such an amount of snow in midsummer, but I am told that the level of perpetual snow in the South Island is much lower than in Switzerland, so that an ascent of Mount Cook, which reaches an altitude of 12,300 feet, whenever attempted, will be found as difficult as that of Mont Blanc with its 15,000 feet. Well, I've kept you a long time in this rocky pass, and have not explained how I came to be there alone. Not far from where I sat were 2 horses, good sturdy animals, tethered and grazing on the tussock grass. They had roomy saddles with plenty of rings for straps, and near them lay a quantity of miscellaneous baggage in bundles of blankets and rugs. Let me explain. The ship Egmont had but just arrived in Lyttelton Harbour, bringing my father and mother and several of our family, including myself. In the harbour lay the Southern Cross, Bishop Selwyn's yacht, and soon the bishop came in his boat to welcome us. A notable personality, moderately tall, of great physical strength, and the bearing of a man born to command. He and my father began their friendship at Eton. Selwyn as a private tutor after his Cambridge career, my father after his time at Oxford as conduct of Eton Chapel and in charge of Eton Parish. It was due to my father's influence that Selwyn took holy orders instead of going to the bar as his family wished. I was born at Eton, and as a little chap of 5 years of age, I can remember Selwyn well. He was a great organiser then, and did much at Eton amongst the masters and the boys at a time when a new order of things was introducing salutary reforms in the college. He set an example of a high ideal of personal Christian life, not exactly ascetic, but such as gladly endures hardship and regards bodily training and moderate living as potent allies of success and good work. Amongst other matters, he induced the authorities to institute examinations in swimming for all the school. Of course, you remember how keen we were, having passed our examination, to erase our names from the list of the non-nant, hung up in every schoolroom, and proud of obtaining our freedom of the water. He got together an 8-oar of Eton masters, which could hold its own with any crew on the river. He persuaded many of the masters to bathe every morning of the year, and I recollect how he loved to come early in the morning to my father's house and fling up pebbles at his bedroom window to get him to come for his swim. Sometimes I was allowed to go, and I have a vivid recollection of squatting between the knees of the coxswain of the 8, looking at Selwyn at stroke, and my father at 7, and the crew's special caps of black and red, shaped like sailors' nightcaps. The boat of the old style, well built and light, but only slightly outrigged at stroke and bow. At Athens all would bathe, and many a time Selwyn took me on his shoulders swimming across the river and back, whilst I held onto his hair. As my father left Eton in 1840 to go to Stratfield Mortimer, a college living, I never saw Selwyn again until he came on board the Egmont. His influence this time had persuaded my father to come out to New Zealand as the first Bishop of Christchurch in the Canterbury settlement. Hitherto Selwyn's diocese had included the whole of New Zealand. As you may imagine, he was deeply touched when welcoming his old friend, and my mother, who had known him so long. After much talk, various arrangements were made for our landing, and for the journey to Christchurch 8 miles across the hills. There was to be a public breakfast on board ship, at which representative guests from Christchurch were to be present, then on landing a thanksgiving service in the church at Littleton, and a journey on foot to the top of the pass, where horses would be ready to convey us to Christchurch. After dinner on board, Bishop Selwyn singled me out and said, "I know all about you, and I'm sure you can handle a boat. Now, there are a lot of things in your cabins which must be taken to Christchurch tomorrow. The remaining baggage will have to go by water, up the River Avon. I want you to undertake the management of all this for your father, and I've thought out a plan for it. I'm going to give you charge of one of my whale boats, with a crew, so that you can make a depot of my yacht and store there all the things which won't be needed tomorrow, and so clear out your cabins. You can then transport to shore all that must go to Christchurch tomorrow, and be ready for the journey across the hills. The boat and crew will be entirely at your disposal for the next week. I shall not need them, as I have other boats, so I leave the matter entirely in your hands." Then he called the boatswain and gave him his orders. Accordingly, I arranged with the men to come early in the morning, so that we could get some loads of stuff to the yacht before breakfast. I had already completed 2 trips to the yacht, and was leaving the ship's side for a third, when Bishop Selwyn looked over the bulwarks and called down to me, "Stay at the yacht till I send for you." As we pushed off, I said to the men, "What does the bishop mean?" They replied they could not understand his order, as he needed neither them or the boat. So being certain there was some mistake, when we got to the yacht, I bade the men get their breakfast, and then rowed me back to the ship. Meanwhile, noticing the perfect order of everything on board the yacht, I said to an old man-of-war's man, one of the crew, that I thought the vessel looked as trim and neat as a navy boat. His reply was characteristic. "Do you know our bishop, sir?" "Yes," I said, "a little." "Well," said he, "in my opinion he's just thrown away. Ought to be a captain of a first-rate frigate, he ought. Why, sir, if he come on deck and seen so much as a rope's end out of place, he'd as soon chuck me overboard as look at me. Thrown away he is, in my opinion." Feeling certain there was more to come, I put a note of interrogation in my eye. "Why, sir, not long ago, over them hills yonder, we went with the yacht into Akaroa Harbour. A fine bit of water, landlocked, but not so much good to the new settlement, being how 'tis shut off from the mainland by the hills. There were several whaling vessels there at anchor, 2 Frenchies and 1 Yankee, and an English vessel from Hobarton. We knowed the place as we'd been there before, and the bishop, he wanted to visit the wife of a settler that wasn't well, so we rowed him to the beach, and we waited with the boat. while he went up a little way to a house and went in. We was a-sitting there yarning, when presently we saw the door of the house bang open, and out come, flat on his face, all along the ground, a big slab-sided Yankee, and after him the bishop's foot and leg. The chap picked himself up, shook his fist at the door, and came down to the beach with his mouth full of bad words, and off he goes in his own boat. Fact was, he'd been insulting the woman, and the bishop, he just kicked him out of the house. You see, sir, he warn't accustomed to a bishop like ours. Well, when the men were ready, we rowed back to the ship for the public breakfast at 9 o'clock. Climbing up the rope ladder to the gangway, I noticed numbers of visitors on the deck, come to greet their new bishop, and there at the head of the ladder stood Bishop Selwyn, looking down at me with stern glance. I thought I told you to stay at the yacht till I sent for you. Yes, my lord, you did, I replied. But yesterday you told me to do what I thought best, and that you did not need either boat or men. So I came back, as I have to take our things to Littleton as soon as possible, and I want my breakfast. He turned on his heel and said no more. I confess I was rather put out by this, especially in the presence of so many strangers. But as the bishop made no reply, I came to the conclusion that perhaps it was his way of commanding obedience without vouchsafing any explanation, and that he might have made a mistake. Breakfast over, we all rode to Littleton to take part in a most hearty and happy service of thanksgiving in the church, which is a curious but very church-like structure, all its material imported from England, consisting of stout wooden framework with bricks to fill in the walls, and the requisite furniture, including some handsome old woodwork. All the clergy of the diocese, 7 in number, were there. 6 years ago, when the first settlers arrived, a bishop designate came with the clergy, but not liking the look of things in a new country, and apparently not having counted the cost of pioneer work, he returned to England, and until now the clergy have been under the supervision of Bishop Selwyn, so far as he was able to visit them at rare intervals. I need not say they were rejoiced to welcome a bishop of their own. After the service, we had our first experience of what life in a new country means. It was necessary to climb the steep bridle path above Littleton, and take with us all our impedimenta. 2 handcarts were obtained, duly loaded, and drawn by sailors with ropes, the 2 bishops, with their coats off, helping to shove the carts up the rough steep track. We should have stuck by the way, had not a friendly settler who was hauling firewood on the hillside with a bullock and chain come to the rescue. Arrived at the top of the pass, where I was sitting, we found some Christchurch people with horses to convey us to Christchurch, and a most acceptable surprise. With his usual hospitality, the bishop had provided bread and cheese and beer for all hands. Luncheon over, they all departed down the hill, and were to receive a kindly welcome at a settler's house, dine and rest a while before proceeding to Christchurch. Meanwhile, there I was with the responsible duty of packing those 2 horses with the baggage, and getting them down the hill. I can ride, but had never tried my prentice hand at the problem of packing a horse, and a most irritating affair it proved to be. Angular parcels and round bundles refused any sort of alliance. Straps slipped, and the whole cargo at times threatened to capsize. However, at last I got all in ship-shape order, and down the hill I went, leading the 2 nags with a long rein, in and out of big chunks of rock, over slippery tussock grass, and places with a nasty foothold. The horses stumbled, and I slithered. Now and then straps loosened, and things came tumbling to the ground. Presently, as I neared the bottom of the hill, I saw an episcopal figure emerge from the door of the house where all the rest of the party were. It was Bishop Selwyn. He came up to me and said, "You will do. I've been watching you for some time. You will do." And then, as there happened to be at the foot of the hill a little wooden shanty where refreshments were on sale, he added, "Come in here and have a glass of ginger beer. I've told them to keep some dinner for you at the house." It was his way of making up for his abrupt words in the morning, and I feel I ought to be proud of such an estimate of character from such a man, to say nothing of the fact that the first person in New Zealand to shout for me, which here means ask you into a house of call and stand treat, should be the great bishop. At the settler's house I found a real dinner, and after ship's fare I shall not readily forget the roast lamb and black currant pudding with lots of cream. We arrived in Christchurch yesterday. It is in its first stage as a town, some slight semblance of streets, scattered wooden houses and huts. The flat plain, in its primeval state of tussock grass, forms its suburbs. Through the site of the town, the River Avon, so called from the river at Christchurch, Hampshire, winds in picturesque curves, shut in by thickets of flax, and to a great extent choked with masses of watercress, which in many places touches the bottom with its roots at a depth of 10 feet. The cress was brought out by the first settlers, little thought that they were importing a most expensive weed, which quite spoils the fair waterway of their pretty river. This morning, a delightful Christmas service in St. Michael's Church, a low wooden building, well furnished and very well attended. The old familiar hymns, but instead of holly and ivy, flowers and fruit. I wonder if I shall ever get accustomed to the topsy-turvy arrangement of December as June and midsummer as Christmas. My father was duly enthroned, if I may use that phrase of a Glastonbury chair. His royal letters patent were read out, defining the limits of his diocese, now separated from the rest of New Zealand, which remains as Bishop Selwyn's diocese. The letters patent declared Christchurch to be a city, as the seat of the bishopric, and are couched in just the same terms as similar letters at home. But I fancy there must be some uncertainty as to their real scope. New Zealand is not a crown colony, such as the West Indies, but has its own constitution, its governor, 2 houses of legislature, and within some broad limits, complete power of self-government. The Church here is not established in the sense of establishment at home, and I suppose must look to itself, not only for its maintenance, but for its government, and is, it would seem, outside the legal control of the state, either at home or in the colony, in matters that are purely ecclesiastical, though of course subject to the civil law in all other respects. Bishop Selwyn preached, and nearly the whole congregation remained for Holy Communion. Coming out of church, I noticed, what is no doubt quite familiar to colonists, horses and vehicles of sorts tied up to fences, awaiting their owners, who had come some distance to church. Bishop Selwyn came out, and, happening to say that he wanted to go a few miles to dine with a settler, the owner of a well-bred horse offered to lend it to him. The bishop, as all know, is a well-qualified sailor, who can navigate his own vessel, but scarcely as good in the saddle. Off he went, with a loose seat, at a gallop over rough ground, while the owner of the horse said ruefully, "If I'd known how he rides, I don't think I would have lent him my horse." I've been thinking much this evening of the great contrast between the old country and this, and of the wide difference, in all probability, of your future life and mine. How often at Oxford we have discussed the future. You may remember not long ago one of those delightful summer breakfasts which the tutors at Merton used to give us in the college gardens, under the old city wall, with strawberries and cream, and cider cup crowned with borage for courage. And how J. Eaton, to whom we both owe so much, wanted me to stand for the Indian civil service. But as you know, for some time past my thoughts have been directed to ordination, though I may tell you that my father has never distinctly put any pressure on my choice, but has left me to decide for myself. And now I feel sure that in casting in my lot with him and his work in New Zealand, I have done right. I think you were somewhat against my decision, for New Zealand seems to be quite out of the stream of old world life, a sort of exile from all that one looks forward to after the best education which England can give. Well, you will probably get your fellowship, and that means Oxford for some years, then a college living, or a good deal of successful literary work. Perhaps I might have succeeded, as I feel sure you will, for I always could run a good second to you, but I don't repent of my decision. It will be, no doubt, out here a day of small things for me in many ways, but I've always had a strong inclination for work and adventure in a new land, and that will probably help me much in the rough work which I must tackle here. Not that I can lay claim to any keen missionary spirit. Circumstances, as well as a strong sense of duty, have brought me here, and I am glad of it. I can't help feeling that in this small community of enterprising men and women who have left their old English homes to found a new state in this promising land, there is an atmosphere of romance and adventure, and I may add, of determination and courage, in which we may be well proud to take a share. I've deferred my ordination until next year, when I hope to seek it at my father's hands. For the first year of his work here, I think I can aid him best as a layman. He will soon have to explore his vast diocese, which stretches southward 500 miles, only inhabited by a few isolated sheep farmers and settlers, at great distance from each other, and in the district of Otago, the little settlement and town of Dunedin. Bishop Selwyn tells me that, being lately in Dunedin, he bought a good Australian-bred horse for my father, but that someone must go there to fetch it. I shall go myself, and make a preliminary journey to spy out the land and bring the horse back to Christchurch. It will be a new experience. The country is roadless, and save in certain directions, trackless, traversed by numerous rivers and streams which must be forded, and in many places interspersed with swamps difficult to cross, and unless I have the good luck to fall in with some fellow traveller, I may have to do what I can by myself. In my next letter, I will tell you how I fared. Meanwhile I am, yours ever, H.W.H. End of section 1. Section 2 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 2. Christchurch, New Zealand, September the 1st, 1857. My dear St. John, according to promise, here follows the story of my first journey southward in search of the horse mentioned in my former letter. I made the acquaintance of 2 Devonshire men, J.B. Ackland and C. Tripp, who have come to Canterbury to try their luck at sheep farming. Both are barristers, but having some capital and no liking for law, they have ventured, with perhaps the courage of ignorance, and have made an excellent start. Sheep farmers are the mainstay of the settlement, occupying extensive tracts of wild country, leased from government at a very low rental. Merino sheep, imported from Australia, require very little shepherding, and thrive best when left to themselves, provided they have the run of plenty of country. They provide fine and valuable wool. This means that the labour and cost of maintaining a sheep run, even with large flocks, is small. But it also means for the sheep farmer a comparatively isolated life, and a very simple one, especially marked in the case of so many of the settlers here who have been accustomed to the resources and pleasures of a civilized life at home. There can be no doubt that, if this Canterbury settlement realizes the sanguine expectations of its founders and becomes one of the great offshoots of the mother country, its success will be largely due to these adventurous pioneers who are subduing the wilderness and preparing the way for the settlement of a large population. Hitherto, this venture has generally been limited to the plains and lowlands, but Tripp and Ackland have acquired a lease of 50,000 acres in mountain country 80 miles south of Christchurch, and have invited me to visit their station on my journey southward. Ackland has lent me a horse, which, among other good points, can swim well, a matter of no small importance in a country where rivers abound but no bridges. My outfit is intended for a journey of several weeks, a roomy saddle with convenient saddlebags, a light tether rope, and a waterproof roll containing change of clothing, locally known as a swag, and also a very necessary companion, a pocket compass. A few miles from Christchurch the scanty signs of cultivation disappear, and before me a great plain of tussock grass spreads out till it is lost in the south in blue haze, but is bounded westwards, at a great distance, by the southern Alps. One's first impression is that of strange loneliness, unlike the solitude of mountain country. Not a companionable rock or tree, or even a hummock of earth, to break the monotonous expanse of yellow-brown grass, and a stilled silence, for there is no sound of insect or bird life, no rustle of any ground game, no trace of any wild animal. It seems that New Zealand is almost unique in this respect, for with the exception of pigs brought by Captain Cook and running wild, there is no animal life of the country, no reptiles, no snakes, no fish in the rivers, except eels and backwaters, No bees, wasps, frogs, or toads. Though in the forests there are a variety of parrots, pigeons, and other native birds, and on the coastline wild duck. I noticed occasionally a sort of lark rising from the grass, like an English lark, but songless, and here and there a big hawk, a kite, I think, hovering about, and I am told there is a small brown rat to be found on the plains and burrows. Otherwise the brooding silence is that of a land unoccupied by man or beast. After 35 miles at a leisurely pace, I saw on the horizon some dots of dark colour, which proved to be small buildings, on the bank of the river Selwyn. There I found what is known as an accommodation house, which provided me with bed and supper, whilst, after the manner of the country, I attended to my horse, tethering him in good grass. The Selwyn River is one of the smaller rivers of Canterbury, a sparkling stream with wide riverbed, wandering here and there between islands of sand, at times liable to heavy floods. I cannot help thinking it would have been better to have retained the old names given by the natives. There are but a few of them in the South Island. With poetical instinct, characteristic of their race, they have named rivers, headlands, lakes, and hills. The native name is Waianiwan Aniwa, i.e. the water of the rainbow, and if perhaps a trifle long for our curt fashion of speech, it seems to make even the great name of Selwyn prosaic. At supper I met an Australian who had been a little while in the country, intending to settle somewhere, and he promised to pilot me on his way south across the river Rakaia. This river, 12 miles from the Selwyn, is one of the big glacier and snow-fed streams running eastward from the mountains. We reached it early next morning. Away to the west I could see in the mountain ranges a pass where the river cuts its way towards the plain, through a gorge which I am told is of great depth. In front of us lay the riverbed, some 2 miles wide, intersected by numerous streams of rapid water, icy cold, and in time of freshers, uniting in a formidable torrent of more than 1 mile in width. However, we were fortunate in finding the water comparatively low. My guide threaded his way with caution through backwaters and shallow streams, keeping well above rapids and sandy places, which are often dangerously quick. It took us nearly an hour to reach the further bank, the water never rising higher than the saddle girths, but running with such force that any slip on the part of the horse might be dangerous, as swimming in such a stream would be difficult. I had been warned not to look down on the water for fear of giddiness, but to keep my eyes on the further shore. Well, the river passed, I did not act on the Spanish proverb, the saint forgotten, but uttered without words my thanksgiving. At night we reached an accommodation house on the Ashburton River, in the Maori tongue, Hakatere, and the next morning, crossing it easily, my guide left me as his way lay southward and mine westward. There I had to leave the track which we had hitherto kept, steering for the principal peak of the Mount Peel range, and for some distance found myself in difficult country. The plains here are swampy, traversed by rivulets, locally known as creeks, deep, narrow, and bordered by treacherous ground in which a horse may easily be bogged. Thickets also of cabbage trees, toi-toi grass, and flax, and when clear of these, for many miles a long stretch of grass, yet practically paved with stones. The going was slow, and evening was coming on apace as I approached Mount Peel, to all appearance rising right out of the plain. Then suddenly I found myself on the edge of what looked like a gigantic railway cutting, so steep that descent seemed impossible, and down below the river Rangatata was running through a beautiful valley. On its further side, the mountain rose to a height of 5,000 feet, buttressed by spurs and terraces, forest-clad, lit up by the evening sun, in all the glory of primeval vegetation untouched by the hand of man. Upstream I saw some huts and a few men at work, and discovering a place where I could lead my horse down, met a fine specimen of a Yorkshireman, lately settled with a few sheep and a newly made home. His wife, baby in arms, was with him. "Come in," he said. "We're only too glad to have a visitor." His house deserves description. A single room, built of rough slabs of wood, worked with an adze, allowing plenty of ventilation, covered with thatch, a hardened clay floor, no ceiling, furniture homemade, a wide slab-built fireplace, one or two easy chairs made out of barrels cut down to serve as a back with arms, and across a part of the room, blankets fastened to a rafter forming the bedroom of my host and hostess. After a comfortable meal, he took me to his shearing shed, where they had just finished work. Shearers here stand to it, holding the sheep between knees and feet and shearing far more rapidly than at home. Indeed, an expert hand will accomplish his 80 sheep per day. Then came the question of bed, a problem I was seriously considering, but my hospitable host made light of it thus. "We will have a walk and look at the stars while my wife goes to bed, and then, when I am in bed, I will give you a signal. You will find blankets and a pillow on the settee." So, after the signal aforesaid, I went in. I was beginning to make myself comfortable when, from behind the blanket screen, came a voice. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I've had no time to make a door. Please fasten up a blanket in the doorway. There are no nails, but you can do it with forks." Morning came, and with it an incursion of fowls, pushing their way under the blanket in search of food. Got up to do my share of housework, tidied up, built and lit a fire, and set the table for breakfast, when my host called out, "Would you mind taking baby with you for a stroll, whilst we dress?" Fortunately, the child took kindly to me and was quite content. Mr. Morehouse, my host, I find, is a duly qualified medical man who has taken to sheep farming, doing also occasional practice with neighbours. After breakfast, he guided me on horseback to the only available ford in the Rangitata, the River of Coming Day, an appropriate name, as it issues from a mysterious mountain gorge guarded on either side by snow-clad peaks, and rushes down seaward over rocks and boulders, sparkling in the sunlight, bright and clear. He would not come with me, but showed me where to enter and make for the landing place, a good way upstream. "Let your horse pick his way. Don't hurry him. Don't look at the water." Acting on his advice with some trepidation, I reached the other side, and found C. Tripp watching my progress. He has established quite a comfortable home under the flanks of Mount Peel, with a considerable number of sheep and several men in his employ, shepherds, sawyers, fencers, and a married couple who keep house for him. Stayed with him some days to see the working of the run, a mountain tract of 40,000 acres, scarcely trodden as yet by foot of man. One day we went on an expedition into the mountain valleys to burn country, a process adopted here for the improvement of pasture. We led our horses up a stream, crossed it so as to secure ourselves from fire, set alight the grass, and in a short time there was such a blaze, not to mention smoke, that we had to beat a retreat. The fire spread up the hillsides, fanned by a strong wind, and soon covered a large extent of country, burning for several days, and lighting up the neighbourhood by night. Sunday came. I found that Tripp had already begun regular Sunday services for all hands. Very characteristic lot. A head shepherd with his wife from Devonshire. Next, a rough, powerful Australian bushman, i.e. sawyer and axeman, who had been in English navvy. A splendidly built half-caste Maori, his father a whaler, his mother a native. The best hand with shears and horses, and a great wrestler. Another, an Australian black, of very low type, but gifted with strange instincts, quite incapable of book learning, delighting like a child in highly coloured children's pictures, but able to track man or sheep in the roughest country. "Andy, you'll find me if I go off whole day before you?" "Yes, sir. Me find you anywhere. Me follow. Find you, up mountain there, on plain, find your track if you go no fast on horse." He would go great distances at a dog trot to carry a message, with a handful of rice and sugar in his pocket. Tripp asked me to take the services, and in the evening one of the men asked me, "Ain't you a parson?" "No," said I, "but I hope to be." "Well, we all think you're just the sort of fellow to suit us." I acknowledged the compliment, and talking and practically living with them, soon discovered that the free and easy way in this country, in which all meet together, would probably help me much in my future work. Before I left, Tripp suggested we should build a boat, and try to establish a ferry over the deeper part of the ford. With the aid of a carpenter I did my share, especially in shaping oars from likely saplings. We then launched our boat, flat-bottomed and rather clumsy, Tripp steering, and I rowed with Smith the head shepherd behind me. I had pared down the oars too finely, in my zeal to turn out a pair such as one uses on the Thames. In midstream, Smith's oar broke off short at the rollock. He couldn't swim, and losing his head in the swirl of the rushing water, put up his hands and began to pray. "Smith! Smith!" cried Tripp. "Stop praying! There's a spare oar. Take it." He did so, just in time to save us from going down a dangerous rocky rapid. The experiment of a ferry proved a failure in such a stream. Leaving Mount Peel, I travelled southward across rich plain country, very well watered, one night finding shelter with a settler in his hut, another camping down amongst the shelter of flax bushes, fording some considerable streams, and arriving at the Levels station, where a Mr. G. Rhodes, from Australia, has an extensive sheep run. He was the first man to venture down and settle in this part of Canterbury. In the morning I was able to do him a little job in return for his hospitality. He had to give delivery of some 1,000 sheep to a settler, and his one reliable man to make the count for him was ill, so I volunteered to do my best. The sheep came out with a run through a narrow gate in the yard, and after the manner of sheep, hesitating, rushing, jumping over each other, whilst on one side I stood, with a smooth stick and a knife, ready to make 1 knot for every 10 and 2 for every 100, as they passed me. Opposite me, the purchaser's shepherd did the same. Both our tally sticks were found to correspond, to my no small satisfaction. The Canterbury Plains here came to an end, and for the next 50 miles there were rolling downs, very well grassed, with a few patches of forest here and there in the valleys, and on the slopes of the distant hills. I rode towards the sea-coast, not liking to lose my way inland, and coming to a bay enclosed by low cliffs, found a solitary hut, occupied by an old whaler and his wife, who gave me dinner and directed me to ride along the beach, so as to avoid swamps and broken country which fringed the downs near the sea. The bay, which is a pretty bit of coast scenery, has a Maori name, Timaru, the place of shelter, well named, as it was used by whalers as a landing place where they could try out their oil. Sam Williams showed me some of their tripods still remaining on the beach, and I spent a pleasant hour with him, listening to his yarns of old days. Here also I met an Australian on horseback, who was exploring the country, who said, "Some day I am sure this will be the site of an harbour, for what I've seen of the country here convinces me that it will carry a large population. If you choose to buy land here now, and wait 30 years or so, you would make a fine profit." After camping for the night on the road, I reached a very pretty, well-wooded, sheltered spot, lying under a ridge of the downs which ran down to the sea, intersected with streams which had little fall, some deep and almost without current, bordered with thick flax and not easily crossed except in certain places. Its name is appropriate, Waimate, dead water. There was a small Maori pa in the neighbourhood. I found a welcome from Mr. Studham, the first settler, and next day crossed the downs and fording a stream of some size, which looked as if it ought to be full of trout, the Waihau, I reached a settler's house on the banks of the Waitangi River, one of the largest glacial torrents of the South Island, formidable both in width and volume of water to man and horse, and if one was superstitious, in its name, which in Maori tongue means the water of lamentation, a name probably given to it by the natives because of some catastrophe which had happened to them. Being unable to get a guide or any information as to a possible ford, I had to tackle the river alone, descending its steep banks, which lie some distance from the actual river, as, during the ages, it has changed its course repeatedly. I crossed several backwaters and small islands dotted with cabbage trees, and found myself on the edge of a broad, fast-flowing stream, running apparently over a smooth shingle bottom, shallow at first and then deeper. Taking off boots and coat and strapping them to the saddle, I went in, heading downstream towards what looked like a good landing place on the other side. In a few yards my horse was swimming, the water right up to my chest, the horse's head stretched out level with the stream, his teeth set and lips drawn back. A fine swimmer, keeping a perfectly level back and not trying to bottom with his hind feet. It was strange to find that I had to hold on tight to the saddle to prevent the water lifting me out of it. We landed safely on an island, thick with vegetation, and I could find no exit save by a similar performance across another broad bit of water, and then a third stream as wide as the others, but all safely negotiated, thanks to my excellent steed, a quite invaluable companion in this country. Soaked to the skin, and by no means warm, for these glacial rivers are terribly cold, I got off to lead my nag and quicken my blood by walking, and we climbed the southern terrace bank, where stood some Maoris who had come from a small settlement up the river. They were highly amused, pointing sarcastically to my dripping horse and my sodden clothes, explaining in broken English the joke of it all. "No cross there. Only one cross long way off." Then patting my horse. "He make fine swim," and handling my wet clothes. "All the same, you swim alone. You go Maori Pa, Moraki. You come back. You cross river far down then. No much swim there." After shaking out the water from my clothes as best I could, and rubbing down my horse with tussock grass, I rode down the valley of the river towards the sea to a sheep farmer's house, at a place called Papakaya. It was occupied by Mr. Fallu and his brother who had emigrated from St. Helier's, Jersey. It was Saturday, and I found there not only a most kindly host, but several settlers who had come long distances, as their habit is, to spend Sunday with the Fallus, who always conduct service in their own house. We were too many for the house itself, and with several others I slept well in an outhouse, on straw with blankets. Fallu asked me to take the services. One of the party was Mr. Valpy, a relation of the well-known Dr. Valpy of Reading Grammar School, whose Latin dialectus you remember well. He had settled in Dunedin, and named his place the Forbury, after the street in Reading, and was on his way to Christchurch, riding with, as his custom was, 2 horses, as hard as he could go, and, as usual with travellers here, he questioned me as to the state of the rivers, and told me of how one of their well-known settlers in the neighbourhood had been washed off his horse and drowned in that same water of lamentation, the Waitangi. At supper I met another man on his way to Christchurch who lives near Moraki, whither I was bound, and being a local magistrate, has had much to do with the Maoris there. He told me that a native boy had lately come there from Christchurch, bringing with him a ring of some value. The native chiefs had brought it to him, having found that the boy had stolen it. He said the Maoris are noted for their honesty. It so happened that the ring was mine, given me by an old friend at Oxford with my initials upon it. I had mislaid it while the boy in question was doing some work in and about my father's house. As I could easily identify it, he handed it over to me. A day or two afterwards I went on, and arrived at Moraki, a very picturesque headland, which juts out into the sea, forming a sheltered bay with sandy beach, the headland and the sloping sides of the bay dotted with low trees, noticeable for their glossy green foliage. In amongst the trees nestled the Maori village, huts built of toy reeds, flax sticks well thatched, and some substantial weather-boarded small houses. Quite a peaceful, reposeful place, which may perhaps account for the meaning of the name Moraki, i.e., a place for sleep by day. Maori imagination seems to have seen something specially characteristic in every noticeable nook and corner of nature. The Maoris were busy. It was harvest time, and they had cut their crops of wheat and oats, and were at work threshing the grain in a very primitive fashion. Boards set upright in the ground, women and boys on either side with bunches of wheat in their hands, beating out the grain on the edge of the boards. Welcoming the Pakeha, i.e. stranger, they left work and gathered around me. I managed to explain that I had come for the horse which Pihopa Heruini, Bishop Selwyn, had left with them for Pihopa Harper. Presently a lad brought it, a fine, upstanding strawberry roan, 6 years old, bred by a settler in Dunedin from an imported Australian horse. Dick was just the sort of animal my father will need, strong and good-tempered and a weight carrier. Then, where all were looking at me with the courteous curiosity which marks the Maori, greatly interested in the white man, but always careful not to annoy him by unseemly inquisitiveness, I spied the boy who had taken my ring, so I suddenly held it up in full view of them all, having hitherto had it on purpose in my pocket. At once they seized the lad, hustled and shoved him towards me, whacking him severely till I pleaded for mercy. "He make a thief! He make a thief!" There could be no doubt he had broken one of the unwritten laws of the community and brought disgrace upon them. and the satisfaction expressed in every countenance with his dramatic punishment in my presence bore testimony to the conscience of the native in regard to dishonesty. Leading Dick, and occasionally shifting my saddle and riding him to ease my own horse, after various small adventures, I reached Christchurch, having been a month on my journey, and I am now preparing to accompany my father on his first exploration of his diocese to its southernmost point, about 500 miles distant. We shall be absent for a considerable time, and in my next letter I hope to tell you how we fared. Meanwhile, I am yours, H.W.H. End of section 2. Section 3 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 3. Christchurch, New Zealand, November the 4th, 1857. My dear St. John, as a preliminary to his visitation of the diocese southward, the bishop decided to spend some time on Banks Peninsula, where several settlers have made their homes. As it is a mass of hills, mostly forest-clad, traversed only by bridle tracks, it was arranged that the expedition should be on foot, our party consisting of the bishop, the archdeacon of Christchurch, a ponderous man, who prided himself on being able to walk with anyone on the flat, myself, and a Maori guide, Horomona, Anglice Solomon. Our first day's tramp, after leaving Littleton, led us round the head of the harbour to a dairy and cattle station where we spent the night, the bishop holding service for all hands, and thence across the low saddle to the sea beach, and after some miles of that to a stream flowing out of a very picturesque lake, near which we found a Maori village, situated, as most of these settlements are, where wood and water are at hand. On the way I had much interesting talk with Horomona, a fine specimen of Christian native manhood, one of Bishop Selwyn's converts in the North Island, and, like most natives, one of nature's gentlemen, able to speak some English, and a Maori fashion full of quaint metaphor and shrewd criticism of the Pakeha, i.e. the white man, and his ways. Horomona, you know Pihopa Herawini, i.e. Bishop Selwyn? Yes, me know him, travel with him long way in North Island, walking, same as now. Well, what do you think of Pihopa Harper? He like Pihopa Herawini? He paused, then plucked a long bit of tussock grass, bent it up and down, zigzag fashion. You see this? Road in North Island all same as this, all same our road here. Pihopa Herawini, he say in morning when we start, Horomona, come on. We walk off, so, arms like this, fast, fast. Then 2 hours, put hand to face, sit down, get up, go on, sit down again. Pihopa Harper, he say in morning, now Horomona, we will come on. He go on, so, not fast, so, all day, not sit down. This was a Maori estimate of the temperament of the two men. As we neared the pa, which in the Maori tongue is Kaituna, the place where eels are good for food, it was late evening, and the Maori women, as their wont is, came out to welcome the bishop, waving their hands, squatting down, rising, coming forward a few yards, squatting again, rising and crying out, Haere mai, haere mai, welcome, welcome, and so gradually approached us, then turning to guide us to their village. Their houses here are built of stalks and flax sticks bound together with vines, lined inside with toy reeds dyed in patterns of black and white and red. The walls very low, and the entrance door so low that the archdeacon declared he could never crawl in through it. Before entering, we went to the bank of the stream to perform our ablutions and refresh ourselves from the toil and dust of the long march. Some of the natives did the same, with a sort of conscious pride producing soap and combs for their hair, one dandy exhibiting a small bottle of scent. Near the houses were cows and pigs. We were then invited to enter the principal house, some 40 feet in length and of a good width, all of it consisting of one room only. The floor was laid in places with flax-woven mats on the hardened clay intended for us, and also used by themselves, as an ordinary, they never used chairs or tables, but squat on the ground for their meals and for rest and talk. A plentiful repast was provided, of a kind, boiled pork, steamed potatoes, no bread or salt or mustard, biscuits, no tea, but plenty of hot milk. With native courtesy, when the women had brought in the food, the men with them all left the house, to allow the Pakeha to eat by themselves, recognizing that their guests were rangatires, i.e. men of birth and rank, and treating us as they would treat their own chiefs and principal men. In this respect, Maori etiquette is strong, as between father and son, and persons of rank and others. Presently some came in to know whether we had finished our meal, and then the room was made ready for a service. It is their custom, in all their meetings, whether for ordinary discussion, of which they are fond, of matters which are of general interest to the community, or for religious service, to sit on the ground on mats, leaving a clear space in the centre of the room for the speakers to stand, and now and then walk about while addressing the audience. So, with the bishop, we stood during the service. He used English, which they understand fairly well in his sermon, while the prayers were led by a lay reader who used the prayer book, which has been admirably translated into Maori by Archdeacon Mounsell of Auckland, one of the early missionaries, the natives taking up the responses with harmonious voice, all together in perfect rhythm and time. After service, thinking I might get Horomona's honest opinion of what they thought of the bishop's utterance, I carefully led up to the subject, as one must do in order to meet their dignified and delicate way of expressing an opinion, and also engaged Isaiah, one of their principal men, in the conversation. "Yes," he said, "they understand. They glad Pihopa come. They think he speak well. They think him very good. But you see those rafters across the top of walls? Pihopa look up at them all the time. No look at Maoris on the floor. Maori should sit up there." The fact is that they are born orators, quite free from any mauvaise honte, and cannot understand why a speaker does not eye them, whereas the bishop in his first essay to preach to natives was naturally shy. Maori humour in its criticism of men and manners is delightful in its complete unconsciousness of itself. Then came bedtime. The end of the long unpartitioned whare, or house, was furnished with a low platform of flax sticks, onto which mats and blankets were spread, forming a bed intended to accommodate a dozen sleepers. The bishop and archdeacon were conducted to small huts to sleep by themselves, while I was invited to a share in the general bed. Some made shakedowns for themselves on the floor, while the rest took to the platform, leaving me a corner place, and then, after much deliberation, out of a mark, as I supposed, of respect to their guest, they all lay down in the reverse position to mine, their feet level with my head. In the morning at breakfast we exchanged experiences as to the night's rest. The archdeacon declared that for a long time he couldn't make out what was wrong with his pillow, which would not keep still, till he discovered that it was a bag full of live eels. We bade our hosts farewell with many kindly salutations and tokens of goodwill from men, women, and children, and to save us a long tramp, they offered us a canoe with a crew to convey us to the head of the lake. It was a long and cranky-looking craft, the lower part of it having been dug out of a pine log without keel, its side formed of slight timber, knitted together with fastenings of wood. It was crossed at intervals with bars against which you kneel and paddle, with places for 8 men, and in the stern just room for 1 or 2 sitters, and a place for the steersman. The archdeacon refused to trust himself to such a flimsy vessel, and went on foot with some natives by the edge of the lake, while the bishop took his seat in the stern, and I wielded a paddle, Horomona steering with a long paddle and setting the time of the stroke for the crew with a Maori chant. We paddled along gaily in smooth, bright water, coasting by headlands and picturesque bays, wooded to the water's edge, and leaving the canoe at the head of the lake, made our way through thick underwood over a pass which opened out a grand view of Akaroa harbour, Anglice, the long inlet. Descending some distance down well-grassed spurs, we came to a cattle station, and there revelled in a homely meal with fresh butter, but were informed by the owner that the boat in which he usually sailed to the Akaroa settlement, some 3 miles distant on the other side of the harbour, leaked, and he could only give us a small dinghy with short oars, in which he thought we might make the passage safely, The alternative being several miles' walk round the upper part of the harbour, we decided to make the venture. The bishop and archdeacon managed to find room in the stern sheets, whilst I rowed with Horomona, but we were much too heavy a crew for such a little craft, and we soon found ourselves in difficulty, for a nasty squall came up, raising a rough head sea, and we had hard work to reach our haven, having to bail out the water with my straw hat. At the landing place, the resident clergyman was anxiously watching our progress, fully expecting to see our boat swamped. We were with him several days, including a Sunday, the bishop visiting settlers in the various bays of the harbour, some of which were reached by boat, then making a tour of the bays on the western side of the peninsula, which are separated from each other by very steep, forest-clad spurs. We eventually returned to Littleton in a whaleboat. Not long afterwards I started with the bishop on his southern journey, for which we had 3 horses, one as a pack horse to carry clothes and other necessaries. The bishop's plan was to visit all the principal settlers en route, holding services and, as it turned out, with many baptisms and an occasional marriage. He was often welcomed with the remark, "Well, my lord, you are the first clergyman we have seen here." It fell to my lot to lead responses, read lessons, raise the hymn tune, and look after the horses. I shall not give you a diary of our journey which lasted 9 weeks, but limit myself to some incidents by the way which may interest you. For some time we were fortunate in finding rivers low, having no occasion to camp out at night. At every station there were gatherings for service, giving the bishop an opportunity of personal acquaintance with all sorts and conditions of men. After passing Timaru, we went out of our direct way up a valley to a house built by a sheep farmer on a ridge, ending abruptly in a deep gully, full of luxuriant grass and underwood. He was absent, but his wife welcomed us, asking the bishop to remain for the afternoon to baptize her 2 children and see her husband on his return. Dinner over, I was on the hillside attending to the horses, when I noticed a thick cloud of smoke rising at the head of the valley, whilst a fierce northwest wind, which had suddenly sprung up, was driving it down the gully towards the house. A shepherd came running towards me, so that a grass fire was tearing down the gully like a regiment of soldiers, and must soon reach the house. It came on with such rapidity that, with him, I had barely time to rush to the house and call out to the bishop and our hostess to come out at once, whilst I picked up the children who were playing in the veranda and carried them out of danger to the hillside. Turning back, I saw they had not left the house, which was enveloped in smoke and flame, the garden fence ablaze, and apparently the roof on fire. The wind was so furious that it drove the fire past the house before it could ignite it, leaving it scorched and blackened. Going into it as soon as possible, I found that the mother had fainted, and the bishop had remained with her. Her husband soon returned, having seen the fire in the distance, little thinking of the narrow escape of his home and family. The bishop then held a short service, baptizing the children, and adding thanksgiving for their merciful deliverance from such imminent peril. Proceeding southward, we reached the furthest point of my former journey, and from thence onward met with rather rough adventures. The district of Otago was mountainous, and the approach to Dunedin difficult. Passing through some rich lowlands, we were directed to follow up a long, winding spur leading to the summit of a mountain range, which looks down on the town. We could get no guide, and were left to our own devices, with frequent opportunities of going astray and missing the one track which reached the hilltop. Going, too, was very slow, as the ridge on which we rode was often so narrow that we had to go in single file, leading the horses. Evening was closing in as we made the summit, strewn with rocks, with patches of snow here and there, and a good deal of boggy ground, with a steep descent to the town, which we could make out below us, a few scattered houses amongst low hills, which enclosed a large sheet of water. Making long reins to lead the horses with, we manoeuvred, as best we could, in amongst loose stones and slippery herbage, in increasing darkness, until, about 9 o'clock, we found ourselves barred by a line of bush trees growing thick together which seemed impassable. But finding a pathway, we went in, until we were brought to a standstill, practically tied up in a tangle of shrubs and supplejack vines. I had a lantern in case of need, and lighting it attracted the notice of a dog who came up to us, and in a most sagacious fashion led us to a house on the other side of the trees. It proved to be the residence of the magistrate of Dunedin, who had letters saying that the bishop was coming southward, and was delighted to welcome us, sending a boy with some fodder for our horses, as it was not an easy task to extricate them at night from the bush. Dunedin is a Scotch settlement, founded some years before Canterbury, chiefly Presbyterian with a few church people, a resident clergyman, and a small wooden church. Beyond Dunedin, our route lay through country that promises well for future settlement, but at present is very perplexing to travellers, who must find their way through swamps and hills so like each other that it is only too easy to miss your road. And here it was I received excellent advice from a traveller. As you go on, always turn often and look back. Remember, you have to come back again and must know your landmarks. We came to the Molyneux River, one of the largest in New Zealand, unfordable and with difficulty navigable owing to the swiftness of its current. Its Maori name is Matau, Anglice, the water of eddying surface, as indeed we found it, crossing in a boat rowed by a ferryman, whilst from the stern I towed our 3 horses with ropes. No easy matter, as the boat swung hither and thither in the swirling stream, and had to pay out and haul in line as if I had 3 powerful fish on hand. And here I began to suspect that Dick was a dubious swimmer, which suspicion afterwards was verified to our cost. It was interesting to notice in various houses different traits indicating the sort of people who had adventured themselves to the ends of the earth to subdue a wilderness and begin the work of a new colony. All of them, in every class, persons of strong character. In one house the living room was furnished with an excellent library, the owner, a man of some years, having been in charge of an important library in Edinburgh. Coming out to New Zealand with a family of stalwart sons and daughters, he had taken to the rough life as to the manner born, but, as you may imagine, still retaining his love of letters and glad to welcome intellectual talk. In another, on the mantelpiece, stood a couple of pewter pots inscribed with names, our host's being one of them, mementos of pair-oared and four-oared races won at Oxford. Ah, I see you're looking at those. Not quite the same sort of life out here as at Oxford, is it? In another house, clay-built, in a very lonely bit of country, we found at first only the mother, a homely rustic matron, and were asked to stay a while to baptize her 2 children. We waited for the husband's return, and whilst the bishop was conducting the service, I was attending to the horses outside. Having a long and intricate journey before us in a trackless mountain country, we could not afford time to wait for a meal, being moreover provided with some necessary food for the way. But the husband, on hospitality bent, thinking no doubt I should be ready for something, came out of the house with a bottle of whisky and some scones in his hand. The governor is busy inside still, writing out the register of our children's baptism. Have a bite and a sup. You've a long way to go. Then he told me, with honest pride, how well he was getting on. Was only a farmhand at home, and now cattle and sheep of my own, and my own land and house. Yes, it's a bit lonely at times, but now and then a traveller, and the wife don't mind it. And then there's the children. He was the type of many whose children will rise, as they could never have done at home. We reached the river Mataura, in some respects unlike others we had crossed, shut in by high banks, and in places outcrop of rock, deep and running rapidly. In Maori tongue, its name means the reddish eddying water. It looked decidedly bad to ford, nor did we attempt it, for falling in with an Australian, a sheep inspector, who was on his way to inspect some sheep imported from Australia, we took his advice and went down the bank of the river towards the sea to a settlement of Maoris, who might be able to ferry us across the river in canoes, towing our horses behind them. We spent a night with a hospitable settler, and early in the morning carried out this programme successfully. Then we set out, in beautiful weather, on what promised to be a delightful ride of considerable distance on the beach to the bluff settlement. But none of us had been that way before, and there was the unforeseen to reckon with, and for once in a way, experienced as we thought ourselves as travellers, we had omitted one essential precaution. We had neither food or water with us, nothing but a little brandy and a biscuit or 2, as we thought to accomplish the journey in a few hours. On our left, the surf of the Pacific invaded the beach, leaving just room to travel on fairly hard sand, which was fringed with rough grass and low shrubs. Behind them stretched for miles a lagoon, backed up by miles of forest, shutting out any view of the Matilda plains. All went well. Our guide, the inspector, a man full of anecdote, entertaining us with his experiences in Australia, until we were brought up short by a swirling, rapid torrent issuing from the lagoon towards the sea. Dismounting, we tried to measure the depth of it with long sticks, to estimate the force of the current by chucking logs of wood into it. The verdict was, no passage there. Then we cast about to explore the lagoon, to see if we could make a safe circuit of it well above the stream. Again a failure. The bottom was peat, so soft no horse could get through it, and the distance to be forded more than a mile. "We will wait for high tide," said the inspector. "We might be able to swim it if the water is still." Again disappointment. And then our only resource was to camp where we were for the night, turn the animals loose, and in the morning leave them, with our packs and saddles under a bush, and ford the lagoon on foot, and so walk on to the bluff. The inspector said that he would have to return, and would do so, taking our horses and leaving them for us to pick up on our return at the southern bank of the Matilda, where he had to go to a sheep station. It was then we made the discovery. Nothing to eat, and nothing to drink, for the lagoon was salt. We lit a big fire of driftwood and passed the night fairly well, were up at dawn, decidedly hungry and very dry. Stripping off everything, we bundled our clothes together and carried them on our necks, and making long bundles of flax sticks which float well, by way of life-buoys, and tucking them under our arms, in case of deep water, we entered the lagoon in single file. The inspector leading, myself last. Every now and then he turned his head and uttered some encouraging joke. "Pity there's no artist handy. 3 fellows stark naked, one of them a bishop, up to their waists in water, clothes on their head, plodding through mud and water." It was a long job and heavy, for our feet sank deep in the soft peat, and now and then the water rose breast high, but we emerged at last. Then we began to feel the strain of nearly 24 hours fast and lack of drink. We lay down in the sun to dry, our clothes fortunately having escaped wetting, and then got up for a march of some 16 miles. Nothing to speak of, had we been in good condition for it. "My lord," said the inspector, "I know what thirst means, and it's going to be a tough contract for us. We will walk very slowly. Don't talk. Every half hour I will give a signal, then lie down for a few minutes. Don't try to talk." We obeyed, and somehow got along, throat and tongue parched, and a great emptiness within. Ours a monotonous tramp, only once broken by a tantalizing disappointment. A small hut came in view, and we quickened our steps. The inspector went in. "Nothing," he said. "Empty pannikins, no water." But in the distance the big hill at the bluff grew steadily bigger. At last we spied a small house. Such a welcome sight, evidently inhabited, and someone coming to meet us, an old whaler followed by his Maori wife. It was late afternoon. Near the house there was a pool of bright fresh water, fringed with soft turf. Without a word we flung ourselves down and began to lap like dogs. "Don't swallow," said the man. "Drink very slowly, and lie still a bit till we get some tea and food ready for you." We lay there a full half hour or more before we could recover, and take the tea and hot scones which the Maori wife brought us. Then we explained to our hosts what we had come through, and the man, getting his boat ready, rowed us across the bluff harbour to the settlement, where Captain Ellis, the magistrate, made us thoroughly comfortable. Next day we bade farewell to Mr. Pinkerton, our guide, who expressed his unstinted admiration for the way in which the bishop had come through such a trial of endurance. "I've known what hardship and thirst are in Australia, and this young fellow, well, he's young, but the bishop was an example to both of us." We stayed a few days at the bluff, and then on foot made for the head of the harbour, crossing a low pass in the hills which encircle it, and reached the estuary of the river, locally known as Jacob's River, but in Maori, Aparima. Anglice, the river of the 5 companies of workmen, the southernmost river in New Zealand, wide and full of water, in many places inland running over a rocky bottom. We found on the banks of the estuary a comfortable hut, in which 2 young sailors had established themselves, acting as ferrymen to carry travellers up the river to the settlement of Invercargill. Next day we reached it, in its very first stage of a possible town, if that term can be applied to 6 little houses, built of wooden slabs and trunks of tree fern on the edge of an extensive forest, which bounds a rich plain very swampy and dotted with rough herbage. As the boat landed us a mile below the houses, we had to thread our way through waterholes and swamps, and dusk coming on, we often found ourselves in deep water. We found accommodation in a house of call kept by a Dane, consisting of one living room, 2 small bedrooms on either side, an open loft over them, and a lean-to kitchen. The 4 bedrooms being occupied, 2 latecomers were provided with blankets, one of them climbing up to the loft and disposing himself there as best he could among bags of potatoes, the other lying on a settee just below him. In the night there arose a sudden uproar. The sleeper above had rolled off his perch and fallen right atop the man below, who happened to be an Irishman. With indignant voice he woke up the whole household, refusing to accept any apology from the offender, nor would he be pacified by the landlord's arguments. "Sure, and he did it on purpose. Will you be telling me that he felt like that right on me if he didn't mean it?" There was an imminent chance of a regular shindy. But the bishop, roused by the noise, came out and secured peace and some chance of sleep for us all. Nevertheless, at breakfast, the injured man again appealed to me. "Now, sir, I've forgiven him, but I ask your opinion. Could he have done it without meaning it?" I prudently held my tongue, and the excellent ham and eggs, fried potatoes, and tea banished all ill feeling in the end. Making an expedition up the riverside, and wondering why there were no fish in such a stream, the very place for salmon, we visited a small settlement founded by an old whaler, quite a patriarch, Captain Howell, a man of some wealth in cattle, and the father and grandfather of a numerous family. His wife had lately died, and a number of Maori women from their settlement close by were holding a tangi, or lamentation, to bewail her death, squatting, as their manner is, in and about the house, crooning a funeral chant. There had been a sad accident to one of Howell's whaling boats, in which he conducted a fishery from the shore. A fine young fellow had met his death through the capsizing of one of the boats, and his loss was felt all the more because he was engaged to be married to the daughter of one of the settlers, amongst whom Howell was a kind of a king. The bishop, hearing that this poor girl was distraught by her loss, and well nigh out of her mind, went to visit the family, and I went with him. Coming to the house, he was on the point of entering by the door, whilst I was behind him, while the girl, catching sight of me and being possessed with the idea that her fiancé would somehow return to her, rushed out, flung herself upon me, and finding her mistake, fell to the ground in an agony of disappointment. Jacob's River is the last inhabited place in the extreme south of New Zealand, except that there are a few fishermen settled in Stewart's Island, which is separated from the mainland by Furvo Straits, apparently about 15 miles distant. The country here looks fertile. The hills and the mountain country westwards lie open to the explorer, with a good deal of forest in view. One cannot doubt that, in future years, this Southland, which is the furthest habitable country in the southern hemisphere, will cease to be the wilderness it has been for untold centuries, and will support a large and prosperous population. In a few days' time we began our homeward journey on foot across the Matilda Plain, making for the station where we could pick up our horses and baggage. On the way we spent a night with a settler, finding characteristic hospitality in his one-roomed house. In this, to accommodate us, he rigged up a blanket screen between his bed and the rest of the room. Behind the screen we slept on the floor, clearing out of the house in the morning to enable him and his wife to get up and prepare breakfast. Then he came with us to the station on the southern bank of the river, it being no easy matter to find the way in and out of patches of forest and over many swampy creeks. There we found a small hut, with a shepherd in charge, who had also our horses ready for us. Also a very rough slab-built hut in which lived 2 Scotch sawyers, cutting timber for the owner of the run. They offered us shelter for the night, but as a fall of snow came on, we remained there for 2 days. They were kindly but dour Scotchmen of few words, big stalwart men living in the roughest possible manner. The food consisted of boiled beef without mustard or potatoes, half-baked cakes, and tea without milk, and by way of a bed they offered the bishop and myself their own, which consisted of rough wooden planks, some bags of sawdust by way of a mattress, and blankets. One of them camped down on the clay floor, whilst with the other we occupied the bed. There was not a scrap of literature in the place, and our only resource was to watch the sawyers, under a canvas shelter, at work in the forest, sawing up rimu, i.e. red pine, a finely grained timber which literally seemed to bleed under the saw as its red sap flowed out. The snow ceasing, we left our hosts early in the morning on horseback, the shepherd giving us very minute directions how to reach the river, about a mile distant, through an intricate network of swamps and rivulets. "Be careful, when you arrive at the river, to go down the bank by a track that leads to shallow water, but on entering keep in the shallow for a long way upstream. Don't attempt to cross it till you see on the other side, upstream, a sort of landing place. Make for it carefully, for the shallow water, except at that one possible ford, ends abruptly in deep water." We navigated the swamp successfully, and entered the water, which is not like the usual New Zealand torrent, but a deep, swift stream. Contrary to our usual custom, as I was delayed a little by the pack-horse, the bishop went in first, and I followed, the water being only knee-deep. Getting rather ahead of me, the bishop pointed to a place on the other side which looked like a landing place, but was merely made by cattle coming down to drink, and turned his horse's head across the stream. I shouted to prevent him, as I felt sure it could not be the right place, but in vain. The next moment his horse had stepped over a ledge of rock into deep water, horse and man disappearing, for Dick, instead of swimming, had tried to bottom with his hind feet, had been caught in the chest by the stream and washed under. It all happened in a moment. Catching sight of them under water as they were swept down past me, I flung myself off my horse, caught hold of my father's hand, and drew him to the surface. "I kicked away the stirrup," he said. It had dragged him down with the horse. But fortunately, as we always rode with the stirrup bars and the saddle down, for fear of accident, it came away and so saved him. Then a swim for the opposite bank, both of us heavily clothed, a tough job in such a stream, which carried us down a long way, though the actual distance in a straight line was not more than 50 yards. When we did make the bank, we found ourselves in deep water up against a rock with steep sides, to which we clung, till coasting down, I found a crevice by which I managed to climb up, and after much effort contrived to haul my father up, safe and sound, but drenched to the skin. Happily he was a powerful swimmer, and his old Eton experience now stood him in good stead. Meanwhile the horses had drifted down to an island and landed on it, so going down the riverside and reconnoitring, I thought I could see a landing place on this side to which I could drive them if I reached the island myself. Entering the water again, and just not swimming, but well up to my neck, I reached the island and got them all at last to the landing place. We were in a sorry plight, for in spite of our clothes the water was icy cold, but it might have been worse, and presently we found ourselves on the high river bank, with a hut in view, and its owner coming to meet us. "I caught sight of your horses on the island, and wondered what had happened. Come in, you've had a narrow squeak of it. I thought no one could get through the river there safely." He was a character in his way, had been a sailor, and for a short time in the French army, not without education and a lively sense of humour, charge of cattle for the owner of the run. "Come in, my lord, you do my humble dwelling great honour." And then turning to his only companion, a Maori lad, "Get lots of wood, make a big fire, we must dry the bishop somehow." He bade us strip to the skin, provided us with blankets to sit in by the side of a roaring fire, whilst he hung up our clothes to dry, and made his boy unpack our dripping horses and lay out all in the sunshine, and hang up saddles and tackle. This occupied the whole day, to say nothing of an excellent dinner he prepared for us, though not exactly up to his standard of a French déjeuner. Steamed eel, they had just caught an enormous specimen, fully 4 feet long, and very thick, but frizzled, cutlet fashion, with flour, very palatable. Some boiled wild pig, tender and tasty as turkey, potatoes, scones, and tea. Every now and then he would come to the hut to see how we fared. "Do think of it, who would have supposed it? A bishop with nothing on but his hat and one of my red blankets, sitting by my fireside. My lord, I trust that the wind which percolates through the interstices of my poor house does not inconvenience you." At night, for supper, we had a fresh delicacy, a roasted kiwi, locally called a wood hen, rather like a hen pheasant, one of the surviving specimens of the apteryx, or wingless bird in New Zealand. It has a rudimentary wing, of one joint only, but is a ground bird, and if well cooked, so as to get rid of its superabundant oil, by no means uneatable. Our host took much pleasure in his cuisine and kept us amused till a late hour at night, relating his interesting experiences in France and as a sailor, meanwhile shaping out of raw bullock hide a stirrup to take the place of the one lost on the water. Next morning he gave me careful directions for our journey, many miles of hill country with only a scanty track here and there to guide us, and no place of shelter if we lost the way. Noticing that I was impatient to start in good time and somewhat anxious, he said, "No fuss, young man. You will get through right enough. Just look at the bishop yonder, calm and quiet, as if he had not had to swim for his life yesterday." When we reached Dunedin, finding an opportunity of sending our friend some memento of our gratitude for his hospitality, we made up a small parcel of tobacco and pipes, writing materials, a book or two, one in French, and dispatched it. We then pursued our way to Christchurch, and without further adventure reached it, as it happened, just in time for the 5 o'clock evening service at St. Michael's Church. Riding up to the gate that led to the church grounds, we found there 1 or 2 clergy, who at first could hardly recognise the bishop in his travel-stained clothes. From head to foot he was mud-coloured, his gaiters bound together with flax, his episcopal hat quite disreputable. They had heard but little of us for many weeks. "This has been a long yarn. Hope it has not tried your patience too much. To give you some idea of what a bishop has to tackle in a new country like this, I am yours, etc., H.W.H." End of section 3. Section 4 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 4. July 20th, 1861. My dear St. John, since my last letter a long time has elapsed, spent in my first beginnings of work after ordination, but I may be able to give you a better idea of it than if I had written sooner. Please put away all ideas of a parish at home, town or country. My pastoral district is an area of about 900 square miles. All of it as nature made it, roadless, but now occupied by a few sheep farmers, shepherds and labourers, in all some 400 persons, living at great distances from each other. One half of the country is plain, the rest hill and mountain. It stretches from the immediate neighbourhood of Christchurch to the southern Alps, which at present form an impassable barrier westwards. One of my brothers has a sheep station in the hills, almost in the centre of the district, and with him I make my home. It is the first organised country district in the Canterbury settlement, outside Christchurch and its neighbourhood, under charge of a resident clergyman, and so I may, in some sense, regard myself as a missionary, albeit my parishioners are mostly church people. For my work, I keep 3 horses, and am in the saddle from Friday till Tuesday every week, visiting every part of my district, and generally seeing every one of my parishioners, travelling in all sorts of weather, for though in the southern island of New Zealand there is more sunshine than at home, there is no lack of rain, and fierce gales, snow and frost, with winters often quite as severe as in the old country. It also means, at times, fording flooded rivers, rough, difficult going in hill country, mostly untrodden by the foot of man, and absolute dependence on the plains, on the compass and thick weather. Add to this every sort of accommodation at night, sometimes in comfortable homes, sometimes in huts or outhouses of the roughest description, in wooden bunks devoid of mattress, on clay floors, but always with open-handed hospitality and the kindliest welcome, and plenty of plain food. I soon discovered that one needs to be a horseman as well as a rider, and being 50 miles from the nearest blacksmith, have learnt to shoe my horse at a pinch, keeping spare shoes and the necessary implements, and to do what is needed in the case of sore backs, girth galls, and horse doctoring. In short, being one's own groom in everything. This all adds zest to the work, and as I never let anyone else handle my horses, they will come to me anywhere when loose, and I am not a little proud of the compliments paid them by many a settler, as, for example, the other day. "Oh, fine mare, that. Keeps her condition well. I'll give you £40 for her." "No," said I. "I think you know she's worth more than that." Yes, I ought to have remembered who you are. You were so good to all of us, but you see I do a good bit of horse stealing." I teach my horses to walk well, an accomplishment in journeys averaging 40 miles a day, which is invaluable. And so I not only ease my horse, but always having a solid book stowed in the saddlebags, I get through a good deal of reading. I've recently mastered, after many a perusal, Mansell's Bampton Lectures. Tough reading, but full of trench and argument, and most interesting to anyone who has sat at his feet in Magdalen and listened to his expositions of Aristotle's Ethics, as you and I have done. I so often ride for hours meeting no one, I get through in this manner almost as much as if I were in my own study, and now and then I find that a sharp canter helps me wonderfully to see the drift of an intricate passage on the principle of solvitur ambulando. Imagine yourself with me on one of my hill country expeditions. Arriving at noon at a shepherd's hut, we meet with a ready welcome and a substantial meal. There are children here, and after dinner I give them some teaching, partly in the Bible, and set them lessons to be ready for my next visit, enough to occupy them daily for some weeks. "There is a shepherd," says my host, "away up in the hills in the direction you are going, but out of the usual track. He scarcely ever sees anyone but the overseer of the station, and I think would welcome a visit from you. But I must tell you he is an old sailor, so accustomed to solitude, that you will find it hard to get any speech out of him. He goes by the name of Cranky Bill, and they say never speaks a word except to his dogs and sheep." Towards evening, after a long ride, I spied the hut on a spur below the ridge I was crossing, and made for it. A couple of dogs set up a noisy welcome, and the shepherd himself, just returned from his day's tramp, looked up and gazed at me, giving a sort of a nod of invitation, but never a word. Accepting the situation and saying nothing myself on purpose, I attended to my horse, and after performing my ablutions in a tin basin on a bench outside, went into the hut. A typical sailor's hut, clean and tidy, with a small separate room containing 2 bunks. In the living room he was already preparing supper, frying chops and potatoes, and arranging the table with pannikins and tin plates for 2. We sat down. Not a word passed between us, as I wanted to humour him and tempt him to begin. Presently, looking up, I noticed a little shelf, and on it, amongst other books, 2 volumes of Daubigné's History of the Reformation in a small, well-bound edition, of which I happened to possess the full set. "I see you are a reader. Have you read those?" The ice was broken, and he replied, "Yes, and I wish I could get the other volumes." I told him that I had them, and would bring them on my next journey. After that he talked freely, and told me of his life as a bluejacket, and his voyages to various parts of the world, and it was nearly midnight before we left the fireside for bed. Next morning he begged me to come again, and he seemed quite a different man after the wholesome talk of the previous night. There are many such shepherds here, leading solitary lives, and it is marvellous how, as a rule, they escape illness and accident in their work, which keeps them far from any friendly aid in case of need. Their going daily is in very rough country, mostly on foot, dangerous slopes, strewn with rough rocks, shingle slides, and precipitous tracks. Merino sheep are fond of high ground, and as sure-footed as deer, and in shepherding nothing will be more probable than a serious sprain or broken limb. Yet I have scarcely ever heard of any such accident. On one occasion only did I find a man in real need and quite alone. His hut lies in a secluded valley through which few ever pass but myself, and the poor fellow, having been taken with severe colic, as it happened on my accustomed day for visiting him, was on the lookout for me, but failed to see me coming by the usual route. I was trying a short-cut across country over a very steep ridge, intending to drop down into the valley instead of working my way up its whole length. Looking down, I saw in front of his hut something that looked like a bed, and on it someone signalling with a white towel. The man had caught sight of me on the top of the ridge, and fearing I might pass him by, had dragged out a stretcher bed, so that I might see him lying on it. He was in a bad way, so I went off as fast as I could to the home station, whence the overseer sent me in to fetch him, doing what he could for him till the doctor arrived, whose house was 40 miles distant. It is Saturday evening, and I come to a station on the banks of the Rakaia River, in high mountainous country, where the river valley opens out magnificent views of the southern Alps, always more or less snow-clad, the western sun sinking behind them, touching the highest peaks with glorious light, in contrast to the purple shadows which veil their rugged precipitous flanks below. Here the owner always arranges for a gathering of all hands on a Saturday evening, Sundays being impossible for me. Shearing, it happens, is in full swing, so there are a number of extra men besides the shepherds of the station, shearers, fleece pickers, wool sorters and rouseabouts. I find that these gatherings for service are heartily welcomed by all sorts, but you will understand one's difficulty in getting into touch with such men on such occasions, when there can be little of the usual solemnity of church worship, and none of the associations which belong to a concentrated building. I carry, of course, my usual robes, but otherwise one feels as if all the usual aids one has to one's work were absent, and it becomes a case of a man with men, face to face, at close quarters, accepted as such, and with a minimum of recognition of the official parson or priest. On this particular occasion I got a useful hint. It happened thus. Service and supper over, my host apologized for his inability to give me a bedroom. Would I mind sleeping in an outhouse where I could have a stretcher? I soon made myself comfortable, and found that there was a partition wall which did not reach up to the open roof, the other part of the outhouse, a sort of saddle room, being occupied with men sleeping on shakedowns. Presently I heard voices. "I say, Jack, you got on all right, but I don't know your prayer book. I weren't brought up to the church." "But you can listen to the parson, I suppose?" "Yes, but what was that thing which he read last?" "That thing, man? It was his sermon." I thought, I must try and speak and not merely read, and since then I've been schooling myself to do this, with more or less success. Certainly it seems to attract much better attention, but I find it much harder work than reading, and now and then no easy matter to keep one's presence of mind, as for instance lately when a devout Wesleyan in the congregation, after his manner, suddenly said out loud, "No, no," but fortunately for me in another minute, "Yes, yes," punctuating my statements all through the sermon, so that I perceived that his negatives and affirmatives were in fact marks of approval. One great advantage, I think, in this somewhat unconventional work is that it brings one into personal contact with all sorts and conditions of men. Sunday morning, 6 a.m. A breakfast of milk and bread and butter provided for me overnight, and my horses to be looked to before a long and difficult journey. I get away about 7 a.m., my track being through mountain valleys, traversed by numerous streams, strewn with boulders and bristling with the prickly acacia plant, wild Irishman, and spiky yellow spear grass. The going is very troublesome, and with all I can do in making the pace, where opportunity offers, it will be 11 o'clock before I can accomplish the 27 miles to my destination. The scenery is magnificent. I doubt if Switzerland can beat it, but sometimes I begin to sympathize with our forefathers who lived before our comparatively modern appreciation of landscape, and regarded Scotland and Switzerland as inhospitable and savage wastes, where a traveller might easily perish. Certainly on a fine morning, with a good horse under you and a companion, all goes well, and in this highland atmosphere you taste the joy of mere living. But 'tis a very different matter in showers of sleet or rain that seeks out every crevice of your waterproofs, soaking your saddle while your horse flounders through mountain bog and swollen streams. This is not unusual in summer, and in winter, even with a clear sky overhead, but with snow underfoot and 10 or 12 degrees of frost, it is hard work for man and beast. Toward the latter part of the route I speak of, there is a valley shut in by mountains which leads to a rather formidable river, named after our family, the Harper River, a torrent which has a short run from some secondary glaciers and joins the Rakaia. Its riverbed is wide, and in flood time the force of the current is such that it cannot be safely forded. As yet I have not found it higher than the stirrups, but even then, if one is broadside on to the rushing water, it will rise right up to the saddle, and like all these mountain torrents, it is icy cold. On the further side, in a lovely situation, Major Scott has planted his house, and lives there with his family and employees. The house nestles under a forest of mountain birch, so called, but really a beech, with very small leaves, and the only deciduous native tree in New Zealand, though, as the young leaf comes on while the old leaves are dropping, it seems to be an evergreen. For a mountain run, there is a fair amount of grass and plenty of shelter for sheep in the broken country, which is set in an amphitheatre of snowy peaks, bounded westward by ranges never yet crossed. It could be no great distance to the west coast, but explorers report a mass of impenetrable forest on the western side of the ranges, extending hundreds of miles. I doubt if such a wilderness will ever be colonized, except through the discovery of gold. In future years, as elsewhere, the Ori Sacra Fames may tempt men to venture, and so fulfill its appointed task of opening up an inhospitable waste to settlement and cultivation. All that is now known of the west coast, save from the reports of passing vessels, of which Captain Cook's was one long ago, is due to my brother Leonard. Some little time ago, with a few Maoris and one Englishman who was unable to complete the journey, he managed to cross the southern Alps by a pass in North Canterbury at the head of the river Hurunui. He met with great hardships and no little peril in flooded rivers, subsisting a great part of the time on birds and eels, and even the fern root which the Maoris convert into a sort of bread, needing the digestion of an ostrich. And after many weeks, having explored the coast for nearly 100 miles, returned to report that the country was uninhabitable, but with the barren honour of being the first white man to cross the island from sea to sea. At noon, all assemble for service, and after dinner and much talk, all the more welcome because I am the purveyor of news from other stations and a sort of unofficial postman, I retrace my steps. A ride of 12 miles to a fine sheet of deep water, 12 miles in length, shut in by lofty mountains, and one of the sources of the Rakaia River. Here there is only a good-sized hut in which the overseer lives, managing the estate in the owner's absence. He comes out to greet me, a tall, well-built man in very rough clothes, which do not disguise the fact that sheep farming was not his original vocation. One of those enterprising, educated men who have come out to Canterbury and are doing so much for this young community by their character and example. A Cambridge man, G.S. Sale, lately classical lecturer at Trinity. "Come in. Glad to meet you. We're just ready for supper, only myself and 2 men. You won't mind roughing it, I know." The hut consisted of one fair-sized room and a couple of other rooms furnished with bunks. On the table, guiltless of a cloth, there were 2 large tin dishes, one of chops, the other of potatoes and cabbage, fried together, flanked by tin plates and pannikins. My host, wielding a long iron spoon, ladled out to each of us an ample supply, and with a flourish of the spoon said, "You will excuse the lack of silver, and perhaps remember that he who sups with the devil needs a long spoon." "I'll take my chance of that," said I, "and don't think I run much risk." Whereat the men at table grinned. Taking note of my surroundings, I observed several Latin and Greek books. Began to wonder how long the overseer in the jumper and moleskin trousers would be content to lose himself in the pasture of this wild mountain solitude. Next morning I tried a dip in the lake. Its water is as sapphire blue as the deep sea, but so icy cold that I came out as fast as I went in. It is as yet unfathomed by any length of available cord. Then I travelled down the Rakaia Valley and made for the gorge, where it flows through a deep winding chasm, cut through a barrier of rock, and finds its way to the plains. A most picturesque spot, for the rocky sides of the gorge, clad in places with small shrubs, average 300 feet in depth, its southern side flanked by the spurs of Mount Hutt, which reaches an altitude of 5,000 feet. There is one small landholder here, the first in this district to purchase a few acres, carrying some cattle, in a place where he rarely sees a visitor, so I go to make his acquaintance. As I approach, I notice that he and his wife and son's wife and their little boy all seem to be keeping holiday in their best clothes, strolling about and looking at their garden. I introduce myself and speak of the services I held yesterday, and am answered with, "But isn't today Sunday?" As is the case with many living in remote places, they had lost count of the week. "There," said the small boy, "and I put away my toys yesterday." From his point of view, he had lost a day. Staying there that night, I learnt that they had discovered in the clefts of the rocks boulders which are geodes of amethyst and chalcedony crystal, and very curious water-worn clay stones, shaped as if turned out by a lathe in many forms, discs, spirals, bunches of grapes, flattened out, and some almost the shape of a watch with a handle. The next morning, with hammers and rope, we descended to the riverbed below the gorge, not liking the look of the precipitous rocks, and finding a favourable place, worked our way up about 250 feet, and secured some very fine specimens of amethyst crystal, perfect in shape and of deep colour, and then, after some effort, got safely to the top with our spoil. Towards evening I rode to another station, in a beautiful nook in the hills, where Mr. Phillips has established himself with a large family. His sons manage the sheep, and it has been his pride to create in the wilderness as lovely a garden and as fruitful an orchard as one could find at home. It is 10 years old, but here all growth is much faster than in England. A friend of his, also with a family, lives close by, so that together with the huts of the employees, the place is like a small village. I have an evening service, and next day give some time to teaching the children, and late in the afternoon make my way across a low pass, which is a short cut to my home in the Malvern Hills, winding up to the top of a rocky saddle and downwards by the side of a considerable patch of forest. It was growing dark, and in amongst the trees I caught a glimpse of a fire round which a group of bushmen were discussing their supper. They were employed cutting timber for neighbouring settlers, and had their tents close at hand. They invited me to have a pannikin of tea, and I noticed that one of them was rather different to his mates. As I was leaving, he followed me, asked me where I lived, and whether he might come to see me. A few days later he came and told me his story, common enough in Australia, but at present much less so in New Zealand, where we have fewer of those failures at home who are sent out to the colonies, with the faint hope that a man who is a ne'er-do-well in England will succeed elsewhere, and in too many cases sent out with the promise of small remittances, to be out of sight and out of mind. He said his father was well-to-do, that he himself had been at Eton, but had given way to drink, had been sent to Australia, from whence he had drifted to New Zealand, and he added that, though his father would have no more to do with him, his mother never ceased to write. A little cross-examination soon convinced me that his story was true, and as he seemed in earnest to reform, I got him to take the pledge for 5 years, and wrote to his father. It resulted in his father's undertaking to remit to me a certain sum on condition of his keeping the pledge, and I have the satisfaction of knowing that so far he is doing well, and in a fair way of complete recovery, to the great joy and gratitude of his mother, who had never ceased to hope for her prodigal son. Now, let me tell you something of my Sunday work on the plains, where the open country makes larger congregations possible. It means 3 services, with journeys of many miles between them, and in some places congregations of 40 people. It is curious to note how one becomes accustomed to the absence of the aids to devotion and reverence which appeal to the eye and ear and heart, whether in some stately cathedral or humble village church in the old country. The tower with its peal of bells, the heaven-pointing spire, God's acre with its memorials of the dead, the ordered ritual, the very atmosphere of the house of God, set apart from all common use, and consecrated not only once as an official ceremony, but by the prayers and praises, the sorrows and thanksgivings of countless worshippers who have realized in their house of God that sacramental presence promised to 2 or 3 who gather together. All this in some measure touches the heart of the least devout. Is it possible, think you, to worship as one would wish in, for instance, such a place as that which I held service last Sunday? Picture to yourself a New Zealand wool shed, long and roughly built of wood, with high-pitched thatched roof, somewhat in the shape of a church, with nave, lean-to aisles, but no chancel, a boarded floor redolent of greasy wool, the side aisles parcelled out into pens to hold sheep ready for the shearers, and here and there a wool press, tables for wool sorting, bins for fleeces, all tidied up as well as may be for Sunday. It was shearing time, and yesterday the shed was full of the noise of work, scuffling and bleating of sheep, the sharp clipping sound of shears, now and then rough words, jests and laughter as evening drew in and work ceased, and men compared their tallies of sheep shorn, making ready for an off day tomorrow. Can one expect to realize here the ideal of a place of worship as at home? Come and join in it. At the end of the shed is an upturned barrel, covered with a fair white lined cloth. It is the altar. Near it a small table with Bible and prayer book, chairs and rough benches well filled, neither choir nor instrument, a shortened service, hymns, sermon, then a certain number of communicants, whilst many remain throughout the celebration. They have come riding or driving long distances, and do not readily forego their monthly chance of meeting together. I think you would soon forget the rude primitive condition of the place, and regard it no more than the first Christians did in the upper rooms or the rugged gloom of the catacombs. Service over, there are many greetings and much talk, for these monthly gatherings are important functions where people live so far apart. And if the talk does run on the price of wool or the returns of the lambing or the merits of young colts, and perhaps the contents of the last papers from home, by mail, which takes 3 months, what would you have, even if it is Sunday, in a country where your nearest neighbour is 20 miles distant? Then comes dinner, provided in part by the owner of the station, and in part by supplies brought by settlers who happen to have such luxuries as pigs and poultry, and, save the parson, it is late afternoon ere the company disperses. But he has a long ride before him for an afternoon, and then for an evening service. In the evening I usually expect only the residents of the station, with an occasional stranger who is travelling, and finds the usual hospitality common to all in a new country. On one of these occasions I was in the house of an old Waterloo officer, a Scotchman who had entered the army as an ensign, and was naturally full of reminiscences of that day. After service he told me that 2 of the men there had only just arrived, having run away from a ship in Littleton, and at first, on his inviting them to come to the service, hesitated, because they had seen me ride up to the house, and thought I was a beak. Sailors often leave their vessels, tempted by the high rate of wages ashore, and are sometimes caught and sent back to their work, and their mistake may have arisen from my appearance in riding dress, breeches and boots. Next morning, as I was saddling my horse, the men came up to talk, and owned to being deserters. "Me and my mate, sir, want to know whether you really believe all that here which you told us last night about Jacob." "Yes," said I, "every bit of it. You may be quite certain that if you do wrong, the same sort of punishment will come upon you. What the Bible says, be sure your sin will find you out. Jacob's sin dogged him to the end of his days. God pardoned him, but he had to suffer for it all his life." Then they told me they were going up to the hills to get work, and as I turned to mount my horse, one said, "You won't peach, sir?" "No," I said, "not I, but you had better make off as soon as possible." Whereupon the other man pulled out of his pocket a little bottle of rum. "Have a drop, sir, before you start." "Well," I said, "I'm not a teetotaler, but if you take my advice you'll smash that bottle and keep clear of drink." Down went the bottle on the stones, and we parted good friends. As to the question of drink, so far as I have seen, people here are temperate, but there is a curious custom among many of the station hands. For many months they stick to work, never showing any craving for drink. Then comes their annual holiday. They draw a considerable amount for wages, and travelling to some shanty of a public house, or to Christchurch, proceed to knock down their cheque, giving it to the landlord, and bidding him treat all comers as long as it lasts. Needless to say, that all they get for their hard-earned money is a sore head and empty pocket. You may argue with them, and they gravely plead that to have a burst is necessary for health after the long monotony of station life and fare, that it beats any medicine. Few are habitual drunkards, at least in the country districts. Of course there are many who save money, and in a few years' time are in a position to start for themselves, and not a few who have overcome temptation and are thoroughly temperate, of whom I would give an instance. In the gorge of the Waimakariri River, the water of winter, which is the northern boundary of my district, there is a long stretch of picturesque forest, clothing the steep terraces and level ground bordering the approach to the gorge. In it is a small settlement of sawyers and timber cutters working for the neighbouring sheep farmers, most old sailors, some men-of-war's men, as handy on shore as on board, making excellent wages in their new occupation. I often spend a night with them, finding rough but utterly clean and tidy quarters, and very good company, for most of them have sailed the high seas far and wide, and their yarns are delightful. One of them, an old blue jacket, the steadiest of workmen, used to go off for his yearly burst, and return for a year's perfect sobriety. He took a great fancy to me, perhaps because I once lit on him in one of these returns to his work in his decidedly curious plight. I was riding on the plains and saw a loose horse, unsaddled, grazing, and a man squatting in the grass watching the animal. 'Twas the sailor who had lain down to sleep full of drink overnight, had unsaddled his horse, and forgot to tether him. "Well," said I, "what in the world are you doing?" "You see, sir, I slipped it off, and I'm catching the horse. You see, I've got a long rope, and I've made a bowline knot at t'other end and run this end through it, and I've spread it out in a big circle, put my hat with some oats in the middle, and when the horse makes for the oats, I'll just haul in and catch him by the leg." A truly original plan, worthy of Jack. Between us we managed to catch the animal, and then I rode with him and talked, and he agreed to give me a solemn promise, not a written pledge, that he would give up these annual bouts. Presently it came out that he engaged himself to a housemaid in the service of the owner of East Down Nook Station, close by the forest in which he worked. I arranged a day when I could come to his house for the marriage, in the presence of his mates. No such event had occurred in the neighbourhood before, and it naturally aroused much interest, and the owner of the station offered to provide a substantial wedding breakfast for the bushmen and their friends, to take place on the lawn in front of his house. About a week before the wedding, I was in the Malvern Hills, sitting in my study, from which I could see several miles down the valley of the Selwyn River, and I saw the prospective bridegroom riding up to the house. He had come, he said, to consult me on an important matter. "It's this way, sir. I've been thinking. Mr. Longden, he's going to do the square thing, giving a first-rate spread for all hands, and Mrs. Longden, she's going to give Lucy a regular rig-out, 'cause she thinks so much of her, and Mr. Longden, he's been and given her a young horse, and a new saddle and tackle. And I've been thinking, sir, won't it seem a bit mean-like if I don't do something? So I thought I'd come over and see you. If Mr. Longden provides good grub and tea and coffee, how would it be if I was to ride to Christchurch and order up some hard stuff to give him something to drink? You see, sir, it seems to me mean-like if I don't do nothing, and everyone doing so much for me." "No," I said, "it won't do. Take my advice. Order enough bottled beer to go round, which will do no harm, but no grog." "But mightn't I have just a little, and then when they proposes the health of me and my bride, I could go round and serve out a tot to each on 'em?" "No," I said, "be content with the beer. And now you have so good a wife, be careful, and give me again your solemn promise to give up strong drink." The appointed day came, and on arrival I was welcomed by his mates, one of whom, also a man-of-warsman, was to be best man. "I've looked to Bill, sir, and made him learn his verses, and say 'em to me last night, and I'll see to it that he says 'em all right." The wedding proceeded, Bill's best man standing behind him with arms extended, just as if he were offering a knee as second in a fight. Bill managed his verses well enough, but when it came to the final exhortation, he and his mentor were somewhat taken aback. They had not studied it together. As it went on and came to the words, "Now likewise, ye wives, learn your duties towards your husbands," Bill, with his thumb, poked his bride in the waist. "Listen to that." Whereupon his second, taking him by the elbows, jerked his arms down. "Be quiet, Bill. Stow that. Be quiet." Safely through the service, we went to breakfast, a right merry party. And when the time came for the departure of the couple, Bill carefully gave his bride a hoist up into the saddle, and then, turning to me, with a sailor's scrape of one foot and a courteous bow, said, "Touching that here, sir, of which you and I were speaking t'other day, it's here, sir. It's here." And with an expressive gesture he laid his hand on his heart. The marriage, I am glad to say, has turned out a thorough success. I could, of course, tell you of instances the reverse of this, sad enough, especially in the case of men well born and educated, who have come to New Zealand with small capital, and have done fairly well for a time, often as managers of stations. The monotony of their life has become an excuse for the bottle, and some have made complete shipwreck of their lives. Corruptio optimi pessima. I am thinking of one, a splendid physical specimen of manhood, able and willing to tackle any sort of work, a fine horseman, and with the natural power of command of men. He had been some time in South Canterbury, and won no small reputation by his clever capturing of an enterprising sheep-stealer, who had contrived to drive his plunder through unknown mountain country, and sell them to settlers at a distance. My friend followed his tracks, and after a sharp tussle took him single-handed. He had migrated to my district, and was managing a station in the back country in an almost unknown region. I met him coming over the pass which led to it one day, and he urged me to come back with him on his return, and see if we could discover fresh country. He was then the picture of health, and told me that for 2 years he had never touched drink. Alas, he fell in with evil friends, and within a few months died miserably. I never saw him again. You may imagine how hard it is to answer letters and inquiries from relatives at home in such cases. I have lately had a pleasant change of work and society. A week's special services were arranged for in St. Michael's Church, Christchurch, and I was asked to take one of the weekday services. Nothing strange in that, you will say, but remember that I have been 3 years in my district, and since my ordination never once been in a church. Only those who have had a similar experience can understand what it meant to find myself in a well-ordered church, with reverent ritual, choir, organ, and a large congregation. Let me add something purely personal. I had thought out and written the sermon, and after breakfast was saddling my horse for a 45-mile ride to Christchurch for the evening service. My brother came up and said, "Take my advice. Don't read it. Think it over as you ride. Make a few notes and deliver it from them. You'll find the ride an excellent preamble." And I did so, not without some fear and trembling, but found that his advice was good. I was also asked to examine the boys of Christ's College in Classics and Divinity. The college was intended by the founders of the Canterbury settlement to be a public school of the English type, together with an upper department for training men for holy orders as soon as possible. The governing body consists of the bishop as warden, with fellows, whilst the school has a competent staff of masters and some good wooden buildings. At present the boys number about 70, including day boys and boarders. The college owns endowments in land which in future years should be of considerable value. After the examination, a cricket match was organised on a very rough pitch between the fellows and their friends, and the boys and masters. And though the play was by no means brilliant, the game was much appreciated as the first attempt to establish an annual school match. I am, etc., H.W.H. End of section 4. Section 5 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 5. Malvern Hills, New Zealand, October the 1st, 1863. My dear St. John, since my last winter we have had experience of what winter can be in this southern island. Canterbury has an average latitude of 43 degrees, about that of Spain, but the climate on the whole is as cold as that of the north of France. Life would be difficult here in a latitude corresponding to that of London, as we have no Gulf Stream to modify our winter. I was on one of my usual visits to a station on the flanks of Mount Torlesse, when snow began to fall. As it continued day and night, I thought it prudent to start at once and return to my home in the Malvern Hills before it became too deep to travel. Reaching the River Kowai and descending its steep terrace bank, I found, near a small empty hut, some tents occupied by a surveying party, with Dr. Haast, lately come from Germany to take up the post of government geologist in Canterbury. They advised me to stay the night with them, as snow was falling heavily, and it was unlikely that I could complete my journey before darkness set in. With Dr. Haast, I took refuge in the hut, and a rough time we had of it for the next 2 days. No lack of firewood, but a scanty supply of provisions, and so cold at night that our only recourse was to keep up a big fire, for our beds consisted of wool packs laid on the clay floor, with others in lieu of blankets. The very roughest sort of bedclothes I have yet experienced. Nevertheless, we fared fairly well, for Dr. Haast was excellent company, full of anecdote, and having a rich baritone voice, kept us alive with his songs. A very keen frost set in as the snow ceased, and the next morning I made a start, finding that the snow, 2 feet in depth, was sufficiently frozen to bear my horse. After a few miles, however, the snow lay deeper, and in places so drifted that the going became dangerous, and I determined to make tracks for a shepherd's hut, lying rather out of my way, some distance up a valley. I had travelled only at a foot's pace, and made but little way. Soon I found myself in difficulties, and noticing a clump of black birch trees which might shelter my horse for the night, I unsaddled him, provided him with some oats I had in my saddlebags, and left him there. Then on foot towards the hut, only a mile distant, but it took me more than an hour to reach it, as I had to cross snow bridges formed over streams and gullies, on which I crawled on all fours, afraid of sinking through the snow. And when at last I reached the hut, my leather overalls were frozen so that they stood upright by themselves. It was a veritable haven of refuge, in which I was made welcome by the shepherd and his family, and there I spent the next day. Fine weather came, and hard frost. We managed to rescue the horse and get him into shelter, and then I was able to travel homewards on the hard, frozen snow. For a fortnight or so after this, such travelling as I was able to accomplish was of the same kind, and to give you some idea of what a winter can be here in the hill country, I may tell you that I frequently led my horse over frozen streams and small lakes, where the ice was at least 8 inches thick. A few days ago, in the early spring, on a visit to Christchurch, I went with the bishop and others to Kaiapoi, north of Christchurch, where there is a native pa, once rather an important Maori centre, with some 200 inhabitants, originally refugees driven by other tribes from the North Island and settling in the south. The natives are well-to-do, as the government has reserved ample land for their use. They are all Christians and have a good school for their children, comfortable wooden houses, and a small church. The occasion of our visit was to receive the annual report of the school examination. Maoris are proverbially given to hospitality, and need no instruction in the art of receiving notable guests with all due respect, having an innate sense of the dignity of high office and responsible authority. Nature's gentlemen they are, and whilst living much in their old ways of tribal democracy, each individual having his due share and voice in matters that concern the tribe, yet they have deep respect for what they consider as the privilege of good birth, and especially that of chieftainship, or the authority which belongs to the priest, the teacher, or head of the family. So it was a great occasion. The pihopa, i.e. bishop, was to preside. The school inspector would deliver his report. Mr. Stack, one of our clergy, who has an intimate knowledge of the Maoris and their language, would interpret, and many of the rangatiras, i.e. gentlefolk of Christchurch, would be present to see and hear. Seats were arranged for the guests on the brow of a mound of grass, beneath which the Maoris, with their wives and children included, were squatting in Maori fashion, for no Maori really prefers a chair. The report was read in Maori and English, and was very favourable in all subjects: knowledge of the Bible, church teaching, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Bible and prayer book have both been translated into Maori, and are practically their only literature, which they study constantly. If you get into an argument with a native on the Bible, you must be prepared with a thorough knowledge of the subject, or you will find yourself posed. Then the bishop spoke, in English, Mr. Stack interpreting in Maori, every 2 or 3 sentences. After due praise of the schoolwork, he said, "Now, I want you to consider one thing seriously. Your children have great advantages. Their teachers do all they can for them, not only duty, but as a labour of love. Well, I look round at this assembly and see much evidence of prosperity. Your crops, horses, cows, pigs, and such good and expensive dress which you can afford for your wives and children. Yes, you are indeed well off. And yet I am told that you only pay 6pence a week for each child's schooling. Surely you can afford a shilling, and not have to ask the Pakeha, i.e. the white man, to help you in maintaining your school." As this was interpreted, a smile stole round the assembly, especially on the faces of the women, for Maoris love a telling point in debate, and a pause ensued, with that sort of unspoken admiration which meant that pihopa had scored. Maoris in assembly always maintain a dignified reluctance to answer in haste. Presently, a fine young native stood up. Maori orators stand and walk about whilst their audience sit on the ground. They know nothing of the difficulty of thinking on one's legs. Keen critics of argument and quick at repartee. "Pihopa, we welcome you. It is a great honour you do us by being here. Your words about our children and their work are good, like the sunshine on the young springing grass. We are proud of our school and church, and that word of yours about the shilling, it is good. But There is my wife. Yes, so well dressed. Her dress costs much. Harper, I wish I could help it. Down he sat, and as Mr. Stack interpreted his speech to the bishop and the company of Pakehas present, a grin spread slowly over every native face, as much as to say, "That is a Roland for the bishop's Oliver." Then followed dinner, served al fresco in Maori style. Fish, potatoes and cabbage perfectly cooked, all steamed in Maori ovens. The Maori scoops out a hole in the ground, lines it with flat stones, kindles a fire on the stones, and covers up the embers for a time with ferns and grass. Then, opening it, he inserts the food wrapped up in flax bags, covers it up with grass and earth, and after due time the result is excellent. Cake they also provided, and tea, and they then offered us, by way of dessert, a luxury they are very fond of. The inner substance of the titi palm, which is long and fibrous, contains a good deal of sugar. It is steamed in ovens and then sucked like sugar cane. The natives sat in pairs opposite each other, each with one end of a yard of fibre in his mouth, which they diligently sucked till their mouths almost met. Things are changing here. A good deal of land on the plains has been purchased and is under cultivation. Fences are appearing, and people are settling where hitherto sheep roamed at will, tended by a few shepherds. I have succeeded in collecting enough money to build the first church on the plains, south of Christchurch, at Burnham, a simple wooden structure, with open, high-pitched roof, shingled outside, and with a tiny apse for sanctuary. The design was mine, and with the aid of a very capable carpenter, the building has been erected. Great was the day of its consecration and first services, with a congregation over 100. At after morning service, a general picnic, as many had brought supplies to aid the generous hospitality of the principal landowner, who has done much to forward church work in the district. After nearly 5 years of worship in woolsheds and houses, one cannot help feeling deeply grateful for the achievement of a building, well furnished and dedicated to the glory of God. Another change has affected me personally. The bishop and standing committee, who are the executive of the Diocesan Synod, finding that the time has come for the division of my vast district and the formation of 3 other districts, have commissioned me to organise them for clergy by obtaining certain guarantees for stipend and, if possible, for passage money from home. This done, they wish me to return to England and look up suitable men. The work of organisation will take at least 6 months, and will involve much travelling and all the powers of persuasion I can muster to secure the necessary funds. If I succeed, I hope to leave New Zealand homewards about the middle of next year. Another happening, indicative of a new era of things throughout the colony, in the province of Otago, rich gold discoveries have been made, and diggers are arriving from Australia and California in great numbers. And here in Canterbury, there is no small exodus of all sorts and conditions of men to the southern goldfields. It means for Canterbury some slackness of prosperity for a time, followed by purchase of land and settlement. Certainly, the powerful attraction of gold, which brings people from all parts of the world in God's providence, seems to induce the development of country which otherwise would remain for many a long decade a mere sheep-walk. There is naturally some little jealousy here at the good fortune which has fallen to the lot of our southern neighbours in this respect, and I am tempted to give an amusing instance of it. A night or so ago I was in an accommodation house in the one living room, and heard the following argument after supper. "Why isn't gold discovered in Canterbury?" said an Irishman, "as well as in Otago? Haven't we got a government geologist? Sure, and I don't see the use of having Dr. Hast if he can't find gold here." I tried to explain that Dr. Hast had reported that the geology of Canterbury, so far as he knew it, showed no symptoms of any gold deposit, but he stuck to his point, and added, "Then why does he get such a good salary?" This gold mania is a veritable fever. It is increased by the news that in Otago gold is literally being got in handfuls in very shallow ground. But it costs its full value, for there has been much privation and hardship in the goldfields during the late severe winter. Christchurch, May 2nd, 1864. A postscript to my letter. I am glad to say that I was thoroughly successful in that work of organisation. Church people and others have responded liberally. 5 districts have guaranteed a sufficient stipend for 3 years, and in one case the passage money has been raised. If all goes well, I sail in June to pick up a vessel in Melbourne for England. London, December 20th, 1864. A second postscript. I am here after perils by sea which I shall never forget. Leaving New Zealand by steamer, a rough passage of 1,200 miles, I stayed with friends in Melbourne, awaiting a passage home in one of Munny Wigram's monthly sailing ships. The time will soon come, I suppose, for regular steam communication between Australia and England. Hearing that an American vessel would sail a few days later than the regular liner, wherein I could obtain a good cabin at a cheaper rate, I went to make inquiry and to see the vessel. The agents offered me a large cabin on good terms, the vessel only taking some first-class passengers, most of them well known in Australia, and a large amount of gold for London. Going down to the wharf where she lay, I noticed her rather curious name, J.E.H. Merely 3 initial letters. It was a Saturday half-holiday, and the wharf was deserted, save by an old salt walking up and down chewing his quid. "Thinking of going in here, sir?" "Yes," I said. "I'm half inclined to, instead of the regular liner." "I wouldn't," said he. "She's too crank, and too heavily sparred to my notion. I don't trust them Yankees. And besides, she's loaded with raw hides, and she'll stink something awful in the tropics. No, I wouldn't sail in her." He went off, talking to himself, and I began to think. Better, perhaps, to stick to the regular liner. Maybe the old fellow's words were a message, and meant for you especially. So I returned, and told my friends what I intended to do, which they thought was a mistake, as in the American ship I should have excellent company and a cheaper fare. As it turned out, I cannot be too thankful that the old sailor's words, which I shall always remember as sent to me in God's providence on purpose, led me to make my passage in the good ship Suffolk. The Suffolk is a 1,000-ton vessel, one of the fastest between Australia and London. She was a full ship, with 40 first-class passengers, the same number of second-class, and some 100 of third, nearly all prosperous people, with pockets full of money won on the goldfields. As the only clergyman on board, I arranged for services, the captain and officers backing me up heartily. A short daily morning service in the saloon, Sunday mornings on the poop deck in fine weather, and in the evening in the waist of the ship, a service for all hands, sails being rigged up for shelter, lamps hung in the rigging, and a choir with harmonium to lead the singing. Going into the second class to introduce myself and make acquaintance with the passengers, I met with a boisterous welcome. "Glad to see ya! What will you have? Beer? Excellent tap, or hard stuff. Service on Sunday? Well, we're all worshippers of Bacchus here, but what do you say, mates? Shall we give the parson a show?" This did not seem encouraging, but ignoring the rough welcome and offers of drink, I went amongst them every day, and we talked of their digging experiences. A typical crowd of rowdy manhood in the prime of life, hard workers, and when the chance of a spree came round, ready for any devilry, but withal honest and generous, and, with a few exceptions, little of the real blackguard about them. Life on board brought out their worst side. Nothing to do, a bar always at hand, plenty of spare cash, with 3 months' enforced holiday. Sunday came. The evening service drew nearly the whole ship's company, and after it, for some time, singing to the accompaniment of harmonium and cornet. Next morning an elderly saloon passenger, who had shown great interest in the services, a man of pronounced evangelical type, came to me and said, "I'm sure you won't mind an old man speaking to you about last night. You were young and earnest, but you make a great mistake. It grieved me to hear you speak to that crowd of men as if they were the children of God. You must know what they are. It saddened me to hear you. You mean well, but you are greatly mistaken." I had been speaking about the parable of the prodigal son, and I replied, "I think I understand your point of view, but surely the prodigal son, bad as he was his father's son. I may be wrong, but I feel that if one is to win such men, one must approach them as I tried to do. And did you notice how they listened, and how quiet they were?" "No, sir," he said, "it won't do." And so we had to agree to differ. The Suffolk bowled swiftly along under close-reefed topsails only, with a strong following wind blowing incessantly in these latitudes, the ship literally climbing and descending huge waves, while others astern seemed ever pursuing and threatening to overwhelm her with towering crests, wind-swept and feathered with foam, a magnificent waste of water never at rest. Albatrosses, with a sweep of wings 10 and 12 feet in width, circling easily round the ship. It became intensely cold. The rigging was frozen, and fierce snow squalls at times made it almost impossible to remain on deck, whilst daylight disappeared in early afternoon. "The skipper," said the first mate to me, "is trying the great circle sailing, that is, going far south, so as to take advantage of the flattening of the earth's surface, and thus shortening the distance from west to east. He has always hitherto been in the eastern trade, never been round the Horn. We are much further south than usual, but the ice, now in midwinter, should be fast. We may not meet much of it loose, but I do not half like it." One night it was so cold in my cabin, where I was in my bunk, dressed and wrapped in blankets, reading, as it was too soon to try to sleep, that by a way of change I got into a suit of sailor's overalls, went up on the poop deck. A brilliant moon lit up the waves. Ropes and spars coated with ice sparkled with points of light. The wake of the vessel astern shone like a path of silver, the vessel rolling heavily and going at a great pace. Only the captain and first mate were on the poop, with 2 men at the wheel, and a couple on the lookout at the break of the poop on either side. I stood holding on to a meat safe, drinking hot cocoa in a tin pannikin out of a bucket, provided by the captain for the men on watch. And I could see under the reefed topsails, right along the ship to the bows. Suddenly I saw on the horizon what, to my landsman's eyes, looked like a long line of white foam, which of course was not probable in mid-ocean. That moment a loud cry from the men on the foreyard. "Ice! Right ahead!" Captain and mate rushed to help the men at the wheel, shouting, "Hard a port!" And the next minute, sheering off, the vessel heeled over so that the mainyard nearly touched the water, and we swept past a great flat floe, hundreds of yards in length, about 12 feet out of the water and very broad, so close that I could have thrown a stone on it. Had we run on it, stern on, we must have gone to the bottom. Then came fierce, blinding snow squalls, and fearing the chance of other ice, the captain, without shortening sail, threw the vessel up into the wind in order to lie to. Crack went the main and fore topsails, split in pieces with loud reports, the remnants of the canvas flung hither and thither, breaking loose from the lower yards with a noise like volleys of musketry. With great difficulty and splendid daring, sailors climbed the ice-bound rigging, and, somehow, at last managed to cut the wreckage clear of the yards. Every moment I expected to see them hurled into the sea from their perilous perch on the frozen spars. The hatches were battened down, and the vessel lay helpless, tossed like a mere walnut shell, as the huge waves lifted her on high, and they let her sink into the valleys beneath, drenching everything and everyone with tons of spray, against which it was impossible to stand without a firm grip of rail or rope. I went down into the first saloon. Panic reigned. All the womenkind had left their cabins and were huddled together in the 2 spacious stern staterooms, on the floor, with mattresses and blankets, kindly brought there by the stewards. It calmed them a little to hear that there was no immediate danger, and I promised to be up and down on the deck, and to bring them word from time to time how things were going. The captain came to me and said, would I go down to the 2nd and 3rd class passengers and do what I could to quiet them, as they were all in a great state of terror. I went down the narrow ladder to the 3rd class deck, and caught sight of a scene I shall never forget. In the dim light cast by swinging lanterns, some hundreds of men and women, in every attitude of fear and despair and in all sorts of clothes, just as they left their bunks. Clinging to the side rails of the ladder, halfway down, stood a big fellow, whom I recognized as one of the worst men in the ship, a drunken braggadocio, gibbering like a lunatic. "Save me! Save me! We're going to the bottom!" "Let me pass," I said. And again I asked him. He made no answer, blocked up the way, and would not move. I lost my temper. "You coward! Let me pass!" He wouldn't budge, distraught with fear. So I let out and knocked him off the steps and went amongst the crowd below. I do not know how to describe the scene. Men and women kneeling, standing, leaning against the cabin doors, uttering words of prayer and cries of fear. "Oh, what shall we do? Is there any hope?" Some quite quiet, holding their children in their arms, crouching on the ground. Some staring with vacant eyes, others pacing backwards and forwards, some in a dead faint. Many clustered round me, kneeling, openly confessing their sins, quite regardless of any listeners. By degrees the panic began to lessen as I was able to assure them that, for the present, the worst was over, and then by common consent all knelt whilst I read and prayed. Then I promised to go on deck and come from time to time to report, urging the mothers to get their children to bed again out of the intense cold. All that long night, for there was no sort of daylight till nearly 9 o'clock, I went backwards and forwards to the saloon and lower decks, doing what I could, whilst the captain and officers did their part in providing hot tea and coffee for all hands. And though I was only too glad to be obliged to encourage others, I confess I was in no slight need of encouragement myself. For about 4 in the morning the captain took me to his cabin for coffee, spread out a chart and showed me our position. "I don't mind telling you, for I know you will keep it to yourself. I don't expect we shall see the morning. The wind is terrible. We are simply drifting. There is ice all about. We can hardly escape it." As I look back, I wonder how I could sit quietly in that cabin, drink coffee and keep still. I had found the captain a man of sincere Christian life, and his very quietness was a tower of strength to me. We knelt and prayed, shook hands, and he said, "I must go on deck. You will do what you can for them." Morning came at last, and with it sunshine, cold and clear, but sunshine indeed to the whole ship. All around us a marvellous sight, icebergs in every direction, beyond count, but fortunately no floe ice, so that, with plenty of clear water, the vessel was able to thread her way in and out of these floating islands in safety. Some of them were exactly like islands topped with mountainous ranges. One, which was estimated as 6 miles in length, and a long shelving shore and a central ridge, from which, at one end, rose a gigantic tower, pinnacled and buttressed, like that of a great cathedral. Some indented with deep bays and harbours, some like vast wedding cakes, and in all, in every crevice, hollow or recess, shadows, if the phrase may be used, of deep heavenly blue. Beautiful exceedingly, but terribly cruel, as everyone must have thought who watched their long procession on either side of the vessel that day. Our perils were not over. Early in the afternoon, as evening drew on, we had to lie to again for the night. A choice of evils, not knowing where we might drift, and yet not daring to risk collision with the ice by going on. This went on for 4 nights in succession. After fairly fine days, dark danger by night, much anxiety and little restful sleep. One night another panic arose. Lying to, we were caught by a huge cross wave, which leapt upon the decks, carrying away all loose gear and smashing many fixtures. I was asleep in my bunk and was flung out onto the floor of the cabin, but not hurt, for I must own to sleeping during these nights, dressed and with boots on to be ready for any emergency. The water rushed in torrents down every available opening to the decks below, flooding my cabin several inches in depth, and for the moment I thought all was over, and we were sinking. Then came the welcome cry of the first mate overhead, "She's right again!" and crawling carefully up the companion ladder to the poop deck, I met him. I was washed right off my feet, and only saved by being jammed up against the mizzen boom. After this our course gradually became clear of ice. The strong westerly wind soon took us out of danger, and all went well. Naturally, talk turned on the chances of that American ship which was due to follow us in 10 days. "I shouldn't care to be on her," said one of the officers. "Those Yankees are far too fond of cracking on at all hazards." You shall know the sequel presently, but meanwhile you may ask, what effect had all this experience of peril on the people on board? I can only say that it seemed to sober everyone. Rowdiness and drunkenness disappeared, but the impression made by those awful nights had yet to be deepened. We rounded the Horn and were off the West Indies. There in the tropics, making a fair pace in quiet water, one afternoon the wind fell suddenly, a deep calm, quite uncanny in its stillness, the water oily and slate-coloured, the horizon aglow with a yellow-red light, and a something brooding in the air that meant mischief. But here, in these latitudes, the captain was in his element. He had weathered many a cyclone and knew exactly what to do. It was just 3 o'clock, our dinner hour, when he started us all by a sudden order for all hands on deck to take in every rag of canvas at once. Even stewards and handy passengers were impressed to tail on to ropes and haul. The crew, as active as cats aloft, had just gathered in all sail and were on the bare spars when the wind literally leapt down upon the vessel and drove us furiously through the water, which seemed flattened out by its force. It was so fierce a gale that no one dared stand up against it except under shelter. Crouching behind a meat safe, I asked the first mate if he had ever known it blow as hard before. "I don't know that I have." "I'm inclined to agree with the American skipper. I guess if this goes on much longer, she'll take to the air and fly." Presently we passed a large bark, which had been caught by the cyclone, all standing, all her masts broken short off at the lower tops, sails and rigging hanging in ribbons over her sides, men with axes trying to clear the wreckage. We could render no help as we swept along, or even hail her to ask what damage she had sustained. "She was caught," said the mate, "before she could ship her canvas. But our skipper knows his work. He has laid her head so that we shall drift towards and out of the outer circle of the cyclone, or else we might have drifted into its centre, being carried away with it anywhere." The wind continued in full force till midnight, lightning vivid and incessant, playing all around us, and often falling like fireballs right on the vessel. I almost sleep that night, till about 5 in the morning, in one instant, it seemed, the wind fell. Coming on deck at daylight, somehow the ship looked like a forest after a tornado, masts and spars like trees stripped of foliage, the decks like land just recovering from drenching floods. "He maketh the storm to cease, so that the waves thereof are still. Then they are glad because they are at rest, and so he bringeth them unto the haven where they would be." At last the shores of the old country again. Plymouth and the coast in all its autumn beauty. A lovely, peaceful morning and a golden day, as we sailed slowly up the channel to land at Gravesend. Word was passed round for a meeting of all the passengers. They presented me with an address written by a third-class passenger, signed by everyone in the ship, full of kindly and grateful remembrance of the escape we had all had from the perils of wind and ice and wave. Goodbyes after a voyage of 85 days together are unique. The time and conditions of acquaintance are almost enough for intimate friendship. Yet in almost all cases, the goodbye is final. One of the second-class passengers came to me and said, "I want to tell you what fetched us, fellows. It was the way you came amongst us, and treated us as if we was as good as yourself. It was that got us. Well, we mayn't meet again. So long." My work here will take some time. The men I want to secure are not easily found. I am glad to say that the SPG have agreed to grant passage money for 4 clergy. In return, I shall do some work for the Society. This morning at the Times I read the following. The JEH has been posted at Lloyd's as lost. In all probability she ran upon one of those icebergs from which we escaped. A list of her passengers has been published. My own name might have been one of them. I hope to come and see you soon. Yours, H.W.H. End of section 5. Section 6 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 6. Melbourne, September 20th, 1866. My dear St. John, I am here on my return to New Zealand. It was no easy matter to find the men I needed, especially as more were needed than I anticipated. Amongst them a headmaster for Christ's College, Christchurch, a responsible post for which I have secured the Reverend W. Chambers Harris, a man of much promise. Moreover, further discoveries of gold have occurred on the west coast of Canterbury, and a great rush has set in thither of miners and their camp followers. This affects my future, for I have been appointed Archdeacon of Westland, and having arranged with a clergyman in England to follow me in short time, I have to undertake the work of organising the church on the goldfields. In all, I have secured 7 good men for our diocesan work. After nearly 2 years again at home, with old friends and relations, and the interesting work I had in hand, I confess it was no small wrench to leave England. You can hardly realise the force of the old Greek nostalgia, homesickness, till you find yourself in a country not only divided from the old by the whole circumference of the earth, but so new that a decade or so ago it was uninhabited by white men, more than half of it a vacant wilderness, devoid of all historic associations, and even now only occupied by a handful of British settlers, quite out of touch with the old world, save for a mail which brings news about 3 months old. True, there is the romance of personal adventure, and the joy of living a vigorous, healthy, simple life. Add to this that it offers a share in the making of a new colony, and, in my case, the purpose of my life's work, and that I have chosen my furrow and hope to drive it straight to its end, without looking back. And yet, leaning on the bulwarks of the good ship Norfolk, and watching the Devonshire coast gradually sink out of sight, as scores of emigrants were doing, with much the same feelings as my own, I felt the inwardness of Horace's lines, "Cellum non animum qui transmere currunt." They change their sky, but not their mind, who run across the sea. The 3 months' voyage was uneventful, a full ship with plenty of work for me as the only clergyman on board. It is curious to note, in the leisure which a voyage gives for talk and debate, how inevitably at times discussion becomes theological, and this amongst those with whom you might least expect it. Here is a sample. In the tropics, on a Sunday evening, the sea like glass, the sails flapping idly against the masts as the vessel rose and sank with the slow heaving of the ocean. I was in the waist of the ship, near the forecastle, which was hidden by the drooping foresail. Some of the crew sitting there, smoking, were talking of someone, by common consent it seemed, regarded by them as a thorough blackguard, who had come to a bad end. "Well," said one, "there's nothing else in it as I can see. I ain't so very particular myself, but that chap was such a damned bad lot, bad all through. What can you make of him? In my opinion, he got what he ought to get, and he'll get it hotter by and by." "Do you mean, Bill, then, that there ain't no chance for the like of him? Just hell and no more to be said? Why, we heard Pusson say just now, leastways he seemed to mean it, that there is a chance for all. 'Twas something about that cove in the Bible what owned up as just as he was dying, and he must have been an out-and-outer. That's in the Bible as well as hell and damnation." Then a third voice cut in. "You believes in the devil, don't you? Well, I don't see no use in having no devil if he don't get him." I slipped away unnoticed. The same problem, which is the crux of keen controversy amongst learned divines, put in a nutshell here on the forecastle deck. October 6. SS Tararua, a steamer of 2,000 tons, full of miners and others bound to Westland. Men sleeping in every possible corner. Another steamer not far off, the Alhambra, as full as we are. We are lying at anchor after a passage of 1,200 miles from Melbourne, off the west coast of the southern island of New Zealand, waiting for a tug steamer to take passengers ashore. A lovely spring morning, and before us a panorama of coastline more than 100 miles in view, slightly incurving at either end, one unbroken mass of forest which flows down to the top of the low cliffs which flank the beach. Folds upon folds of forest-clad terrace, hill, and ranges, which lie up against a southern Alps, snow-clad, above 7,000 feet, even in summer. This great backbone of the southern island towards the south culminates in Mount Cook, over 12,000 feet in height, which uplifts its massive crest, like a lion couchant, with the paws in the sea. Between us and the beach, several lines of heavy surf, through which the narrow bar entrance to a river is just visible, and on the shore a clearing in the forest, with wooden buildings, tents, and corrugated iron structures, which form the metropolis of the new El Dorado, named in Maori Hokitika. "So this is the place you're going to," said a fellow passenger to me as we stood admiring the view. "Are you going to land?" "No," said I. "I must go on this boat to Christchurch to report myself, and then return by coach across those mountains, by a road which I hear has just been opened." "Well," said he, "I'm going ashore for a few hours on business, and will report on my return what I have seen." Presently he returned. "I'll give you a year or two there at the most. Such a place and such a crowd. One long, narrow, irregular street, over a mile in length, of wooden houses built right on the sandy beach, just clear of huge trees, some fallen. Its suburbs, a wilderness of gigantic stumps. Crowds of men, rough and rowdy, and their talk of gold, deep and shallow sinking, new rushes, water races and sluicing, 80 so-called hotels in one street. Strings of pack horses heavily laden, no vehicles, for there are only narrow paths through the forest. A few coaches which run up and down the beach. 40,000, they say, are at work within a few miles of the town, getting gold by handfuls. Everyone evidently flush of money, yet I didn't see the sign of any sort of weapon or revolver, and only a few well set-up mounted police. Talk was running of the capture and trial of a gang of Australian bushrangers who have been lurking in the forest some way north of Hokitika, and are said to have murdered foully some 30 diggers for the sake of their gold. Yes, a beautiful place to look at from this deck, but I give you 2 years there at the most. Many more, I said, if I'm going to do the work there as I intend. I haven't come all the way from England for merely 2 years. It's true, I believe, that the word Hokitika means, when you get there, turn back again, as the Maoris regard it as the end of the earth, and hold that the souls of the dying flit from this shore. But I am going to make a home there for some time. Though I don't envy you, he said, as our vessel weighed anchor, going northward to Wellington, and I watched Mount Cook's icy peak till it was only a tiny splinter on the horizon. October 15. Hokitika. 2 days' coaching brought me here after a journey and road which deserves a better pen than mine to describe its magnificent variety and beauty. 5 a.m., so as to start at 6, with 12 hours of it for 2 days is the order of the day. The coach, dismiss all visions of the Vivid or the Rocket, surviving still in Scotland and Wales, and imagine an American notion, invented by one Cobb, immortalised throughout Australia and New Zealand by Cobb's coach. Clumsy in appearance, but capable of negotiating the roughest road and fording the worst rivers. On a strongly built bed and wheels, a sort of roofed van open at the sides, is suspended fore and aft on thick leather bands, which allow it to swing freely in every direction. A very powerful brake, worked on both sides of the box by hand and foot, enables the driver to put on such pressure that he can hold his coach standing even down a steep hill. 4 well-bred horses, with a minimum of harness, the driver sitting almost level with his team, wielding a whip, short in the handle and long at the lash, thicker in its centre than an ordinary English lash, and terminating in a flat thong, which descends with great effect and precision. Every day we do about 100 miles, with stables and change of horses every 20 miles, a short halt allowed for breakfast and luncheon. The first 40 miles on the plains, which gradually rise to the hill country, would be monotonous, were it not for the splendid snow-clad ranges, which seem to change their shape and increase in height hourly as you approach them. Fortunately, the weather was brilliant. In bad weather, the outsides need the best waterproofs yet invented. Winding in and out the lower hills, we come to Porter's Pass, a 2-mile ascent, a very steep gradient, a mere shelf cut in the side of a great spur, which takes you over 3,000 feet. This means walking for all, as a rule. Then for the rest of the day, inside the first great dividing range of the Alps, the road runs through country covered with tussock grass, and only wooded here and there, but across it innumerable streams, and some rivers full of boulders, and at times in strong flood. Bridges nowhere, but the horses here are amphibious animals, quite at home in rough water. With a few exceptions of flat ground, everywhere the road may be said to be dangerous, though well made, and fairly smooth underfoot. Narrow ledges cut in solid rock, with overhanging cliffs and steep precipices below. Deep ravines where it is not possible to avoid very steep gradients. Sharp corners of a cliffside, round which you almost lose sight of the leaders. No room for a mistake or any hesitation on the driver's part. And yet, after a few hours of it, one loses all sense of danger. During this part of the journey, the district is subalpine, but with scarcely any characteristic flora, a vast stretch of good sheep country, rising as high in places as 7,000 feet, well watered, but liable to heavy winter snowfall. Its inhabitants are few and very far between. At night we find comfortable hospitality at the halfway house, ready for another morning's start. The second day brings you to the true Alpine region. Starting at 6, a halt is called at 9 for breakfast on the banks of a formidable river, the Waimakariri, one of the South Island glacier-fed torrents, which wanders, in dry seasons, over a riverbed more than a mile in width, and in flood time becomes one broad impassable stream. We find it fairly low, but that means half a dozen streams deep enough to cover the wheels, rushing at great pace over such a rough bottom that, as the coach pitched and rolled like a boat at sea, one wondered it could hold together. The capsize would be no joke, for the water is icy cold, and rushing so fast that a swimmer would have but a poor chance. The river crossed, a lovely but very dangerous, long, gradual ascent of the Otira Pass lay before us. Everywhere the mountain sides clothed with mountain birch, every variety of rich fern growth and moss, nourished by the never-ceasing waterfalls which pour down from the heights above, where snow is always lying. As you near the top of the pass, which is nearly 4,000 feet, the road is amongst huge masses of rock fallen from above, and continues for nearly 8 miles, up and down, until it reaches the western descent, but sterile and bleak and savage enough to be the haunt of Culeborn himself, with his attendant gnomes and sprites, for it is flanked by magnificent precipices of bare rock, 2,000 feet above you, which are scored with channels, down which the water god comes in grand cascades. Yet the whole place is relieved by a growth of alpine flora, daisy, ranunculus, the Mount Cook lily with its plate-like leaves, and a great variety of veronica. The pass is said to be the ancient moraine of a great glacier. Looking down westward, you stand on the edge of the old moraine dike, which cut across the deep ravine below and blocked up its eastern end, with a precipitous face, once bare rock, now thick with forest growth. In the ravine you can trace at intervals a rushing glacier stream, losing itself in a continuous mass of trees. To make a road down this and onward was a bold undertaking, but successful. For 1,800 feet it zigzags down with such sharp turns at several corners, the leader's feet are within a yard of the edge. They curve and round about like circus horses. The road has a surface of soft broken metal, good holding ground. The driver knows his work. The brakes grind and squeak. "Hold her now your side," says the driver to me as I put my whole weight on it. "Now easy. Hold her again." And so we get down safely, and at a good pace, which is necessary to keep the coach from swerving. And after 2 miles of cavernous, rugged rock cutting, just above the roaring blue glacier torrent, every now and then besprinkled with the spray of waterfalls, we pull up at a little shanty for a welcome lunch. Down steps an elderly gentleman from the seat behind me, shakes himself, and says, "Well, sir, I'm thankful we're here. Nothing shall ever induce me to come down that pass again. I shall return to Australia by sea." The next 50 miles to Hokitika took us through the great primeval forest which clothes the western flanks of the Alps from one end of the island to the other. Pines, birch, hardwood trees, tree ferns, which often reach a height of 30 feet. Underwood so thick that without cutting tracks it is impossible to move. A good road only completed a few months ago, intersected by countless streams and rivers. We made good time in this part of the journey in brilliant weather, whilst I thought of the very different experience which the bishop met with, and my brother George, on a first expedition to Hokitika a short time ago before the road was complete, in order to arrange matters for my arrival, and get a general idea of this new part of his diocese. Riding, with a spare pack-horse to carry tent and blankets and food, they took a whole week to accomplish the journey. The track was in places little better than a quagmire, falling timber and snags barring the way every mile. Crowds of travelling miners engaged by the surveyors at high wages to push the road through as soon as possible. One of my fellow travellers told me a characteristic story of the bishop. He got to the banks of the Taipo River, a glacial torrent, a tributary of the Timaru, in a state of angry flood, worthy of its mouldy name, the Evil One. There he found some 40 miners camped for the night, unable to ford the river on foot. The bishop and his son camped with them, and finding them short of tea and sugar, contributed their share to the common stock for supper. Next morning, with their 3 horses, they convoyed the miners across the stream, taking 6 at a time, holding on to their stirrups, waist deep in water, carrying their gear for them on the pack-horse. Unable to start again until they had dried their clothes, they again camped together for the night. Round a big campfire and the general talk, some oaths were rapped out, till a big fellow, a sort of leader amongst them, got up and said, "Look here, mates, this old gentleman and his son have done us a good turn. I make a proposition. Here's a tin. Every fellow who lets out a bad word shall pay a half-crown into it, and we'll give it to the first hard-up chap we meet. That's agreed, is it, so long as this gentleman is with us?" "Aye, aye." "Well, then I'll take charge of the tin, and I'm damned if I don't make you pay up." Shouts of laughter as he had to drop his half-crown into the tin. I don't fancy they recognised the bishop even as a parson, for he was bespattered with mud from head to foot, as his horse Dick had rolled over with him in a swamp, his hat crushed out of shape, reduced to the colour of clay. As a result of his work, I found an energetic committee established, a small 4-roomed cottage nearly ready for me, a large rough wooden church just completed, both standing in amongst huge stumps of pine trees lately fallen, a most picturesque scene, with tents and miners' huts wherever there was a little clear space, all encircled by a background of magnificent forest. Going to an hotel, it was Saturday evening, for the night, I came across a man I had known in Canterbury, a typical specimen, younger son of a good family, impecunious but enterprising and never at a loss, ready for any job to pay his way. "You here?" said he. "Well, you have your work cut out. Such a crowd. And you?" "Oh, I am doing well. Boots and bottle washer, lamp trimmer in this hotel. £1 a day, board and lodging. Yes, coming to church tomorrow. Shall bring all I can. You won't get any private sitting room here, but the grub's good." Sunday came. There was no bell, but the town crier had been engaged with his bell. Roll up, boys, church service, roll up." And then, with stentorian voice, and an ingenious invention of titles, roll up, his reverence, the archdeacon, his honour, his grace, will preach today, roll up. And they did roll up. Lots of men, few women, the most hearty service morning and evening. My friend there too, in a good suit and kid gloves. "Got a Sunday off today. Gentleman again today. Bottle washer tomorrow." A month or so has passed, and I have settled myself and can tell you something of the place. A lovely summer morning, soft yet exhilarating, so unlike the East Coast in its absence of dry mountain wind. An early wander down to the sea beach before breakfast, just behind the main street of the town. 80 miles southward, Mount Cook rears its great mass of snow and ice and rock, as clearly seen as if only 1/3 of its real distance. The sandy beach strewn with huge drift timber, blanched white, washed down from the forests which fringe the Hokitika River, an incessant tumult of heavy lines of surf which make bathing impossible. In the offing, where anchorage is good, for the wind seldom blows home on the coast, steamers and other vessels waiting for lighterage, or for a full tide on which to cross the river bar. Just clear of the town, I find men at work in an excavation in the sand about 50 feet square and half as deep, a ladder leading down, by which they invite me to descend. Their plant consists of long-handled shovels, tubs of water, a cradle for washing gold. The sides of the pit in places are streaked with lines of fine black metallic sand, about 2 inches thick. They give me a shovel, and with it nearly full of sand, direct me to shake it gently in the water until all the sand is gone. Then round its rim is a thin line of gold, fine as dust, enough to cover a threepenny bit. This is the easiest way of getting gold, so easy it is called haymaking. But it will not last long, as the black sand brought down by the river with its gold from the mountains and cast up on the beach where it has lain for centuries is of limited extent. Looked at with a lens, the gold dust is composed of tiny angular nuggets, and is so pure that its value is £4 an ounce. though the miner, after paying the duty on gold and the expenses, only realises about £3.17. This gold dust is so sharp that it is difficult to carry in the ordinary chamois leather bag, which will actually penetrate. Blotting paper is found the best material in which to pack it. I found that miners are very chary with ordinary visitors as to their gains. "Oh, yes," they say, "doing a little, making tucker." But as I never ask inquisitive questions, and perhaps because I am a parson, they seem to trust me. There were 4 men in this claim, Welshmen. The claim was not expected to last more than 6 months before being worked out, and they were making about £10 a week per man. Back to breakfast, then to the school, which I had begun in a rough wooden building, having lit upon a good master and mistress. We have already some 120 children. They pay from 1 shilling to half a crown per week, and also for books and stationery, and with a small government grant all goes well. Every morning I am there for prayers and Bible teaching, and finding that we have several children of the well-to-do, I spend an hour in elementary Latin, French, history, and some mathematics. Sunday school is held in the church, well attended, with the invaluable help of several young fellows, bank clerks, and government officials. Just the right sort. Good churchmen, and keen to do all they can to help me. The town has also a Presbyterian and Roman Catholic day school, and some small private schools, but so far as I can gather, the church is in the majority here. Come with me this afternoon on foot, for there are no roads in this forest country, only rough tracks at present. We will go up the riverside to a goldfield named Canterbury, about 4 miles distant. Boating across the river, it is possible to walk along the further bank, where the forest tapers down to patches of undergrowth. The river itself, wide and swift, is scarcely navigable upstream, except by poling, though boats descend with ease. Our destination is a small settlement newly started, opposite the Canterbury diggings, and we have managed to build a small church in amongst a considerable population. Meeting a man, I made some inquiries. "Yes, there's some there, and doing well. The place goes by the name of Tiger Bay, for they're a roughish lot. You'll find them easily as it's Saturday, and they've knocked off work as usual for the afternoon. But as to going across to the service in the church tomorrow, well, it's not much in their line." Rising to a spur which came down to the river and enclosed Tiger Bay, I looked down upon a group of tents. One, a biggish one, from which came laughter and sounds of revelry, whilst the inevitable miner's dog announced the arrival of a stranger. The path was so steep I had to run down, and just as I reached the bottom, out came from the tent a big young fellow in flannel shirt, bare-armed, with a can of beer in his hands, quite a couple of quarts, which he held up before me as he straddled across the path. "Have a drink," he said. "Yes," I said, "I am hot and thirsty," and I took a moderate draught. Instantly an uproarious burst of laughter in the tent, the flap of it drawn back, and a lot of merry faces apparently poking fun at me. "I want to introduce myself," I said. "I'm going to have a service tomorrow across the river. I hope you will come." There was a general response. "We'll be there, and give you a show," a bit of diggers' slang, which I found meant, "Here's your chance, can you use it?" Then a good deal of talk, and more merriment which I didn't understand, till on Sunday after the service, one of them stayed to talk. "I'm going to come regularly. Do you know what brought them all here today? We were in the tent drinking beer, and someone sang out, 'Look, here's a parson coming. Never saw one here before. I'll go and offer him a drink, and I'll lay any one of you a fiver that he won't take it.' The bet was taken by several, and that chap lost his money." I shall have to revise my ideas of New Zealand gold diggers, taken chiefly from what one reads of California or Australia. So far as I have seen, they are in a class by themselves, lusty, powerful fellows, given to occasional sprees, with something sailor-like in their comradeship, rowdy but honest and free from crime. Most of them seem to have travelled much, and have a way of treating you on the equal standing of your manhood, as if class distinctions did not exist. Whether I shall be able to use the chances they give me in giving me a show remains to be seen. There is one great advantage in this work. The nature of their employment allows me to be amongst men whilst at work, as few parsons could be in town or country at home. It doesn't interrupt their work. They welcome my visits, and are greatly pleased to tell me all about it. Though their work looks like navvy work, It is work which calls out their abilities of observation and contrivance, for much depends on their rough and ready knowledge of the strata which may prove auriferous, and their skill in tunnelling, sinking, and the engineering of their water supply. Work in parties, in partnership, not for companies at present, and are not mere hands doing what a boss arranges. All this means much more than mere digging, and implies intelligence above that of the ordinary labourer. In fact, many are well-educated men, whatever the external man may seem, all sorts, English, Scotch, Irish, Welsh, with a sprinkling of Swedes and Danes. A few days later I was visiting a sluicing claim at Canterbury. Under a high terraced cliff, topped with big trees, a party of men were working with the aid of a powerful stream of water conducted through a hose, with which they attacked the cliffside. As the earth fell, it was guided into channels formed of wood, called tail races, with rough bottoms, in which the gold sinks and is retained, while the force of the water washes the dirt away. Dangerous work. A man atop the cliff to give warning in case of any sudden and extensive slip of earth which might overwhelm the men working below. "Glad to see you." "Ah, look out! Stand back!" And down came a huge mass, all hands retreating just in time. They turned the hose off and sat down to talk. "We don't wash up until Saturday, but if you look here you can see some gold in the boxes. Yes, we are getting a choir together for the services and harmonium, and we'll have a concert for funds to fence St Andrew's Church. Plenty of instruments available and singers. We can show you a newly cut track through the forest to Hokitika, so that you needn't return by boat." Entering the track, I found myself so shut in by a veritable jungle of lofty pines and thick underwood that I lost sight of the sunshine. About 3 miles of rather rough going, set with sharp stumps of saplings and shrubs. Presently on ahead, a man emerged from a side track, who turned to see me and began to talk, though we could not walk abreast in the narrow path. "I'm working with some mates up there on a terrace, and it's my turn this week to go to Hokitika to sell our gold. I came from California, and have been here 6 months, and we're doing well." I told him that this was my first experience of a goldfield, and asked if I was right in thinking that this place was unlike the fields in California and elsewhere in the orderly nature of the population. "You're right," he replied. "I've got a matter of 25 ounces of gold on me, and if I was in California, I'd have a couple of revolvers or so. You won't see a weapon here on any man, and I've never yet heard of any case of sticking up a robbery, except those Australian bushrangers who didn't belong to the place." "How do you account for it?" said I. "Can't say, but it is so. Something in the country and people. Somehow law rules here, and it don't there. Well, goodbye. Come and give us a look in some day. So long." I began to think that my lines were cast in pleasant places, and with the people with whom it will be a real pleasure to work. In good heart I got back in time for the choir practice in All Saints' Church. Some boys, ladies and men, an amateur capable organist and choirmaster, and harmonium. Our diocese here extends 30 miles to the north, to the Mafera, Anglice Grey River, where there is a considerable town, with rich fields adjoining, and 70 miles southwards, including the goldfield at Ross. Lately I have visited both these centres, and have arranged for church building and services so soon as my colleague arrives from England. There is no road as yet to either place, but coaches run along the beach, fitted with very broad wheels so as not to sink in the sand. It is a standing joke, but also a fact, that after heavy surf much black sand with traces of gold is thrown up on the beach, and that the driver makes something after the journey by carefully washing the wheels and bed of his coach. At Greymouth they had an enthusiastic meeting, and liberal contributions for the church, which is to be begun at once. The place is prosperous, most of the gold found here differing from that near Hokitika, much larger, nuggety and rich. Entering one of the banks, I found it was their smelting day. Miners bring their gold to be assayed, and receive its full value before it is melted and moulded into ingots. On a counter stood a good-sized copper urn, 16 inches high, full of nuggets, none smaller than peas, some like walnuts, and one piece the exact shape of a small shoehorn. "If you can lift that," said the manager, "as it stands, level with your elbows, you're welcome to it." The smelting is done in plumbago pots, which become white hot in the furnace. A little borax is added as a means of collecting the scum. When that is cleared off, the melted gold at first is as brilliant as sunshine, but soon passes through lovely phases of glowing red, till it settles down into its ordinary hue. It is then poured into iron moulds which hold from 1 to 500 pounds weight of gold, a pound being worth 50 sovereigns. So elusive is gold and so valuable that the clay floor of the furnace room is periodically scraped, washed and burnt, returning an appreciable amount of the metal. With all the treasure they contain, one wonders that burglary and robbery are almost unknown here, especially as the bank buildings are flimsy structures of wood. The unwritten code of honour with regard to gold on this coast protects it. Miners bury their gold in the floor of their huts, but no one seems to expect robbery. Going to Ross southward, I had to cross the Hokitika, which widens out opposite the town into a considerable estuary. On the further side there is a settlement, with a large rough building used as a hospital, also a stable well supplied with horses. A groom brought out a fine upstanding animal, and I got into the saddle, noticing as I did so a second groom came to his head. The moment they let go he was off like an arrow, doing his best to buck me off. Fortunately the beach was soft, with hummocks of sand, and sticking in the spurs, I sent him at a gallop for several miles till he quieted down. We then proceeded on good terms, having occasionally to negotiate streams which cut through the beach, and were often dangerously soft. Arriving at the Totara River, some 18 miles distant, I learnt from a ferryman how to cross it, and join a track which leads to Ross. "Why, you're on Black Billy," he said. "Any trouble with him? 'Cause he bucks like the devil at first, but if you can stick on, it's all right." I made a mental note to eschew Billy's acquaintance in the future. When I returned, I asked the stableman why he did not warn me. "Oh," said he, "I hadn't any other arsin, and when you went off, I says to t'other chap, 'He's all right.'" Ross is a lovely valley, encircled by forest-covered hills, as yet unspoilt by the devastating search for gold that gradually turns the most beautiful places into a wilderness of upheaved desolation of stones and earth. Some 5,000 men at work here, chiefly in deep sinkings, winding and hauling gear visible everywhere, some steam engines at work going on day and night, the busy hum of machinery and labour filling the valley which 2 years ago had never been trod by white man's foot. The warden of the district, whose special work needs knowledge of mining law, welcomed me. "My house is too small. I shall have to give you a mattress and blankets on the floor of the courthouse, for all the hotels are full. I have arranged for our meeting about church building tomorrow night." Going amongst the miners, I found no difficulty in making acquaintance. Noticing a man at the top of a heap of tailing, single-handed, working a double-handed windlass with 2 big buckets, and straining at the work, I stepped up, took the other handle, and turned it for some time. A bell sounded from below. The man stopped and said, "You came just in time. I was getting done. My mate fell ill and I was obliged to go on alone, and what might your line be?" He hadn't noticed my attire, as I had on a light waterproof. "Oh, I see. I know you're the Archdeacon. I'm coming to the meeting. Come and have a bit of tucker with me." At one of the large company's works I went down a shaft with the manager. The ground is wet and dangerous. Powerful pumps are at work, and work goes on night and day. He showed me the result of one shift's work, 8 hours, a large tumbler full of gold, some of it scaly, the rest small nuggets. The rainfall on the coast would be reckoned phenomenal elsewhere, 6 inches a day, nothing uncommon, but abundance of water is needed for gold saving, so that wet weather is welcomed more than the sunnier, driest days. To no way hindered our meeting, which realized several hundreds towards the erection of the church, to be begun at once. The downpour, however, threatened to bar my return to Hokitika in time for Sunday, as it was impossible to ride down the river in its heavy flood, the only road out of Ross to the beach. A surveyor came to my assistance, and piloted me, together with a young fellow from his office, through the forest which was trackless to the beach, where we arrived wet to the skin. There a ferryman put us across the river, and we tramped the 18 miles of beach, very heavy going, reaching the Hokitika River in the evening. After some welcome food, I went in search of a boat, but was met with the reply, "No boat has crossed for 2 days. Can't be done." At last I found a waterman lately from London, who got a 4-oared wherry and a couple of men, with myself at the stroke oar and my friend steering, and a Roman Catholic priest in the stern sheets, who had been weather-bound, we made a start. The river was in strong flood, but the first mile of our course was easy going, as we had the advantage of the stream of a tributary which flows into the Hokitika. Then came the tussle. Half a mile of the river to be tackled. Sheltering from the full force of it under the southern bank, we got up a long way before attempting to cross, for there was no small risk of being swept out to sea. On the further side, the wharves were crowded with shipping, numbers of men watching our progress. Presently, we made across and had to put our backs into it with a will, shot past the vessels, just made the landing steps, and were hauled in safely by men waiting for us with boat hooks. "That was a tough job," says the Thames man, who was rowing just behind me. "Why, master, you ain't sweating as much as I am." "It's the beer coming out in you," I said. "I expect you've done little but drink this last 2 days. Besides, I've just come off a long tramp." We went up the steps amongst a crowd of boatmen, and my man took me aside. "It's going to be a regatta, New Year's Day, and a good money for a paired-oared race. Suppose you and I enter for it and keep it dark?" "No," I said, "it wouldn't do. Get someone else, and I'll come and see you win." He did so, and won. Poor fellow. In a few months at Greymouth, the river in flood, he fell off the wharf in a dark night, and was washed out to sea. I've kept this for some time, thinking to add to it, as I have much to tell you. Yours, etc., H.W.H. End of section 6. Section 7 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 7. Hokitika, February the 5th, 1868. My dear St. John, now for some account of more than a year's experience here among the gold winners. My parish measures 60 by 40 miles, with a population of 30,000. With my colleague, G. Beaumont, we maintain church work in these centres: Greymouth, 30 miles to the north; Ross, 25 miles southwards; Beaumont living with me at Hokitika, and devoting his time to Ross and Greymouth. This means single-handed work for me, with much going on foot in a country broken up with ravines, negotiable only by forest tracks, which are shut in by thick underwood, a jungle, in fact, with no short-cuts. Take an afternoon's visiting. Piloted by a surveyor to some new diggings 3 miles inland, following a newly cut track, we come to several shafts sunk about 80 feet on a lead of gold lately discovered. Gold here is usually found in strata, about 3 feet thick, of wash dirt running from northwest to southeast, narrow and often interrupted by broken country. Over the shafts there are windlasses, with stout ropes and hooks attached to the ends for winding up buckets of dirt, and also as the only means of descent. Looping the rope over 1 foot by the hook, straightening your leg, holding onto the rope well above your head and the other leg hanging, you dangle down into darkness, bumping against the sides of the shaft, till the ground below suddenly seems to rise up and hit you, till you find yourself in a heap on the bottom. There, a miner in a drive 5 feet high, with a lighted candle end stuck in his cap, welcomes the visitor, gives him a candle end, and guides him, both crouching, into a place where the drive opens out a little, several men sitting there and working with pick and shovel. They show you the wash dirt, composed of gravel, small quartz pebbles, bits of granite, little morsels of ironstone, with occasional tiny garnets. The dirt is wheeled to the shaft in very small trucks on a wooden tram line, about 2 barrow loads to a truck. It is then hauled up to the surface, and once a week the dirt is washed, being passed through wooden channels. The gold, being heavier than the stones and gravel, sinks to the bottom of the channel, and is caught by rough battens. The extreme end of the channel, covered with a piece of plush, retains the very fine gold brought down by the rush of water. From what I can gather, gold costs a considerable percentage of its value, but it has the advantage of always being saleable at a fixed price. Alluvial gold is got with much greater ease than gold in quartz, and is much more profitable, but the work is always a kind of gamble, very attractive and uncertain. Men make for weeks barely good wages, then their luck turns and they make their pile. Providentially, it seems that alluvial gold, easily got, is usually the first discovered, leading to the colonization of many parts of the earth which otherwise would remain waste. After many invitations to come again, we ascended, and my friend suggested a short cut from the terrace to the riverside, visible over the treetops below, about a mile distant. Down we went, but were soon entangled in a thick growth of tall white pines, where the ground was full of waterholes, partly hidden by moss, into which we floundered, waist-deep in places. The sun sank, and it looked like a night for us perched in a tree, when a dog barked, and following his lead, brought us to a digger's hut. After tea with him, we hit the right track homeward. "That comes," said the surveyor, "of having for once left my compass at home." Now for a Sunday's work. A lovely day, such as Westland revels in, when the rainfall has ceased, free from wind and dust, soft as the softest day in Devonshire, and without the sudden changes so prevalent in other parts of New Zealand. After the early service, at breakfast I heard voices just outside the open window of my sitting-room, beneath which I had fenced in a tiny garden plot, the rest of the church site being a mass of fallen timber. In this plot were some primroses in bloom, which I had brought from England. "Look here, Jack. Seems like being at home again, don't it, seeing these flowers?" I caught a glimpse of 2 miners who had left their claims for a Sunday in Hokitika. Then came Sunday morning school, especially valuable to me, as I am always elsewhere in the afternoons. Service on All Saints at 11 a.m, good choir, lady sopranos and men and boys in training. To your eyes, All Saints would seem an ecclesiastical barn, with its rough open roof, unlined wooden walls, and no chancel. But it is spacious and well cared for and well attended. We use hymns ancient and modern, which I have introduced in place of a New Zealand hymnal compiled some years ago but difficult to obtain. Tall pines overshadowed the east end of the church. The attendance is good, and includes today Sir George Grey, Governor of New Zealand, and his suite. He is making his first official visit to the goldfields, meeting everywhere an enthusiastic reception. After lunch, being due at Canterbury for the afternoon service, I crossed the river and walked up the opposite bank some 3 miles, recrossing it to St Andrew's Church. Service over, the governor asked me how I was going back, and said he would like to come with me in my boat. Half in doubt as to the boat's capacity for so many, I determined to risk it. The governor, his aide-de-camp, his private secretary, and Judge Gresson finding room in the stern sheets. We rowed down the brimful river at a great rate, intending to keep midstream, but nearing a sandy island were drawn by a strong current into a channel which ran in a dangerous curve under the river-bank, and, though the boatman did his best with the bow oar, down it we went. A huge pine tree had fallen from the bank, its stem lying athwart the stream a few inches under water, and I knew that lately a boat had been capsized with fatal results. Knowing that our only chance lay in taking the obstacle's stem on, I quickened the stroke. We struck it fairly, balanced for a second or two, dipped nearly over, first on one side, then on the other, and slid safely into deep water. Had we capsized in such a torrent, icy cold, swimming would have been a poor chance. Fortunately, all sat quite still. "Well," said Sir George, "I've had many a narrow shave in African rivers, but never quite so close a thing as that." On landing, he bade the boatman come next day for his pay, and I found that he had not only treated him handsomely, but that the boatman had said nothing to his mates about our adventure. Loyal, wasn't it? A day or two later, a levee was held in the courthouse. Overnight, I received a visit from the congregational minister of a small chapel in the town. He thought that a loyal address should be presented to the governor at the levee on behalf of the various religious bodies, and said that he had drafted one, wishing to submit it for my approval. It was so long that I persuaded him to shorten it, and arranged that he should invite all concerned to meet in the morning and sign it. You know, I imagine, that there is no established church in New Zealand. All religious bodies have a fair field, without any favour from the state, the church population numbering rather more than half of the whole. Accordingly, we met in the morning. The Roman Catholic priest, an elderly Irish gentleman of varied experience in Australia and racy of speech, a Presbyterian and Wesleyan, a Jewish rabbi, the Congregationalist, and myself. We met in an empty room of an hotel opposite the courthouse, our seats being upended beer barrels and the table a hogshead. The address was read and approved. Then its author, looking round, said, "Gentlemen, there is one thing I thought it best to leave to the decision of the meeting. I mean the order of precedence of signature." "Order of precedence?" exclaimed Father, slipping off his barrel. "The Archdeacon first, ex officio, myself second, and where the rest of you come, I don't care a blank." The blank look of astonishment that passed over their countenances was almost too much for my gravity. But the situation was saved by an urgent message from the courthouse bidding us come at once. There the address was formally presented, but to the great disappointment of its author, the governor, receiving it with a few gracious words, said, "I think we will take it as read." Westland is part of the Canterbury province, but for the time is under the control of a gold commissioner with an executive, and gold wardens resident in certain districts, a sort of limited autocracy which works well under Commissioner G. Sale, who seems to the manner born, a fine specimen of manhood, blessed with an unfailing fund of tact and common sense, and yet his training for the work has only been that of rugby and a classical fellowship at Trinity, Cambridge, with no specialising. Much has already been done. There is a well-organised police force with a mounted contingent, courthouses in every centre, hospitals, and a central jail and hooker ticket, besides an asylum already needed. The two latter buildings stand on a forest-clad terrace, where tree felling and clearing afford useful occupation to the inmates. I hold services at both institutions, and have had some curious experiences in the jail, where the class of prisoner is not that of the ordinary convicts at home, most of them serving short sentences for trivial offences. But there are exceptions, and one of them of particularly bad type. I touched in a former letter on that gang of Australian bushrangers who ran their short career of crime here and were hunted down at last. One of them escaped the ultimate penalty, being sentenced for 10 years for perjury, a thorough rascal who had a small whitesmith's shop at Greymouth, where he acted as the brains of the gang and receiver of booty, but taking no actual part in their murderous work. No sooner had I begun my regular visits than he sent for me, being at the time in solitary confinement for insubordination. "Mr. Archdeacon, I wish to inform you of the infamous way in which this jail is conducted. The jailer is a tyrant and bully, and tries to make the place a hell upon earth, and because I have remonstrated, I am unfairly punished." As this did not tally with what I had heard, I let him talk on, and when suddenly he let slip some special comment on jail management, I said, "You seem to know all about jails." Taken aback, he replied, "Well, you ain't a government chaplain. You come here of your own accord. You won't peach, will you? I was in Pentonville before I came out to Australia." "No," said I won't say anything about that, but how can you expect me to believe what you say of this jail? You a murderer, if not indeed, of the worst sort, and a coward. You have only saved your neck by perjury." Unabashed, he pointed to a shelf whereon lay a Bible and a volume of sermons. "I assure you I'm innocent. I always attended F.W. Robertson's sermons at Brighton. There's a volume of them. Have you ever read 'em? He was a true Christian minister. He wouldn't have treated me as you do." There was something almost humorous in the calm impudence of such a scoundrel. I left him, and soon afterwards met the magistrate on his way to the jail. "Come with me. I'm going to hold an inquiry. There's trouble with the prisoners, complaints of short commons of bread, and from what I hear, I fancy that somehow Chamberlain is at the bottom of it." At the jail, Mr. Cleary, an excellent officer, stated the case. "Hearing complaints of a shortage of bread in the daily rations, I imagined it to be mere talk, as our scales and weights are new and in good order, until my suspicions were aroused a few mornings ago. You know that, being a Roman Catholic, I don't myself read the morning prayers, but have deputed the duty to a young, well-educated fellow who is serving a short sentence, but I often go there to listen. My attention was caught by the words of a prayer I had not heard before. O God, behold, we beseech thee, the afflictions of thy people, and grant that the scarcity and dearth which we do most justly suffer for our iniquities may be by thy merciful goodness turned into plenty. I then questioned the young fellow who showed me the prayer in the prayer book, in time of dearth or famine. He owned that Chamberlain had induced him to read it, and said that he would get the jailer into trouble. But, said the magistrate, let us have a look at the scales and weights and try them. To all appearance they were correct, but on examination we found that a cavity had been hollowed out in every weight, filled with putty, and concealed by brass filings and dust. Ah, said the jailer, that's Chamberlain's work. He has been allowed to clean the scales. He was sent for, but denied everything until threatened with a flogging, when he gave in and cried for mercy and was let off with a fortnight's solitary confinement. It is probable that Westland, with its mining population, shows an exceptional record of scarcity of crime, nor is there much drunkenness, except in holiday time when hard work is in abeyance. The community consists chiefly of men in the prime of life, few greybeards among them, full of the spirit of adventure, naturally strong in the elemental passions of youth, often reckless, but capable of much good, and remarkable for a generous spirit of comradeship, ever ready to help each other. Here is an instance. Crossing the river on a visit to the hospital, I found there a powerfully built young fellow, one of a mining party at Canterbury, whose ankle had been badly crushed. His mates had carried him on an extemporized litter several miles to the hospital. He had been a navvy at Wimbledon, had gone out to Queensland with a contractor for work at reservoirs, and thence had migrated to Westland, reputed the strongest man at Canterbury, a daredevil, very ready with his hands, uproarious in drink, but the best man on the field with pick, hammer, and shovel. I soon found in him a certain simplicity which augured well. For months he lay in the hospital. Able at last to get about a little, he devoted himself to the care of a young frail lad, a clerk, dying of consumption. The lad was a simple religious soul, and his influence touched the heart of the big fellow. Women nurses were scarce, but his big friend was as tender with him as any woman. He died, and when the time came that Harris was able to leave the hospital, he made his way to Canterbury, and was received with boisterous welcome by his old mates, who were spending their Saturday half-holiday as usual with plenty of beer. "Look here, mates," he said, "you know me. I've served the devil better than any of you. Now I'm going to try to serve God." He kept his word, was seldom absent from church, and when his name was proposed as one of the vestry, stood up and said, "Archdeacon, I'm not fit for it. I can hardly read or write, but if they want me, I'll do my best." A short time afterwards, hearing that the bishop was coming for a confirmation, he came to me and said, "Do you think the bishop would take me? I can't learn much, as you know." When the confirmation took place, he stood up with the rest, the large majority of them quite young, and made his profession of faith. With such a man, and others like him, St Andrew's Church has become a centre of real Christian life and work. Its congregation entirely of miners, some married, others single, who freely supply all the funds needed for its maintenance. I leave the finance as much as possible to them, finding that nothing so arouses the interest of laymen and church work as responsibility for its maintenance. Occasionally they organise a social evening in their town hall with a preliminary tea of good things, and then a concert, which they can raise quite a good little orchestra of strings and wind, varied with songs, and occasionally a short lecture from myself. Now for another sort of experience. Sent for suddenly by a messenger from the hospital, I found that a young woman had died there just before I could get across the river, the daughter of a farmer in the Nelson district, who had met with some mischance and left her home, drifting down to Hokitika, there taking refuge with some of that same class of women who frequent goldfield towns, but had only been with them a short time. At the cemetery, waiting for her funeral, the sexton said that he did not expect there would be any to follow her. To the typical West Coast day of torrential rain to add its own gloom to the sad end of such a young life. We saw, however, a number of women following, evidently some of her companions. Going to the grave, I said, "I cannot use the ordinary service. I think you all know why, though the poor girl lying here was probably more sinned against than sinning. Then, after a few words to them about their own lives, I used a few special prayers. The service over, I noticed one of them, apparently older than the others, loitering behind, and drawing near, she asked if she might call on me the next day. She came, and said that she wished to give up her mode of life. What must she do? I told her first to close the house she was keeping, and then come to talk about it. In a week's time she came again. The house was closed, and she had obtained an honest situation. Some little time after came a message asking me to visit a sick woman in the town. Inquiring for the house, I was met with the remark, "Going there? What's the use of it?" Entering, I found her ill, but I thought in no immediate danger, and asked her why she had sent for me. "I've been thinking," she replied. "I know all about A. She repented and lives a respectable life. If she could, I thought I might too, and I do want to try. I was half afraid you wouldn't come, but I heard all you had done for her, so I sent. It's not that I am so very ill. I do want to try to live a better life." And she did, and succeeded. It was Sunday evening, and I went to the service with many thoughts. The wonderful power of example as compared with precept. Fresh discoveries of gold are being made near Canterbury, in the recesses of the forest. Some miles back there is a lovely lake, shut in by mountain ranges, only accessible by a narrow forest track. Its deep water, strange to say in this country devoid of fish, is full of a kind of grayling, the only freshwater fish I have heard of in New Zealand. Between the lake and the Hokitika runs a stream in which there is good fishing, soon to be spoilt by the muddy refuse which defiles all watercourses near a goldfield. Not long ago a message from Ross reached me on a Monday morning, having been delayed several days by flooded rivers. A fatal accident underground. A fall of earth had crushed a man, one of a party of Cornish miners. The letter said that the funeral would be deferred until Monday, in hopes that I might be able to come. Going down to the river, I got my usual boat and man, and with the aid of a strong breeze we sailed across the estuary. Then, with a good horse, I made my way down the beach, in spite of flooded streams and awkward quicksands. Reaching Ross in early afternoon, I found all work suspended, and the funeral procession ready to start. "We knew you would come if it were possible." St. Paul's Church stands on a terrace at the upper end of the township, commanding a view of the whole of it, with the cemetery above it on the slope of the hill. As I stood there waiting, I looked down, not only on a scene of singular beauty, but also on one of those occasional outcrops of human sympathy in time of disaster, not readily forgotten. An extensive valley encircled by primeval forest-clad hills, a few years ago untrodden by man's foot, its silence only broken by the voices of birds and the murmur of the stream winding through it. Today, the habitation of some 4,000 people, dotted with huts and tents and mining machinery. The main street of the town, which leads up to the church, thronged with men, making way for a procession of 400 miners. The coffin, with its cross of white clematis, carried between its bearers, the sound of hymns sung with much fervour rising and falling as the procession wound its way up towards the church. At the graveside the hillside was thick with people, and I took the opportunity of speaking to them, then asking them to sing. For a long time we remained there, the evening sunshine casting its quiet glory on the forest and the distant sea, lighting up the faces of the great crowd of mourners who seemed loath to leave the place. At night, in the simple hotel where I had a room, after supper came a deputation to thank me for my services. Miners are nothing if they are not grateful for any kindness or sympathy shown them, all being done with due formality and politeness. Some cake and wine and tea, a few well-considered speeches, and much friendly talk. At midnight work began again, the night shifts in full swing, engines puffing and rattling, bells tingling, in fact as much noise as in daytime, a glorious moonshine flooding the valley. Next day I rowed back, but found the Hokitika still in considerable flood. My boat and man were there, but he advised going well upstream before trying to cross, as the mouth of the river had changed with a straight run out to sea, and some risk of being caught by the current and swept out into the surf. Finding that we could not make the landing steps at the end of the wharf, we decided to run the boat ashore and jump out where the sandy beach curved a little. Jerry Morphew, rowing bow, had the painter ready to hand and tumbled out on all fours, digging his hands into the sand to get a chance of holding the boat, and I followed in similar fashion. "That was touch and go," said Jerry. "If we'd gone out to sea, 'twould have been a bad job." He's too old for mining, but a good boatman, a character in his way, and seldom absent from All Saints' Church. We've lately found a posse of boys and girls, much neglected, arrivals from Australia, attending neither day or Sunday school, and have begun a night school for them in a large iron building on the beach, built for a store, but hitherto unused. School is held 4 nights a week, with large attendance, the building being convenient with a large central room and several smaller. Our experience has been very encouraging, but certainly novel. No difficulty with those inside the building, but outside we are beset with larrikins, who lurk about in the darkness and deliver every sort of attack on the walls and roof with stones and sticks. The walls and roof consisting only of iron unlined with wood, the clatter and row caused by their missiles at times almost prevents work. To meet the enemy, we have formed a bodyguard of strong young fellows, who patrol the building every night. Frequent scrimmages take place, but only add zest to the business, and I find no lack of volunteers for it. My post is that of superintendent, with occasional teaching, and a watchful eye, sometimes also a ready hand in case of any insubordination, a sort of argument which the lads understand and respect. One night the street door banged open, and a dead goose, well aimed, took me full in the breast, followed by the capture of the rascal by the patrol and condign punishment quickly administered. Another night came a noise on the roof, and in a few minutes a boy who had clambered up to the top of the wide iron chimney, intending to chuck stones down it, missed his hold and slid down to the hearth, fortunately fireless. Promptly seized, we kept him prisoner, and so interested him with compulsory lessons that he became a regular pupil. Many of the children are almost entirely ignorant of the Bible, and have evidently been dragged up somehow with the most primitive ideas of morality. Here is an instance. One of the teachers, a lady, who has a class of girls in a side room about 12 years of age, came to ask my advice. "I am teaching them the commandments, and while explaining the third, I told them how wrong it was to swear and use bad language." "Not swear, miss?" said the biggest girl. "Why, mother swears every day." Well, in this as in all else, it's dogged as does it. And to our great satisfaction, the school wins favour every day, and at times our evenings are quite tame. Though lately a guest who was staying with me, much interested in this new country and keen about schoolwork, had a very lively experience with us several evenings, and declared that he had never enjoyed anything more than our evening school. The bishop, during his last visit, came to see it, and met with a great reception. There was a large gathering, not only of the children, but of friends who lived near the school, who provided a sumptuous tea for all to mark the occasion. Some 4 miles from Hokitika, a group of Maoris are settled on the river Arahura, about 100 in all. They were there before Westland was known to settlers in Canterbury, a tribe driven out from the North Island by raids of a famous warrior, Toraupraha. Christians, living in simple fashion, practically shut off from communication with the rest of New Zealand. Before our discovery of gold, these Maoris knew of its existence, but not of its value, and it was owing to information gathered from one of them, who had crossed the mountains to Christchurch, that it was ascertained that Westland was a likely goldfield. The government then made liberal reserves of land for the natives, which happened to be in the centres which were richest in gold. Trustees were appointed, land let on their behalf, and I find that every native has a comfortable annual income. They are a sober set of people and industrious, having their small cultivations with horses and cattle and pigs. I have been able to provide them with a church, paid for by them, designed by myself. A school has also been built for them by the government. They speak a little English, but have the Bible and prayer book in Maori, 2 of them being appointed lay readers and conduct the services, one daily and on Sundays. Once a month I visit their village and hold a weekday service with a celebration of Holy Communion, and if necessary baptisms. Maoris know their prayer book well, and are most particular in observing all its seasons. I receive every Saturday a visit from someone to ascertain exactly what the Sunday will be, so that there may be no mistake. They have much respect for discipline. For example, I go for the monthly service and find all work stopped and everything ready, the 2 lay readers in cassock and surplice prepared to help me. One produces a note of 2 names of persons who, in their judgment, ought not to come to communion. Why not? Well, he quarrel with his wife since you come last, and not really make it up. And he, this is a rare case, make her drunk. We go to church. The 2 delinquents are there, sitting at the extreme end. The service is taken by myself, aided by the lay readers in Maori. It is easy to acquire the pronunciation. Almost every word ends in a vowel, a language, when properly spoken, soft like Italian. Moreover, knowing the prayer book, it is comparatively easy to read with due emphasis. Talking in ordinary conversation is quite another matter. I speak to them in English, which they can follow fairly well. Every Maori takes part in the responses, which are rendered in most musical fashion, all together, as if they had been purposely trained, for their sense of rhythm and time is very keen. Their reverence, too, is noticeable. After service, they provide dinner for me in the runanga, or social hall, a long, low wooden room, hung inside with toy reed. The woodwork and rafters painted in red, white and black, in the spiral patterns which Maori art delights in, whether in colour or in carving. Dinner consists of a roast wild duck, but neither mustard or salt, potatoes steamed in Maori ovens, cake, biscuits and tea with plenty of milk. Maoris do not care for salt. I am left alone to eat. Maori etiquette is strong. A rangatira, i.e. chief or man of good blood, eats by himself. Then there is a sort of social meeting in one of their houses, weather-boarded and snug, but with few chairs, as they prefer the floor, and we talk, always with much deliberation. I ask them to smoke, and by degrees they open out and tell me much of their old history and traditions, which are carefully handed down from father to son. Do you use your social hall at night? Horomona, Solomon. Yes, we often sit there till late at night, and talk of the old times in New Zealand and of our ancestors, and we are sad. Why? You are all well-to-do and have comfortable houses and good land, and your families are all well cared for. Yes, quite true. But then we often think we have no future as a people. We do not think that is the Pakeha's, white man, fault. Before you came, we knew little. We have all sorts of things now, but it is to you the future of the land belongs. We have no future. Often it makes us very sad to think of this. We can only talk of the old days, when our ancestors were great men. I was much struck by this, for this is, in fact, the exact case of this clever intellectual people, so apparently powerful in physique and so quick to learn. Like all savages, they appear to be degenerates. Their traditions point into a golden age in the far past. They lack the power of recovery. It is remarkable how a Maori in middle age, whatever his early manhood has been, seems able to die, gives up, and cannot persevere. Literally, in some cases, dying without any adequate reason for death. Yet they are such likeable, fine, honest, chivalrous fellows. Changing the conversation, I said I had remarked in their social hall a curious carved and painted figure, about 3 feet high, of an old Maori warrior, club in hand, with eyes inlaid with white oyster shell, standing at one end of the hall, on a revolving circle of wood on the floor. What was it for? Well, you see, often at night we have a debate, all sitting on the floor against the walls, except those who speak. They rise up to speak, walking up and down in the centre of the room. One Maori sits behind that figure, and as the speaker moves about, he turns it so as to always face him. Yes, but why? That figure, he what you call chairman. He one of our old ancestors. He always look at speaker, to make him remember to speak well, not foolish, to speak as if his ancestor heard him. I could not help feeling that such a feeling as this, of the true noblesse oblige, might do much to control the speech of many of our political orators and chasten the wild, thoughtless talk which so often discredits our legislative assemblies. One has to make a day of it, visiting Maoris, so more tea and cake appear, till at last I bid them farewell. A Maori lad brings me my horse, well cared for. Kapai the horse, i.e. very good horse. They love riding and appreciate a good animal. I shall soon have to attend the Diocesan Synod in Christchurch and be able to give you some account of its procedure. Winter is at hand, often very severe in the southern Alps, so I do not anticipate as easy a journey as in summer. I have arranged for someone to come and take my duty for 3 weeks. If all goes well, it is a journey of 2 days coaching, but in stress of weather may be longer. I am yours, etc., H.W.H. End of section 7. Section 8 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 8. Hokitika, July 10th, 1868. My dear St. John, as I expected, my journey to Christchurch to attend the Diocesan Synod was difficult. Heavy snow in the mountain ranges had extended well down the coast, followed by hard frost and clear skies. I secured the box seat on the coach, and we started at an early hour, 6 passengers in all, well provided, as we thought, for cold weather. The first 50 miles on hard frozen snow was comparatively easy going, but at the foot of the Otira Pass, where horses are changed and dinner provided, we met with a check. The roadman in charge of the pass reported very deep drifts, too soft for wheels, and negotiable, if at all, only on horseback. Accordingly, such rough accommodation as the small shanty of an hotel could give us, but with plenty of food and firewood, was our portion for the night. In the morning, horses were forthcoming, and at a foot's pace, in single file, we began the ascent of the pass. Its western side rises nearly 2,000 feet in a few miles, a zigzag road shut in by mountains covered to considerable height with trees, snow-draped. The track in places hard frozen, and again so soft that the horses sank below their knees. Lovely sunshine, and fortunately no wind. After reaching the western summit, the pass extends about 8 miles to its eastern descent, through very broken country, strewn with boulders and rocks, the debris of an old glacier moraine, freely intersected by streams, on either side towering precipices rising some 8,000 feet, with crevices full of ice topped by perpetual snow. This high plateau presents much attraction to a botanist in fine weather, though as we saw it, it was only a mass of hummocks of snow. In amongst the rocks are numerous varieties of veronica and alpine plants, notably the ranunculus, known as the Mount Cook lily, with large plate-shaped leaves and white starry blossom. It is also the haunt to the New Zealand crow, a shapely bird, purple, shot with black and reddish-yellow rings under the eyes, very tame, scarcely moving out of your way. Also the New Zealand mountain parrot, the kea, with its curious hooked beak, likewise tame and impudent, swooping close to our heads as a protest against intrusion into its solitary haunts. In places a stunted mountain birch grows freely, and a curious dracaena or dragon tree, with a seed that resembles a pineapple, of deep red colour. Slowly we made our way down the eastern side of the pass, through the long valley of the Beely River to the point where it joins the Waimakariri, usually forded with some difficulty, as the riverbed is 3/4 of a mile in width, intersected by many streams, but on this occasion one level surface of snow, as the whole river was frozen up, so that we crossed easily, and found a welcome at a small hotel where the coach stops for fresh horses and dinner. "Gentlemen," said the landlord, "I didn't expect you. How did you manage the pass? Everything here is frozen solid, even the meat. But we've managed an Irish stew, and you're just in time for it." Then a council of war. Could we accomplish the next 12 miles without being benighted and reach the halfway house? It was impossible to follow the coach road, which on the mountain sides was quite obliterated with snowdrifts, Our only path lay down the river on its frozen surface. It was past 2, and in the mountains the winter darkness comes on soon after 4. We determined to start, and for a time made fair progress, but in intense cold, a travelling thermometer, which one of the party had, showing only a few degrees above 0, so cold that unless one constantly kicked one's foot out of the stirrup, the boot froze to the iron. We were all well clothed, save one, a French cook, a delicate man who ought not to have attempted such a journey. We rode in single file, the driver first, on the lookout for dangerous places in the ice. Presently we came to a zone of frozen fog, in which it was impossible to see more than a few yards ahead. It grew dark, and convinced that we were wandering at large, I ranged up by the driver's side, and he owned that he had lost the way. "But don't tell the other chaps. We must somehow try to make the bank of the river and follow it down." Just then came a rift in the fog, and I caught sight of Jupiter, the evening star. And being a stargazer, I recognized its position, and steering by it, we soon reached the river bank. We crept along under it till we found the place where the coach road comes down to the level of the river, and were certain of the right course to the halfway house. Meanwhile, the Frenchman was in bad case, groaning with cold, and refusing any consolation, certain that we should never reach our destination. It was nearly 9 o'clock when the driver shouted, "There it is! That's the hotel light!" But from the despairing cook came a cry, "No, no, it is only a star." The little hotel was banked up with fully 3 feet of snow. Dogs barked. The door opened, its welcome firelight streaming out. We dismounted, our clothes frozen stiff, and the poor Frenchman so frozen we had to lift him out of the saddle and drop him, in a sitting position, into a chair. Entering by a small bar-room, behold, shelves of bottled beer, glass broken, the beer frozen, standing alone. In the inner room were several belated shepherds and a mounted constable, who at once took charge of us. No one was allowed close to the fire till we got accustomed to the temperature. Then we had hot tea with a dash of whisky in it, and it was strange to find, with the thermometer at 0, that boiling water seemed scarcely more than lukewarm. Then came a good meal, but the cook was so frostbitten that he had to be rubbed with snow till he roared with pain, and was quite unfit for further travel. A brilliant sun, no wind, keen frost, made our journey pleasant the next day, but very slow. This part of the mountain country, which is a high plateau between the western and eastern ranges that form the backbone of the South Island, stretches for 50 miles devoid of timber, with several extensive lakes, good sheep country in summer, but rather dangerous in winter. As we rode, every now and then we noticed rounded hummocks of snow grouped together, places where sheep had been snowed up without any sort of outlet. Merino and half-bred sheep, accustomed to the mountains, will live through several weeks under snow, kept warm by the proximity of each other, and to some extent finding a little rough pasture. If they survive, they are weak, and the growth of wool is injured. In any case, there is much loss, for in such a country it is impossible to dig them up, as is done in the north of England. Shepherds can only wait till a thaw sets in. Cold as it was, so that when we took our flasks out at lunchtime, water dropping on waterproofs instantly froze. Yet we were lost in admiration of the magnificent panorama of snow on every side, lit up with a flood of glorious sunshine. Passing under great precipices of drifted snow against the hillsides, we met large caverns full of that heavenly blue which is seen in glacier caves, due, I believe, to the sunshine as it penetrates the porous roof of snow or ice. Towards evening we made the house where horses are changed, and next day, finding that the snow had thinned out, were able to utilize the coach, and reached Christchurch after 4 days' travel. Taking farewell of each other, one of my fellow passengers exclaimed, "Oh, that I were a competent ink slinger! What a yarn I could write of our adventures!" Diocesan Synod. Let me explain very briefly the position of the Church in New Zealand. It has never been what is known as an established church. In the early 30s, after Marsden's missionary enterprise amongst the Maoris, the Church began her work in the extreme northern part of the North Island, under the auspices of the Church Missionary Society, which sent out a band of devoted men who did great work in the conversion of the natives, risking life, living in the simplest style, busy with the translation of Bible and prayer book into the Maori tongue, and in so doing, in fact, creating the Maori written language and establishing its grammar. I may just mention the honoured names of Williams and Mounsell, amongst others, who were pioneers of Christianity in New Zealand. In 1842, Bishop George Augustus Selwyn arrived. New Zealand had been formally recognised by the Home Government as a British colony. A governor was resident in Auckland, which was rapidly becoming a place of importance. The bishop came with royal letters patent, constituting him Bishop of New Zealand, his income partly contributed by the Church Missionary Society and partly by the British government. So far there was a semblance of church establishment for a short time, so long as New Zealand was a crown colony, but this state of things was soon superseded by the granting of a constitutional government to the colony, with its own houses of legislature. This, in effect, did away with the legal relationship between church and state, such as it had been, and despite the letters patent, the church became simply a religious body in the country, responsible to itself for its own good government. This state of things was realised even in those early days by such a far-seeing man as Selwyn, who set himself to meet the altered circumstances of the church. With the aid of trained legal minds, such as Chief Justice Sir William Martin, Mr. Swainson and others, he drafted a form of constitution for church government. It explicitly declared, on the part of the Church in New Zealand, its adherence to the doctrines and sacraments of the Church of England and Ireland, whilst it made provision for self-government. This was laid before a convention of church people, and by them ratified, its basis of authority being that of mutual compact, by which church people, and especially all office-bearers, agreed to obey the constitution and abide by the decisions of its courts. The bishop and his advisers saw, what is as yet being slowly recognised by many, that the Church in New Zealand has no legal status in the ecclesiastical courts at home, and must needs look to its own household and maintain its due order. Now to explain the practical operation of our constitution. There are at present 5 dioceses in New Zealand, with the missionary diocese of Melanesia. Auckland, with its bishop G.A. Selwyn, Waiapu, with its bishop W. Williams, Wellington with its bishop C.J. Abraham, Nelson with its bishop A.P. Suter, and Christchurch with its bishop H.J.C. Harper, and Melanesia with its bishop C.J. Patterson. Once in 3 years, a General Synod meets in each diocese in rotation, consisting of the bishops, 3 clergymen and 4 laymen chosen by each diocese, the primate presiding. All business is conducted in accordance with parliamentary usage, but the voting is by orders. Bishops, clergy and laity voting separately, a majority of votes being necessary in each order to affirm any bill or resolution. This method ensures an amount of unanimity in any decision, which could not be obtained in any other way. I give an illustration. A bill is introduced, read a first and second time, considered in committee, and finally brought up for its 3rd reading and passing. At each stage of the debate, supposing there are 6 bishops, 18 clergy and 24 laity, in order to carry the bill, there must be a majority of 4 bishops, 10 clergy and 13 laity. Equality in any order negatives the bill. This plan undoubtedly makes for thorough consideration of any measure, as it is easier to negative than to affirm. Voting is by ballot in certain cases only, when so ordered. General Synod deals with legislation that governs the whole Church, while each diocese, in its synod, which meets annually, legislates for itself, but always within the lines of General Synod enactment. In the diocesan synods, every licensed clergyman is entitled to attend and vote, together with lay representatives from each parish and district. The bishop presides, and voting is by orders, the bishop's vote being seldom exercised, as it is in his power to negative any proposed legislation. Everything here also is strictly in accordance with parliamentary usage. Synods are not debating societies, or mere meetings for conference. You are aware, of course, that at home many high authorities dispute the right of the laity to meet in synod with an equal vote with the clergy, on the ground that it was not the custom in the primitive church. So far as I understand the question, I feel convinced that the Church in New Zealand follows the precedent practice which appears in the Acts of the Apostles and in the earliest records of church history. Certainly it alone provides the practical solution to church government, where of necessity it must be autonomous, and nothing tends so effectually to enlist the active sympathy of the laity. There is one result of great importance that emerges in our experience. The laity have the responsibility of church finance. With the exception of very small endowments here and there, all church work, including the maintenance of the ministry, is supported by the offerings of the laity. Give the laity this responsibility, and the result follows that they realize their duty and privilege as churchmen. There is also another important result which our experience proves. The laity are essentially conservative, not only in business matters, but in their share of church legislation which may affect doctrine or practice. Their conservatism steadies and controls the desire of change and innovation, and yet, with this, there is no trenching on the proper privilege of the clergy, or attempt to dictate in matters doctrinal. Perhaps this is in some measure due to the great advantage New Zealand enjoys in the quality and character of all her early settlers. Few colonies, if any, have had such an excellent start, and this is true of every class of settler, and of the men and women who have ventured to the ends of the earth to build up their homes in the southernmost islands of the sea. Synod lasted in Christchurch nearly 3 weeks. It is represented during its recess by the Standing Committee of 6 clergy and 6 laity, who formed the executive of the diocese, meeting with the bishop every month to consider church affairs. This committee brings up to Synod its annual report of the diocese, together with many minor reports of special work, upon which decision and necessary legislation follow. We are, of course, in the day of small things, but they may be, for all that, an object lesson of things desirable in church government. The diocese is very large, but the number of clergy comparatively small. Yet Synod brings nearly all of them together once a year to enjoy the kindly hospitality of Christchurch and to meet in friendly intercourse. Above all, it enables the bishop to be to his clergy especially, as well as the laity, a true father in God. There is a certain sense of family brotherhood in this way brought about by our synodical system. It may, perhaps in the course of years as population increases, begin to wane, but at present it seems to represent what should be the normal condition of diocesan life and church work. There is talk of changing the date of our sessions to the spring, as winter travelling is inconvenient. Certainly in this diocese I had a taste of this in my return journey also. Thaw had set in, and I started very early by coach, reaching the halfway house in fair time. Bad weather came on during the night, and the next day, after only accomplishing the stage to the River Beeley, where the coach dines at noon, snow was falling. Roadmen from the Otira Pass said that it would be difficult to get the coach across it. I was anxious to be at Hokitika for Sunday, and the driver wanted to get his mails through. So, as the other passengers declined to venture, he and I started on horseback, my horse leading, then the pack horses, and the driver bringing up the rear. I was well clad, with a Scotch plaid over head and ears, and descending to the saddle, but soon the heavy flakes turned me into a sort of snowman. We travelled slowly. Darkness came on, and it was a matter of trusting one's horse to find the way. Descending the Otira Pass, I came to the long shelf-like rock cuttings which follow down the gorge and overhang the glacial stream below at great depth. I lost touch with the horses following. Dismounting, I shouted again and again, with no response. It was pitch dark, and moving a little, not knowing how close I was to the edge, over I went, slithering down a steep snowbank, which fortunately lay deep on the rough cliff side, grabbing fruitlessly at shrubs on the way which broke in my grasp, till I was brought up all standing on a huge boulder, on which the thick snow broke my fall. Below me, the torrent was roaring over its rocky bed. What was to be done? Up I climbed, digging knees and hands into the snow, slipping back, winning a little way, till I reached the top, to find my faithful nag just where I left him, standing stock still. Not daring in the darkness to risk another slip of perhaps horse as well as man, I led him, sticking close to the cliffsides for nearly 2 miles to the foot of the pass, where I saw the welcome light of the little shanty which serves as a place for change of horses. It was quite late. Men went up the pass road with lanterns in search of the driver, and at last brought him back. He had had trouble with the horses in the darkness. Next day we completed the journey with the coach to Hokitika without further incident. The drivers have a hard and perilous time of it in winter, with snow, and with floods in summer. They are well paid, and must needs be skilful and bold whips, for no others could safely negotiate such a dangerous journey. Certainly the horses are mostly bred in the hills, and would almost lie down rather than go over a precipice. But there is always the chance of broken tackle, brakes failing, wheels collapsing, whilst it is scarcely too much to say that, good as the road is, generally underfoot, there are scarcely 10 miles of it, once you are inside the mountain ranges, which is not dangerous. Moreover, these men run an almost certain risk of rheumatism and ill health, having to face all weathers. It says much for them that, as yet, whilst horses have been drowned, there has not been one serious accident to any passenger. This is the only road from east to west across the southern Alps. In many ways, I imagine, as difficult and as remarkable in its grandeur as the St. Gotthard Pass. Now for an incident which illustrates the chivalrous character of the Maori race. Some time ago I saw from my study window 3 Maoris approaching the house on horseback. They proved to be a sort of deputation from the tribe at Arahura. Inviting them to enter, I waited for their communication with due regard to Maori etiquette, which deals with any matter of grave importance with the utmost deliberation. One of them was their chief, Ihaya Tainui, a man of recognized birth, and also of personal influence as their representative in the legislature, and trustee for the moneys due to them from the rental of their reserves, appointed by government. A specially fine specimen of the Maori, able to talk English, and the chief lay reader in the church at Arahura. After due preliminaries, I came to the point by asking Tainui the purpose of their visit. He stood up and replied, the others watching him with much attention, and silently assenting to all his statements. Arakona, this is the matter on which we have come. Last week some Maoris arrived at Arahura, having ridden over the hills from Kaiapoi for a visit to our tribe. At night it was bright moonlight, and as I have a paddock of oats nearly ripe, enclosed by a rough fence, and I was afraid that their horses, if loose, might break in and do damage, I warned them to be careful to tether their animals. A noise woke me in the night, and looking out, I saw 3 horses in my oats. In my anger, I seized the first thing that came to hand, a tomahawk, and rushing out, tried to drive them out by the gate which they had pushed open. After much trouble they made a bolt, and I was so angry that I flung the tomahawk at the last animal, and happening to strike it on the hind leg, hamstrung it, and of course in that state it had to be destroyed. Yes, and what then? Well, you know the government allows us to hold courts of our own for certain cases, and to inflict fines up to a certain extent. A court was held. I pleaded guilty, and was fined the value of the horse. Yes, and I suppose that was the end of the matter. But I knew well that such was not the case, for had it been, they would have not come to see me. Do you think so? Said Ihaya, and repeated the question to the 2 natives, who were sitting there with all the dignity of assessors in court. They shook their heads, but said nothing. Do you think so? It is this. I am the chief of my tribe. I pride myself on my blood and birth. I am the native representative in Parliament. Their bishop has made me their chief lay reader. I stand up in church every Sunday to conduct the services. Do you think it is enough that I have paid the legal fine and given the price of the horse to the owner? I have disgraced myself in the eyes of my people. It is not a question of so much money. I have given way to anger and shown myself unworthy of my position. What am I to do? As he stood there and spoke, it was impossible to withhold one's admiration of such a character. And after a few minutes' thought, I replied, Ihaya Tainui, you have done well in coming, like this, to own your fault, and you wish to know what I think you ought to do, to make some public reparation for it to your people, and for your own conscience' sake. I am now going to write out a statement. I shall write it in English, but as Mr. Greenwood, the Maori Commissioner, is in Hokitika, and you know him as one who speaks Maori well, I will get him to translate it into Maori. Next Sunday morning you must go to the church as usual, in your cassock and surplice. But, instead of beginning the service, stand at the lectern, together with these 2 chiefs who are with you, and read out the statement which confesses your fault. Then, taking off cassock and surplice, go and sit down on the furthest most seat in the church, and let Horomona and Arapata conduct the service. You must wait a whole month. Meanwhile I will write to the bishop, and if he sees fit, he will commission me to reinstate you as lay reader. Accordingly I wrote out the document and read it to them, as they understood English, and I made it a complete and almost humiliating confession of wrongdoing, and of his sincere desire for the forgiveness of his people. Next week they came again to report that all had been duly done. This Rangatira, chief of his tribe, who as a boy must have known his father before his conversion to Christianity, is a fierce warrior who would have scorned to humble himself before his people, and would have struck down with his tomahawk anyone who dared to suggest such a thing, stood before his tribe, and made confession of his fault with the simple sincerity of a true Christian. And what is far more, he did so with the full approval of his people. With all their defects, these are the sort of men that we, who pride ourselves on the superiority of our race, may well stand before cap in hand. In a month's time the bishop's formal letter of reinstatement arrived, and, going to Arahura, I held a service, and restored Tainui to his old position in the church. This was followed by a little feast and general rejoicing, for Tainui is really beloved by his people. We've been able to build another small church in the Waimea Valley, about 12 miles from Hokitika. It is essentially a digger's church. As with 1 or 2 storekeepers, they form the whole congregation. We now have 6 churches altogether, of which I serve 4, as they are within reach of Hokitika. But this means on Sundays a very full day, and many weekday evening services. The track to Waimea runs through this township of Stafford, much of it in the thick forest, through which a narrow wooden tram line has been laid. Going is by no means favourable on this for pace, but with a good horse, and making pace wherever the road is good, I managed the 12 miles on a Sunday afternoon, returning for an evening service at 7. The opening service at Waimea was a considerable occasion. It is the last settlement in the heart of the forest, its neighbourhood consisting of deep wooded ravines and high terraces, where you find parties of men at work in the most secluded places. I spend many a day on foot in and amongst those diggings, visiting all I can reach, some of the men being, in mining phraseology, hatters, i.e., men who live and work by themselves, often old sailors and much-travelled men, content with the solitude of well-kept huts, a few books, hard work, their dog as companion, perhaps some poultry, and a weekly visit on Saturdays to the townships to sell their gold and see friends. Whence the term hatter I have never discovered. Maybe because such solitaries are regarded as mad as a hatter. Many of these men attend church, and seem to delight in the change the Sunday brings to their lonely weekday toil. The church was quite full, great satisfaction being felt at the completion of the building, a mere wooden shell, entirely by means of their own contributions. The choir and singing deserve special mention, as something quite of its own kind, though unmistakably hearty and congregational. There is a good brass band in the township, but no one in the least accustomed to a harmonium, which however did not daunt them, as the leading cornet, with much more zeal than knowledge, became organist, vamping the chants and hymn tunes in marvellous fashion, but somehow managing to begin and end correctly. Meanwhile the congregation with lusty voices went their own way, a musical chaos of sound which seemed to elicit general approval. The offertory was most liberal, one hatter bringing a small packet of gold dust, and another several small nuggets. During the week, a soirée was arranged with a substantial tea in the biggest public room of the place, attached to a so-called hotel. The company, of which 3 parts were men, were so numerous that the tea could only be managed by relays of guests, and when the tables were cleared away, the hall was crammed. Some songs were given, and then I lectured. A lecture in these regions is quite a different matter to one that would suit a rustic population at home. You may give them of your best. On this occasion I took as my subject old folklore and superstition, illustrating it by reference to the old country. Audible comments from the crowd of men showed their intelligent interest, and somehow, instead of disconcerting, added stimulus to my speech. Quoting a most interesting note to one of Walter Scott's novels with regard to an apparition in Scotland, which led to the discovery of a foul murder of 2 women, an apparition which manifested itself many times before this discovery was made, and the only one I ever heard of which satisfies Swift's critical objection to such experiences. Give me the evidence of the apparition having been seen by more than one person at the same time, and I will believe it. I ended with a commonplace remark. And the old word became true. Murder will out. Whereupon a deep voice came from the crowd. Aye, that it will. And all turned to look at the speaker. He explained afterwards what he was thinking of. In New South Wales, in the early days of the goldfields, men used to camp by a waterhole which lay on a lonely track far from any habitation. The waterhole had a steep bank on one side, with a rough fence placed there to prevent accidents. On several occasions, men had reported that in the moonlight they had seen the figure of a man sitting on the fence and pointing with his right hand down to the water. But then when they went near, somehow he had disappeared. Moreover, sometimes he had been seen by 2 persons at once. After a time, a search was made, the waterhole dragged, and the body of a man found who had evidently met with foul play and had been murdered, the skull being smashed. This was, no doubt, the work of some bushrangers who roamed the country in those days, and on further inquiry it was found that a man with a considerable amount of gold on him had been known in that district as missing, and was supposed to have been lost in the bush. In a country so new that it is completely devoid of any historical associations in the past, it is well nigh impossible to imagine any sort of ghost. Often as I have found myself in places never before trodden by men's foot, I have wondered what the general effect will be on the rising generation here, of a country without a past. Scenery there is, much of it splendour and grandeur, forests primeval, in which for centuries trees have flourished, perished, untouched by saw or axe. Mountain peaks, snowfields, great stretches of glacier, extensive plains, streams, lake and rivers, but, until the last few years, absolute solitude, so far as any association with man is concerned. In the North Island there are certain associations with Maori history, but not extending over more than some 200 years, and of a very slight legendary character. In the South Island scarcely any of this, beyond names given to places by wandering natives. It seems to me that the rising generation will miss much. The historic imagination in their case will have next to nothing to feed on. Life will be intensely practical, in the healthiest conditions of climate, but prosaic. Literature there will be, of course, for all who make use of it, which, as far as books can go, will teach the history of the old country. But imagine the gradual effect of a life spent in a country where you never see relics of past history which take you back to the beginning of the Christian era. Ruins, castles, churches, cathedrals, tombs, the handiwork of Celt and Saxon, Anglo, Dane and Norman, who have made us what we are, and whose far-reaching influence sends us all over the world, making the ocean our pathway to new homes, which we establish, as our forefathers did, even in the uttermost parts of the earth. At present, nearly all here are colonists, transplanted, but their affections deeply rooted in the old home life they have left. In a few years, their children will be colonials, loyal, no doubt, to the idea of their old mother country, and to some extent interested in what they hear or read about it, but there must be, I fancy, much wanting. I am tempted to quote the old Horatian maxim, Segnuis irritant animos demissa per ores, quamque sunt subjecta oculis. Things heard stir the imagination far less than things seen. How will this affect us in our church work here? Even the uneducated rustic at home, familiar with his old parish church, is probably more aware of the history of bygone centuries than is possible for those to whom the only visible symbol of the past is a decent wooden tabernacle in a wilderness. Occupied as everyone in a goldfield is with the business of making money, there is nevertheless no lack of theological discussion. Here is an instance. A few nights ago, a Plymouth brother one of a small but proselytizing community, called on me, with the view of converting me from the error of my ways. A travelling hawker of wares for miners in remote places, a man of imperfect education, but with a soul above tapes, buttons, and the draper's business. After some remarks from myself, he said, "But I could not worship in All Saints, because I could not be sure that those who are there are Christians." "And are you sure of all who worship with you in your place of meeting?" "Quite sure." "How do you know that?" "Because they are all saved." "But what certainty have you of that?" "Why, if a man is saved, he knows it and tells you so." "Then your belief is that no one is a Christian until he feels he is saved?" "Of course." "And you hold that once saved, a man cannot fall away?" "Of course. That is the teaching of the Bible." "Would you take this Bible and give me your authority for it?" "Yes, here it is. Acts chapter 2, verse 47. The Lord added to the church daily such as should be saved." But that, as it stands in our English version of the Bible, is not the exact meaning of the text. The original Greek in which the Acts were written means this: the Lord added to the church such as were being saved, which is just what is stated in the Catechism. "I thank our Heavenly Father that He hath called me to the state of salvation." Our state of salvation may be compared to a state of health. We may fall out of health, as a Christian may fall away from a state of salvation. This is the real meaning of the words. "Oh," said he, "I don't believe that." "Well, I can assure you it is the meaning of the text. It has been my business to study Greek closely. What I tell you is not only on my own authority, but that of the best scholars, to whom the original Greek of the New Testament is as familiar to them as the English version of it in our Bible." "I don't care for your Greek. My Bible is enough for me," was his answer. "Well," said I, "let us take another passage from what you call your Bible. You believe in St. Paul?" "Of course I do." "Well then, what do you make of this, in Corinthians chapter 9, verse 27? I therefore so run, lest that by any means, when I have preached to others, I myself should be a castaway." You see, St. Paul himself allows that he may be a castaway. "He never meant that. It doesn't mean that." But you must allow that that is the plain meaning of the English words. And if you will let me, I will tell you what the Greek words which St. Paul used meant. Nothing can be plainer or stronger. He is speaking of the Christian life in terms of the contests in the arena of public sports which all Greeks were so fond of. In all those sports, no competitor could enter unless he had passed the examination of certain persons appointed to test the competitor's qualifications. Then, if he won, he had to go before a second committee of judges, who were to decide whether he had run or competed fairly, in accordance with the rules of the arena. If he was cast, that is, adjudged to have competed unfairly or transgressed rules, he was rejected. He lost his prize. He became a castaway. Now, what can be clearer than that? "I don't believe it," he said. "Once a saved Christian, always a Christian. What else can saved mean?" "Well, tell me then about your brethren here in Hokitika. I know some of them, and good men they are. How many do you number?" 20, he replied. "And are you quite certain none of them will ever fall away? I have heard of communities of brethren like yours which somehow dwindle in number, and I am told that they've been cast out of the community. How do you account for that? I don't want to predict. If we are both here a couple of years hence, will you come again and tell me whether you have lost any? Perhaps some day you will come back to your mother church, which you have deserted." "Oh," said he, "I see it's no use talking to you. You're all wrong. I'm sorry for you. I must be going. Good night." I am, yours ever, H.W.H. End of section 8. Section 9 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 9. Hokitika, Westland, New Zealand, May the 4th, 1869. My dear St. John, I was lately in Auckland, having been elected one of the clerical representatives for the Diocese of Christchurch in the General Synod, which met a few months ago. So I can break new ground and tell you something of the North Island. It differs much from the South, a comparatively warm climate, sparsely traversed with roads, mostly covered with dense forest and well watered. A more recent formation than the South Island, with 2 active volcanoes of great height, also the real home of the Maori race, some 60,000 in number, amongst whom the early missionaries worked with unparalleled success until the unfortunate outbreak of war, which led to the alienation of many from Christianity. I went to Auckland by sea, by one of the steamers from Australia which make Hokitika their first port of call, proceeding thence to Wellington. There I met many bound on the same errand as myself, Bishop Abraham of Wellington, the Bishop of Christchurch, the Dean of Christchurch, and several clerical and lay representatives of Synod from Christchurch and Dunedin. Thence we sailed to Auckland, a long journey of some 3 days at sea, much of it in very rough water. The coastline is grand, densely timbered, with a background of high mountain ranges. Most of us weathered the rough passage well, save Bishop Abraham, who lay prostrate in his cabin till we entered the heads of Auckland Harbour, a spacious inlet leading up to Auckland 30 miles distant. Going down to try and induce him to come on deck as the water was calm, he assured me that he was recovering. For see, I've been translating the Nunc Dimittis into Latin elegiacs. Knowing our old tutor's special hobby, and his stern criticism of our efforts at Eton, you may imagine my amusement. Auckland is already a considerable town at the head of the harbour, which is said to rival Sydney in its beauty of sight, shut in by low volcanic hills, well grassed, which are indented with bays and deep inlets, the cliffs rich with vegetation, in which the scarlet cleanthus gives fine patches of colour. It forms a magnificent sheet of water, with abundant and safe anchorage. Already it has a history, being the first spot in New Zealand chosen for permanent settlement. The climate, compared with the South Island, is warm and damp. General Synod was held in the library attached to the bishop's residence, a fine room with open timbered roof, already with something of the dignity of age about it. 6 bishops, Selwyn the primate, Williams of Waiapu, Abraham of Wellington, Harper of Christchurch, Suter of Nelson, and Patterson of Melanesia were present, together with 3 clerical and 4 lay representatives from each diocese, except the missionary diocese of Melanesia, which is entitled only to 2 clerical and 2 lay representatives. It was the 4th meeting of Synod, the first having been held in 1859. The business occupied 11 days. I was especially glad to have been a member, as it was an occasion of historic importance in the annals of the Church, Bishop Selwyn having accepted the bishopric of Lichfield, presiding for the last time. Moreover, in the inevitable course of things, the Church in New Zealand, being the daughter of the established Church at home, at first tied to the apron strings of its mother in all that concerns ecclesiastical law, has practically come of age, and is obliged to be a law unto itself, and to accept the responsibility of managing its own household. I give an instance of this. Necessity had arisen for the appointment of a bishop in Melanesia, and the formation of Melanesia into a diocese, under the jurisdiction of the Church in New Zealand. Hitherto, Bishop Selwyn had exercised episcopal oversight of Melanesia. Accordingly, Patterson, the acting head of the mission, had been duly consecrated Bishop of Melanesia, without any legal authority from home, which indeed would not have been given had it been asked. His consecration involved the omission of the service for consecration of bishops of the oath declaring the supremacy of the Queen, or the necessity of any royal mandate to the New Zealand Church for the consecration. Further, the see of Nelson being vacant by the resignation of Bishop Hobhouse, who had been consecrated at home under letters patent, was filled by the appointment of Bishop Suter, the choice of the Diocese of Nelson, who was consecrated in London, but without letters patent, as a bishop in New Zealand, not as a bishop of the established Church at home. All this has come about naturally from the fact that in colonies which are not crown colonies, as for example on the West Indies, but which have a legislative constitution granted to them, the ecclesiastical law of the state church at home does not run. This state of things, it appeared in Synod, was very distasteful to many, especially laymen who cling to the idea of membership in the old church, but are slow to realise that whilst the Church in New Zealand is in true spiritual communion with the Mother Church, she is no longer subject to its ecclesiastical state laws. Much debate arose on this question, in which I took part, having had the advantage, during my late residence in London, of discussing the status of the Church in the colonies with eminent ecclesiastical lawyers. The occasion of the debate was the fact that the bishops in New Zealand some months ago, realising the true state of affairs, had offered to the authorities at home to surrender their letters patent in order to make the position of the Church in New Zealand quite clear. No reply had been received, and from what I had learnt in London, I was able to state the legal opinion was to the effect that the Crown is not likely to withdraw such letters, although no fresh ones could be issued. However, the bishop at Nelson at first refused to accept the view of his being merely a bishop in the Church in New Zealand, and not of the established Church at home. My reply was that as a bishop he could have no entry into the ecclesiastical courts in England if he wished to deal with any criminal clergyman, and that the present position of the Church here and elsewhere in the colonies is incomplete in regard to ecclesiastical discipline. The whole idea of our Church constitution is that of mutual compact. We have constituted our own ecclesiastical courts. We agree to obey their decisions, and yet such of our bishops as possess letters patent could have any of us into the ecclesiastical courts at home. To test the matter, I moved that the bishops should again petition the authorities in England to repeal all legislation which enables a colonial bishop to appeal to the jurisdiction of the courts spiritual there. After long discussion, the motion was negatived, and I give figures to illustrate our method of voting. Bishops' ayes 3, noes 3. Clergy, ayes 8, noes 9. Laity, ayes 6, noes 8. A total majority of 3 against the motion. Synod is a great time for hospitality, and of all men Bishop Selwyn is one of the most hospitable. Every evening, during the dinner recess, he entertained a large company at Bishop's Court. Luncheons also, and the Saturday half-holiday afforded the church folk of Auckland opportunity of making much of their visitors. Sundays were utilised for special sermons. As General Synod is held every third year in a different diocese, the Church as a whole becomes familiar, not only with its bishops, but with its system of church government. This is embodied in the Constitution and Statutes of General Synod, as agreed to at a General Conference of Bishops, Clergy and Laity in 1857, and revised at the session of Synod in Christchurch in 1865. It is a masterly and statesman-like piece of legislature, due in the first instance to Bishop Selwyn, aided by the invaluable advice of Chief Justice Sir William Martin and Mr. Swainson, barrister at law. It is also said that Sir George Grey, Governor of New Zealand, had a hand in it. With its fairly complete provisions for church order and discipline, it will in future probably be a model for colonial churches who have to look to themselves for the management of their own households. Synod, amongst many matters, had to deal with one thorny question which needed careful handling. The Diocese of Christchurch includes the whole of the South Island, with the exception of the Nelson district. The time has come when it would be desirable, if it can be so arranged with due regard to finance and other matters, to subdivide the diocese and create one in the district of Otago and Southland, hitherto under the care of a rural deanery board, responsible to the Bishop of Christchurch. Bishop Selwyn has taken steps in the matter as primate, but, owing to some inadvertence and misunderstanding, a serious difficulty has occurred. The subdivision of the Diocese of Christchurch needs the consent of its bishop and synod, and the creation of a new see, together with the appointment of its bishop, must have the authority of General Synod. Somehow these necessary preliminaries have been ignored, and an appointment has been made in England, followed by the consecration of a bishop for the not yet constituted Diocese of Dunedin. Much trouble has arisen in Otago, where church people are unwilling to accept the appointment, no sufficient financial provision having been made, nor their consent in any way obtained. Their representatives came to Synod to plead their case so emphatically that Synod was in a dilemma. It was a serious matter to refuse a bishop already consecrated and designated, though informally, for a see in New Zealand, yet not less serious a matter for Synod to waive its own authority, to say nothing of the quite inadequate financial provision for the proposed see. After much discussion, a resolution, moved by myself and seconded by Bishop Patterson, was unanimously passed. That, whereas the General Synod is of opinion that it is better for the peace of the Church that Bishop Jenner should not take charge of the bishopric of Dunedin, the Synod hereby requests him to withdraw his claim to that position. Afterwards, Synod proceeded to the election of a primate in place of Bishop Selwyn. The unanimous choice of Synod falling on the Bishop of Christchurch, H.J.C. Harper, D.D. Then came a striking scene, the farewell of Synod, and in that the farewell of the Church in New Zealand to its first bishop, George Augustus Selwyn. First, an address drawn up by Bishop Paddison on behalf of Synod in singularly touching and effective words. It dealt on the extraordinary work accomplished by the bishop during his episcopate of 27 years, his mission journeys by land and sea throughout New Zealand and in the Pacific Ocean, the establishment of the Melanesian mission work in the islands, of the native church in New Zealand, the organisation of synodical government, and his great personal influence. It ended with the prayer that the mind and spirit of its first bishop may be stamped for all generations on the Church of New Zealand, and that the multitude of the Isles may learn in years to come the name of their first great missionary, and may rise up and call him blessed. The Maori address was so characteristic that I give its translation in extenso. Sire, the Bishop, salutations to you and to Mother, Mrs. Selwyn. We, the people of the places to which you first came, still retain our affection for you both. Our not seeing you occasions us grief, because there will be no seeing you again. Sire, great is our affection for you both, who are now being lost amongst us. How can it be helped in consequence of the word of the Great One, the Queen? Sire, our thought with regard to you is that you are like the poor man's lamb taken away by the rich man. Go, sire. May God preserve you both. May he also provide a man to take your place of equal powers with yourself. Go, sire. We shall no more see each other in the body. Such is the nature of this short life, to sunder our bodies. But in a little while we shall meet in the assembly of saints. We shall see each other face to face, one fold under one bishop. This is our lament for you in few words. Love to our friend, who has disappeared abruptly from our ranks. Is he a small man that he was so beloved? He is not his equal among the many. The food he dispensed is longed for by me. On the day of the bishop's departure, after a celebration of Holy Communion in which many participated, his carriage was drawn by stalwart Maoris to the wharf, where he went on board for Sydney, thousands watching as the hero steamed slowly down the harbour, the bishop standing alone at the stern, looking for the last time at the scene of the great work of his life. Shall I venture to appraise it, and what seems to me its real significance? It lies, I think, above all other things, in the personal influence and character of the man, that which is summed up in the untranslatable Maori phrase, his mana. To Selwyn belongs the unique distinction of the impulse given years ago to missionary enterprise and work. His heroic example, his endurance of hardship, his marvellous courage and patience, his splendid Christian character, touched the imagination of the Maori as keenly as it did that of the church at home. In organisation, too, he was great, but less so, it would seem, in administration. Possessed of ample private means and generously liberal, he scarcely anticipated the future. The Diocese of Auckland under its new bishop, from what I hear, will find itself none too well equipped either in the matter of men or money. Leaving Auckland, I took my passage in a small steamer which runs by the west coast to Wellington. Auckland has a large western harbour as well as that on the east, which is chiefly used. This Manukau harbour is hampered by a dangerous sandbar lying outside the heads, on which the HMS Orpheus was lost with nearly all hands. It extends for some miles, and its tumbling surf proved too much for the equanimity of most of the passengers, including myself and Mr. Poole, one of the most effective and humorous speakers in Synod. We had to give in to Neptune, though Poole did his best by flinging quotations from Horace at me and challenging response. In vain. We subsided onto the settees which are used at night for beds, as there were no cabins, and had to witness those who could eat their dinner. One of these, apparently a commercial traveller, to Poole's great indignation, ate pork chops while expressing his sympathy for us. Next morning, being Sunday, after breakfast, which we could not touch, down came the eater of pork chops and said to Poole, "Won't you or your mate give us a service?" "How can you ask?" said Poole. You've had a good breakfast, and we haven't touched anything since we came on board." Soon after noon we entered the Wanganui River, delighted at the chance of a night ashore, and when the gangway was in place, who should step onto it to go ashore but our friend, in full clerical dress, a Presbyterian minister. Paul laid his hand on his shoulder. "Sir, you eat pork chops for dinner, dress in plain clothes, and ask us to have a service. Sir, you are an impostor. Good morning, sir." Arriving at Christchurch, I crossed the mountains to Hokitika by coach. A lovely journey in fine weather of 2 days. 12 hours coaching each day. Below the Otira Pass there are miles of red birch, its growth almost that of a cedar, straight reddish stems and horizontal branches, peculiar too in the forest as having no underwood. It only flourishes at a high altitude. Very noticeable below it too is the magnificent fern, the Todea superba, commonly called the Prince of Wales fern from the shape of its feathery fronds, covered with bright green velvety pile, which cannot be preserved in dried specimens. Curious too that it flourishes near the snow line, but if brought down to the lowlands must be kept under glass. I am yours ever, H.W.H. End of section 9. Section 10 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 10. Hokitika, New Zealand, November the 10th, 1872. My dear St. John, since my last letter, events have happened here of much importance to us in Westland from a church point of view, and I am thankful to say with successful issue. The general trend of politics and matters educational has been in the direction of a purely secular system. Church schools have for some time held their own with difficulty in Canterbury and elsewhere. Government grants are being withdrawn, and soon it will only be possible to maintain such schools in a few centres, and then in an unequal competition with state schools. But as yet this system has not reached Westland, where our communion, together with that of the Roman Catholics, occupy the field. We have come through a crisis. The situation is saved, and you may be interested in hearing how it came about. Not long ago, the office of Commissioner of Goldfields, with his executive, was abolished, Westland becoming a county with a county council, empowered to draft bills for its own government, and to send them to the Houses of Legislature for approval. It so happened that a majority in the council were in favour of secular education, and proceeded to draft a bill which would have withdrawn all government aid to church schools. Much discussion arose, in which I took part by correspondence in the papers, which led to the formation by the council of a citizens' committee, chosen by ballot to decide the question. The committee to include ministers of all religious denominations. A day was appointed for the ballot, to be followed by discussion. Having prepared amendments to the proposed bill, which would practically nullify it, I attended the meeting when the ballot was cast. By chance, it gave the supporters of the bill such a majority that their success was a foregone conclusion. So I took a bold step, asserting that the ballot had accidentally defeated all chance of a fairly constituted committee. I called on all who sided with me to leave the room, and said that on my own responsibility I would call a public meeting in a fortnight's time to ascertain the feeling of the whole community on so grave a matter. The committee protested, but we were numerous enough to cripple their action by our departure. They could not proceed with the business, and found that public opinion generally approved my action. Then we went to work. Knowing the value which Roman Catholics set on their schools, and being on good terms with them, as I have always made it my practice to avoid controversy, whilst loyally holding my own position, I went to the resident priest, who welcomed me heartily. "Sure, and I'll send word all over the coast, and you may be certain the boys will roll up to save the schools." Meanwhile, by means of our 2 daily papers, we made known the state of affairs, and such was the interest aroused that the chairman of the county council, the real author of the proposed bill, agreed to preside at the public meeting, and it was generally understood that its decision should be final. The town hall, capable of holding 700, proved all too small for the occasion. hundreds gathered in the main street, unable to gain admittance. My amendments to the bill were widely distributed in print, and when the time came to move them, I was strongly supported by several speakers. At last the chairman called for a vote, bidding all in favour of the bill go to the right, and those in favour of the amendments to the left. A great turmoil arose, the crowd being so thick that it was no easy matter to move. Suddenly I felt myself gripped by the waist by a big Irishman, and lifted above the heads of the crowd. "Show yourself, Archdeacon, show yourself! This side, boys, this side!" Shuffling, scuffling, and in a general melee, the great mass of the meeting surged over to our side. The chairman, who by the way is a Dutchman, in his excitement to gain a hearing, leapt onto his table, waving the bill over his head, and shouted, "The bill is cooked! The bill is cooked!" Great congratulations. The street outside crammed with people making night clamorous with enthusiastic applause. Then, escorted by many, I made my way to the parsonage, where, with a few, we talked over the conflict until late at night, only too thankful the schools were saved. There can be no doubt of their value, whatever their defects may be. Lately we have been able to build and now have good accommodation for boys and girls, teachers, and ample playgrounds. The children mostly belong to the church, but I find no use for a conscience clause. Prayers and religious instruction are attended by all, and I believe form the most attractive hour of the day. In a community like this, all sorts and conditions of children attend, and one is able to give some of them instruction in subjects above the usual routine of an ordinary elementary school. We have an excellent headmistress, whose influence can hardly be priced. Personally, I do not feel that this daily schoolwork curtails my other work. On the contrary, it aids it, especially in the regulation of time which might otherwise be frittered away, and in its opportunities of acquaintance with children and their parents. It's very largely to the lively interest taken by parents in our school that we owe that night's great success. Now, from where I am, let me add something about the social side of schoolwork. The schoolroom enables us to have evening entertainments, easily organised, as my experience of the Goldfield community is that it always includes a good deal of musical talent, and in the matter of the ordinary school treat, we have hit on a thoroughly popular plan. The children's treat, as the central feature, has developed into a parish festival, open to all parishioners. It means much planning and a preliminary canvass for ways and means. In the morning a service is held in All Saints, after which the children are marshalled with their school banner and headed by a brass band. A march is made to a clearing near the river in the forest where there is ample room. Tents, tea apparatus, a running course, and various materials for games are provided. At noon the children sit down for dinner, sandwiches, buns and tea, after which teachers and helpers have their meal. During the afternoon thousands arrive. No charge is made for admission or refreshments, and there are games for all, adults and children. Running, wrestling, single sticks, hurdles, weight throwing, quoits, etc. A fine lot of young fellows act as stewards and superintend athletics. Simple prizes, not in money, are given. During the afternoon there is tea for all, and we find that the mixture of adults and children works admirably. The fun goes on till late evening, when the children form up and march in procession proudly through some of the principal streets of the town, before dispersing at All Saints' Church, making the evening resound with their songs and cheering. I was not a little amused at our last festival by the remarks of a visitor brought to it by a friend. "Why, this is what in old Berkshire days we called a feast. A regular parish feast. What make you think of it?" "Well, I come from Berkshire myself, but I dare say you noticed a difference today. No beer, no broken heads, no scrimmaging, and no drunkenness." Our bishop has been here again, always heartily welcomed, for he makes a stay of several weeks, visiting every centre in Westland, preaching and attending social evenings got up in his honour. He is known everywhere, and takes special delight in rambling amongst the gold diggings and talking to the men at work. He had a great reception at Hokitika, and an evening gathered in a large drill shed, which was furnished with everything for a substantial meal and a concert to follow. Although the tickets were 5 shillings, the place was rushed, and with a committee of stalwart men I had hard work to regulate the crowd at the doors, who came in relays for the meal, and then settled down to listen, every possible seat being filled. In Canieri, a similar function took place, after some hours had been spent by the bishop and myself in the claims where the men were at work. In one of them, giving him a long-handled shovel, they invited him to dig some wash dirt and then wash it in a cradle. It was quite a nice little lot of gold, and seeing the bishop smile as the glittering scales shone out in the pan, one of them whispered to me, "It wouldn't do to disappoint the old man, so we've just salted it a bit." Needless to say, I didn't give them away. Then we went to Ross by a new route, worth seeing. Into the southern side of the river Hokitika, near the sea, flows a tributary stream from Lake Mahanapur, with a course of some 8 miles. In most parts the water is deep, with very slight fall, winding its way through primeval forest, its banks fringed with luxuriant growth of fern and flax. Being entirely sheltered from wind, its surface is like a mirror, in which the reflection of fern and foliage is so vivid and clear-cut that looking down you might fancy yourself on your back, gazing up at a vista of forest into the blue sky above. I have never elsewhere seen anything to compare with it. We started early, a lovely morning with my boat and man, the bishop steering, and reached the lake some miles in breadth, enclosed by wooden ranges which form the foreground of snowy mountains. It is here that I take my choir boys for an annual outing, and I doubt if any boys ever have a jollier time of it, in 3 boats, a long happy day from early morning till late at night. At the further end of the lake a narrow stream leads to a landing, from whence some miles of road have been made to Ross. An entertainment of welcome to the bishop had been arranged, and what with concert, speeches, and supper, we were not free to accept the hospitality of the warden of the goldfield till long after midnight. A Welshman with his harp played so well that he roused the enthusiasm of the audience, a pianist accompanying him, and to my astonishment he told me that he played entirely by ear. Just before the concert began, the conductor came to me with a man who was to be the comic singer of the evening, well worth hearing. "I thought, Archdeacon, as the bishop's here, you'd like to see the words of the song. Will it do?" "Well," I said, "very well, but I think he had better omit that verse." "Now mind, Jack," he said, "you'll drop that verse about Cain and Abel." Ross by night is as full of work as by day, the deep sinking claims being worked by shifts all through the 24 hours, the whole place lit up with flare lamps, and the rattle of the engines never ceases. The work here, owing to the nature of the ground, is dangerous. Accidents are frequent, 2 having lately occurred of such a strange kind that you might like to have some account of them. In the upper part of the valley, which forms the principal field, the gold lies at no great depth, and instead of sinking shafts, a considerable excavation is made, called a paddock, stones and soil being hauled up to the surface until the wash dirt is laid bare, leaving a wide shallow pit with steep sides and a quantity of stuff in heaps about the edges. In one of these places a party of men were at work, all of whom at the dinner hour had come up to go to their homes, except one who remained below to fix some timber work. Suddenly a slip took place in one of the heaps of dirt above, and a small avalanche of loose stones came down at a run, right upon him as he stood in an angle of the paddock. Caught by the feet, and held fast by the stones which poured upon him till they almost covered his head, he must have perished, had not one of his mates providentially returned, having noticed the fall of the stuff. With great care they succeeded in extricating him, no bones broken, but the life nearly crushed out of him. He is slowly recovering. The other case is even more extraordinary. Near the shafts of deep sinking claims there are usually heaps of dry tailings which have been hauled up from below. Sometimes the shaft is deserted, its mouth covered with thick wooden slabs. In this case, a heap of tailings had accumulated on top of the slabs, and a miner, finding it a nice dry place, built his one-roomed hut thereon, using the stones at its floor, over which he had laid some loose boards. Returned from the work of the afternoon shift, he was busy with his frying pan, preparing supper, when suddenly he felt the floor below him collapse. The slabs had given way, and the mass of tailings upon them poured down the shaft. He was sucked down with them, the shaft being completely filled up. The accident was seen and men flocked to the rescue. Apparently there was no hope for the unfortunate man, but miners never lose a chance of helping their mates, and, like sailors, are full of resource. All that evening and well into the night they worked in relays, hauling up the dry stones, and at last, some 50 feet below, came upon an entrance to a drive, and there found the man who had been shot into it, bruised but little injured, sufficient air penetrating through the loose stones to enable to breathe. In his sudden descent he had clutched at the blanket on his bunk, and they found him with it, and the frying pan, which he had also stuck to, little the worse for his marvellous adventure. Nothing can exceed the self-sacrificing efforts of these miners in attempting rescue, nor do they ever seem to look for applause or reward, taking it all in the day's work. My own experience is that I could never wish for a finer lot of men to work amongst, and wherever I go in future, I shall never regret these days spent among them. On our return journey, heavy rain set in, and our passage across the lake and river was rough. It did not matter so much to me and my boatman, as, although completely drenched, we had a 2 hours' row which kept us warm, but the bishop and the stern sheets fared badly, and was laid up for some days with a severe cold. He is wonderfully vigorous for his age, and with his cheerful temperament makes light of hardships which would disconcert many a younger man. I remember hearing the driver of the overland coach speaking of him as he was returning to Christchurch after one of his visits to Westland. Shepherd was a character, a New Jersey American, a splendid whip, a man of very few words, but much to the point. "When we reached the Altera Pass, Archdeacon, I had the bishop with me, and several young men, 2 of them globe-trotters, who had been talking big of what they could do. Snow began to fall and was drifting in places atop the pass. The horses getting their feet bald. Says the bishop, 'Mr. Shepherd, I'm going to walk, to save the horses till we get out of these drifts.' And he gets down and plods on in fine style. So I say to the young fellas, 'Ain't you going to walk too?' 'Not a bit of it,' says they. 'We've paid our fare to be carried.' So I just let out a little, and they gets out and follows the bishop. In a mile or 2 they come back, and says they're dead beat and can't walk further. I says to them, 'Look at the old man there, old enough to be your grandfather. Ain't you ashamed of yourselves?' So they walked on till we came to the downhill grade, and when the bishop come back to get up again onto the coach, he says, as mild as you please, 'I'm all the better for the walk, Shepherd,' and he goes and pats the horses, and turning round to the young chap says, 'We always try to save the horses as much as we can on this pass. Didn't you enjoy your walk?' The bishop's the man for me, Archdeacon. There ain't a man on the coast as doesn't respect him. I hope he didn't hear what I said to the young fellas, but I think he guessed it." I had been thinking lately of the difference between my work here and yours, or that of any hard-worked man in a town parish at home. One is sometimes tempted to compare the life at home, in touch with all that modern civilization can give, and the life here to its disadvantage. Now and then homesickness is strong, and life here seems like exile. The monthly mail, letters, papers, magazines, are like messengers from another world. "Got your mail?" said a friend to me the other day. "Look at mine, such a pile." "Oh yes, my work is here," said he, "but I live the other side of the world." And then, with Robinson Crusoe, I cast up a credit and debit account. A primitive life, few refinements of society, one's talk chiefly of gold and dirt, new rushes, courts and flumes, sawmills and bushwork, children growing up who have never seen growing corn or even a green field, whose horizon is bounded on the east by untrodden forest, and above it the snowy peaks of the southern Alps, on the west by the rolling surf of the Pacific Ocean. With this, the daily small beer, palatable but scarcely exhilarating, of domestic story, trivial pleasures, inevitable troubles. Life lived in primitive wooden houses and tents, with its daily round and common task. Then, per contra, climate, general character of the people, food, water, work, blessed work, all of the best. No grinding poverty, slums or submerged classes, no social envyings, almost no crime. Some sickness and poor health, but a mere nothing as compared with the record of an old country, a community young and hopeful, and a life in which, barring accident and misfortune, anyone may rise, and hope to see his children rise higher than himself. The credit side tots up bravely as one makes these entries. Then afterwards I go for a long tramp, and think of the parson's round and the mean streets of East London, or even the lanes of a country parish, and am well content. Imagine the contrast. Along the beach for a mile or so, then up a forest track inland, some deep gullies to be crossed by means of a tree trunk fallen and adds to a flat foothold, over which, I own, I often sit and straddle my way to the other side. Then down into a valley where men are washing down a cliffside with a powerful jet of water, and an invitation from one of them, when they knock off work, to come to his house for tea. In this case, my host is an elderly man with stalwart sons, well-to-do, and generally held to be a warm man with money laid by. He was a sailor, who with his wife and children emigrated to the Australian goldfields, and from thence found his way to New Zealand. His homely wife had an excellent meal ready, and says my host, "I don't hold with strong drink, but nothing but tea isn't good." And then, from under a settee, he produced some bottled porter. "And now I've something to show you. My father was in the Navy and collected things." Amongst these he produced a very fine miniature on ivory of Oliver Cromwell, which he said belonged to his grandfather. It had also the well-known wart that appears in contemporary pictures of Cromwell. As he was thinking of a holiday trip to England, leaving his boys to work the claim, I advised him to take the miniature and get an expert opinion of it. Well, thought I as I walked homeward, that's an experience one would scarcely expect to meet in a digger's hut. My host had given me a miner's lantern, much needed in this forest country at night, where the tall trees shut out even the moonlight. It is made of a clear glass bottle, the bottom of which is cut off by means of a worsted thread soaked in paraffin oil, tied round it and set alight. In the neck of the bottle, inside, a piece of candle is lit. The bottle is carried by its neck upright, and provided there is no rain, no lantern is more effective, and if needs be, can be stuck upright by the neck in the ground. It is interesting in the dark nights to see, here and there by the sides of the tracks, under tree roots and in damp soil, brilliant little lights, which have often been taken for glowworms, but which are phosphorescent wood in a state of decay, giving out quite a strong illumination. In the open glades a full moon just topped the pine trees, leaving all else in dense shadow. Here in this country, where animal life scarcely exists of any native sort, no sounds at night strike the ear, no rustling of rabbit or hare or fox, or indeed any small creature. All is silence, save the occasional dropping of twig or leaf, the murmur of running streams, and sometimes the hooting of a native owl, morepork by name, which exactly reproduces the shrill, far-reaching sound of its cry. The next morning came one of those clouds which darkened the sunshine of the life of this vigorous young community. Summoned to the hospital, I crossed the river and found a man brought in last night, evidently with but a few hours to live, a miner who had injured his spine by falling down a shaft. He was one of those men occasionally found here, roughly clad, handling pick and shovel, but unmistakably a gentleman. He was sensible, but very weak, and noticing my prayer book said, "Don't, till I tell you. I've no right to listen to its words. You see what I am. Yes, well born, was in business in the city, wife and children, churchwarden. I embezzled money, had to disappear and deserted them. They don't know where I am. Came here and worked hard, but I daren't write, and now... You will write, will you not? My brothers?" I stayed with him a long time and left, promising to return in the evening, and then found, on entering the ward, an empty bed, whilst the warder, for there are no women nurses in that ward, said, "A poor chap went off for an hour or two ago. I think you may like to know I was with him, and he died saying the Lord's Prayer." His mates came to the funeral, but none of them knew his story. Amongst these men true comradeship implies no questions asked, no gossiping curiosity about their friend's past. They take a man as they find him. I must not finish this letter without brief allusion to a session of General Synod in Dunedin which I attended. At it, for the first time, the Bishop of Christchurch, H.J.C. Harper, presided as Primate of New Zealand. Dr. Cowie, who had succeeded Bishop Selwyn in the Diocese of Auckland, was present. As an army chaplain in India, he had been through the mutiny in the Afghan campaign. 2 important measures were passed, one which provided for the due appointment of bishops, with the nomination of the bishop to be made by one of the clergy and seconded by one of the lay representatives in Diocesan Synod, voting to be by ballot. An absolute majority of the votes of each order required for an election to be confirmed by General Synod, or if not in session, by the standing committees of the several dioceses. The other measure dealt with modification of services. Synod affirmed the expediency of a certain discretion being exercised by the bishops in sanctioning divisions and modifications of prayer book services as may be deemed necessary. This has given much satisfaction to the clergy and laity in New Zealand. After the session of General Synod, all necessary arrangements having been made for the separation of the southern portion of the South Island from the Diocese of Christchurch, and the constitution of a separate Diocese of Dunedin, the appointment of Dr. S.T. Neville was duly made as first Bishop of Dunedin. I am, yours ever, H.W.H. End of section 10. Section 11 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 11. Hokitika, July the 2nd, 1874. My dear St. John, since my last letter I have attended 2 meetings of General Synod, one in 1871 and one in this present year. I shall not dwell upon synodical legislation in matters of ordinary church work, much the same here as at home, except for our Maori and Melanesian responsibility. But at every meeting of Synod we have had to deal with the vital question of our relationship with the Mother Church. When our synodical system was first established, this question had not arisen. Now it seeks solution, not only in New Zealand, but elsewhere, as in South Africa. It concerns our church discipline and order, church property, and our proper loyalty to the church at home. It comes to the front whenever the colonial church has to face the problem of ruling its own household. Having thought much of this subject, I have set the ball rolling at each synod, and so far it has been well received, bringing out an amount of debating power and acquaintance with civil and ecclesiastical law which would do credit to any assembly. Synod is keenly alive to its great responsibility as a legislative body, not as a mere conference or congress, or even such an assembly as Convocation at home in its present form. This year I went to Wellington by sea. Australian steamers call at Hokitika and thence proceed to other New Zealand ports, but their hour of arrival is uncertain, and as they arrive at night, anchoring in the roadstead ready to proceed at daylight, it is necessary at any hour to cross the bar in a tug steamer and join the ship. This happened in my case on a Sunday night. Some of my choir boys, sleeping on the floor of my study, roused me up at 4 a.m, and then, trundling my luggage in a barrow down to the wharf, saw me on board, together with a few passengers, including a bank clerk, in charge of several small but very heavy boxes of gold bullion, each box holding 250 ounces. Very responsible work, for the boxes have to be hauled up on deck from the tugboat, which is bobbing about in rough water. All the cabins were full, their occupants asleep, until some, at daylight, should leave for the shore. All that the steward could do for me was to arrange mattress and blanket on the saloon table, with which I coiled myself up for a few hours' sleep. Presently, down from the deck came 2 commercial travellers, and I was roused by their talk. "Who's this on the table? Is he a passenger?" "Ah, he came aboard by the tug, and they say he's an archdeacon." "Don't believe it. I'll bet you a bottle of champagne he isn't. I'll ask him." "Excuse me, sir, but are you an archdeacon?" "Sorry to disappoint you, I am, and I shall be much obliged to you for a glass of that champagne." En route to Wellington we lay off Westport in the province of Nelson for a few hours. Like all settlements on the west coast, the town is close to the sea, backed up by forest-clad hills. Gold in the neighbourhood at first attracted population, but recent discoveries of valuable coal has increased the importance of the place. Gold always, except in the case of quartz reefs, after a few years begins to fail, so that country which is merely auriferous is soon deserted. Moreover, the Westport coal seems to be of first-rate quality, especially valuable as it is nearly smokeless, quickly ignited, and burning almost free from ash. There is also, at present, a minimum of difficulty in working it, the seams, which are thick, lying in a slanting upward direction from the shore and the hillsides, which are tunnelled without deep sinking. Besides this steam coal, the west coast has abundance of other kinds, fit for household use or the production of gas. In the long run, coal will beat gold for value. Wellington is situated at the southern extremity of the North Island, where Cook's Strait separated from the southern island. It is now the seat of government, which at first was at Auckland. The harbour is spacious, landlocked, but entered by a narrow passage, passing through some dangerous reefs and with little waterway. Wellington has the reputation of being the home of all the winds, of which there is a more than sufficient variety in New Zealand generally. The town lies upon the slopes of hills, in the form of an irregular crescent, bordered on the seaside by a narrow strip of flat land, which gives room for very few open spaces or gardens, the houses crowded together, with but little attractive architecture at present. But it is a busy place, being the central port of New Zealand. Maoris, so seldom seen in the South Island, are much in evidence here, the men well dressed in English costume, the women also, but delighting in vivid colours. They are well-to-do, having plenty of land reserved to them by government, intelligent, well-mannered people, many of them able to talk English. I heard a good story of one of the Maori representatives in the upper house, which illustrates the difficulty English visitors may have in estimating correctly the character of a people lately emerged from a state of barbarism. A new steamer arrived in Wellington for the first time, attracting many visitors, and amongst them this Maori, a fine figure of a man, dressed in a suit of English tweeds, with the bearing of a native gentleman. A couple of English passengers on board, young fellows, went up to him, and invited him to come below and have a drink. He looked them calmly up and down, and in perfect English replied, "Thank you, gentlemen, I never drink with strangers." "Like yourselves?" Then he turned away, and left them to revise their ideas of a Maori chief. 6 bishops, with clerical and lay members from each diocese, met in synod. 2 important events had occurred since the last synod: Bishop Patterson's death in the island of Santa Cruz, and the consecration of a bishop for the newly formed See of Dunedin, hitherto part of the Diocese of Christchurch. Many subjects of practical importance came under discussion, but I will limit myself to one, the sequel of that constitutional question debated in synod at Auckland 6 years ago, and renewed in 1871, viz., the necessity of self-government in the Church in New Zealand, and her legal right to exercise it. On each occasion it fell to my lot to lead the discussion, of which I give you a summary. By the terms of our Church Constitution, agreed to by a Convention of Church People in 1857, revised by General Synod in 1865, the Church in New Zealand binds itself to maintain the doctrine and sacraments of the United Church of England and Ireland as contained in the Book of Common Prayer, and declares that the Church in New Zealand has no power to make changes in the authorised version of the Holy Scriptures or in the formularies of the Church, provided that, with consent of Crown and Convocation, any change in the formularies of the Prayer Book or version of the Bible adopted in England may be accepted by the General Synod. And for fear of risk with regard to church property, it is provided that if the colony of New Zealand be separated from the mother country, or if there should be a separation of church from the state in England and Ireland, then the Church in New Zealand shall have full power to make alterations in services, articles, and ceremonies, or in the version of the Bible, at its own discretion. To these provisions there is added a clause: "These provisions are fundamental, and it shall not be within the power of the General Synod to alter, revoke, add to, or diminish any of the same." This is our position as defined in the Church Constitution. Now for the actual position in which we find ourselves. Since 1857, things have changed. It was then supposed that the Church here, being an integral part of the Church at home, was subject to the ecclesiastical authority of the Mother Church, as by law established. New Zealand bishops held their office under letters patent, issued by the Crown. It was thought that the Church in New Zealand could take no action on her own responsibility, either in the matter of increasing her episcopate, or maintaining church discipline, or in adopting any modification of services, or in fact deciding for herself on those changes which might be necessary in years to come for her good government, except with the consent of the Mother Church. And yet, even in 1857, there were premonitions of trouble. The Church Constitution then drawn up betrays this. It assumes that in New Zealand churchmen must legislate for themselves, provides for courts of discipline. It anticipates the time when the legal connection between the Church in New Zealand and the Mother Church would be found to be non-existent. In reality, that state of things did exist in 1857. Since then it has come to be recognised gradually, but as yet imperfectly, by those whose strong conservative instincts make them shrink from the idea of the Church in New Zealand as responsible to itself for good government. Meanwhile we stand thus. The Church at home can exercise no legal control over us. Its control at home derives its authority from the Crown. The Crown does not recognise the Church in New Zealand, except in so far as it comes under the domain of the civil law. The Church, therefore, in New Zealand is legally left to itself, and must needs rule her own household. Spiritually, the Church here is in close communion with the Mother Church, but that is our own affair. Neither Convocation nor Crown can compel it. In fact, the severance which has taken place between the Church at home and the Church in Ireland places the Church in Ireland precisely in our position in New Zealand. It is responsible to itself alone for its own government. During the discussion, 2 points were strongly insisted on by the opponents of my resolution, which contained an amendment of the Constitution, affirming the necessity and the responsibility of the Church for its own self-government. The first of these, I am free to admit, needs very careful consideration, viz., the risk which our church property may incur should any step be taken by Synod legally affecting the right of the Church acquired by or given to it as part of the established Church at home. That is a question which might involve some civil legislation to establish the identity of the Church here, as it was at first, and as it is now in its altered circumstances. The other point I regard as indefensible. It was argued that our Constitution ties our hands, that we have accepted the doctrines and practice of the Mother Church, and have bound ourselves to make no change or alteration in them. The answer seems complete. If in 1857 we saw fit to tie our own hands, there can be no reason why we should not untie them in 1874. No external authority compelled our action. It was our own doing, and it was not done in consideration of any value received. We are as free now to modify what we did then as we were to impose restraints on ourselves. And no legislative body, such as Synod is, can legislate for all time. The Synod of 1857 had no power to tie the hands of Synod in 1874. Further, my argument went to show the facts of our position. In spite of our Constitution and its restraints, we have been obliged to act for ourselves. We have had to choose and consecrate bishops, and in doing so, omit from the service in the prayer book that which relates to the Queen's mandate, the oath of allegiance, acknowledging the Queen's supremacy as governor of the Church, the oath of obedience to the Archbishop, also those parts of the services for ordering priests and deacons which refer especially to the Church and State at home. With the exception of the Bishop of Christchurch, none of our bishops have letters patent from the Crown, nor have they any legal status in the ecclesiastical courts in England. We have set up our own ecclesiastical courts, and by mutual consent are subject to them. No external authority can interfere with their decisions, unless it can be proved, on appeal to the civil courts of the colony, that the terms and conditions of the mutual consent between the Church and her office-bearers have not been adhered to. Much debate ensued. A select committee dealt with the matter, and its report having been adopted was embodied in a statute which provides for the necessary alterations in the services of consecration of bishops and the ordering of priests and deacons, the acceptance of the revised table of lessons, words to be added to the 21st of the 39 articles, viz., it is not to be inferred from this article that the Church in the colony is hindered from meeting in council without the authority of the civil power, and to the 37th article, it is not to be inferred from this article that the civil power has authority in this colony to determine purely spiritual questions, or to hinder the Church from finally determining such questions by its own authority, or by tribunals constituted under its own authority. It was also provided that the Church in the colony, which is, in the Constitution, designated as a branch of the United Church of England and Ireland, should be referred to and designated as the Church of the Province of New Zealand, commonly called the Church of England. So far, this constitutional question has reached a stage which practically admits the main point of the position claimed by me for the Church in New Zealand, viz., her responsibility to herself for self-government. But the actual terms of our constitution remain as they were. So far as they assert our connection with the Church as established by law at home, they are obsolete. Spiritually, we are one with the Mother Church. It is not probable that such a legislative body as the General Synod, secure against any hasty or ill-advised action by its provision of voting by orders, should be inclined to make serious changes in the formularies of the Church, except in pursuance of changes made by the Mother Church after full deliberation. But the fact remains that, whether we desire at any time to follow the lead given by the Mother Church, or to adopt our own line of action, we must do so of our own accord. The Church at home, as an established Church, cannot and does not recognize us as subject to her authority. She can advise, but our bond of allegiance to her is not formal. Without doubt, her advice will always be sought, but our acceptance of it must always be voluntary. At some time in future, the terms of our constitution must be brought into line with the facts of our position. It is manifestly illogical and wrong that bishops, clergy, and office-bearers should have to sign allegiance to a constitution which they are practically obliged to ignore in so many of its most important provisions. Synod occupied 17 days. Wellington possesses 3 churches, built of wood, one used as a pro-cathedral, but none of them worthy of the metropolis of New Zealand. Leaving Wellington by steamer for Lyttelton, I travelled across the mountains to Hokitika in early winter weather, which we call May here, under brilliant sunshine, but keen frosts at night. The road at its best, rivers low, mountain peaks with snow lying deep, glistening like silver. 2 days coaching which, for scenery and exhilarating atmosphere, even Switzerland could not rival. And now I find myself confronted with a question that gives me much thought. Our church system provides that, in case of a vacancy in a parish, a board of nominators, representing both the parish and the diocese, has the right of nominating to the bishop someone to fill the vacancy. St. Michael's Church in Christchurch, which is the mother church of the diocese and the pro-cathedral, is vacant, and I have been chosen by the board of nominators. The bishop has forwarded the nomination to me, leaving the matter entirely to my decision. You will understand my difficulty. I have been 8 years in Westland. The church has a strong hold on the community. We have 7 churches, all in good order, doing excellent work. Work unlike that of an ordinary parish, as St. Michael's, unlike it in area and in the character of its population. Everywhere I have been met with a wholehearted and most generous response to all I have undertaken. I am bound to the people here with ties of more than ordinary friendship, a mutual sense of comradeship in a great work. It may be that I am specially qualified for it. I am loath to leave, for I feel that one's best work cannot be done in a few years, and being well settled in the saddle, I am inclined to remain there. "I'll give you 2 years to stay there," was said to me when I first came here by a somewhat cynical visitor in the early rough days of the place. 8 years have passed, perhaps the most satisfactory I shall ever have. Whatever the failures and defects of one's work may have been, with such evidences of God's blessing in it all, I often muse upon it and wonder at it with unspeakable thanksgivings. Since writing this, the matter has arranged itself. Petitions from all parts of the district have been sent to the bishop, asking him to exercise his authority and bid me remain. He has done so, with the proviso that at no very distant date he may have to transfer me to another part of the diocese. I cannot help telling you of some words which greeted me the other day, as I was walking in a forest track. Passing a sawmill, one of the men came out and said, "So, we're going to keep you. That's right. They can find plenty to do the work over there. but you belong to us." And with hearty handshake, he went back to the saws, which were hissing through the big white pine logs. I am, yours ever, H.W.H. End of section 11. Section 12 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 12. Hokitika, June 1st, 1875. My dear St. John, things are changing here. Many have left for other fields in Australia, and the population, which once ran into tens of thousands, is rapidly diminishing. This seems to be the story of all goldfields, as the production of alluvial gold declines and the deep sinking or quartz mining takes its place. Capital is needed, companies employ labour, individual enterprise disappears, and for a time at any rate, the yield of gold is small. Moreover, this country of forest and soil, like the primary formations of Scotland or Wales, gives little promise of successful agriculture. Coal, which is found here of an excellent quality, and timber will in future be largely exploited, but at present they are only used for local needs. With this in view, the bishop came to the conclusion that, as the pioneer work of the church in Westland, to a great extent, had led to a well-established order of things, my services were needed in South Canterbury, where hitherto little beyond mission work has yet been attempted. He wishes therefore to remove me to Timaru, the centre of South Canterbury, a large agricultural and pastoral district, but at the same time to retain Westland under my supervision as Archdeacon. You will understand my reluctance to leave a place and people of such unique character as this. 9 years of experience that few can have had. A sphere of work that promised so little, yet has yielded such results. "Going there?" said an old missionary in London, who had heard a good deal of the wilderness of forest and Westland and its rainfall. "Take an old hand's advice. Don't be discouraged, and if it rains, let it rain." "Have you any idea," said another, "of the sort of parishioners you'll find in a goldfield?" And he insisted on presenting me with a pair of pocket pistols. Another expressed his opinion to a mutual friend that an Eton and Oxford man was not the sort for gold diggers. For some time after coming here, the problem was always haunting me how to influence such men as I had to deal with, and to lead them to higher things than the love of gold, adventure, and the joy of full-blooded strong life. Men of independent habits of life and thought, who had travelled, seen the big world, rough and ready for any enterprise, amongst them all sorts and conditions, meeting you with a sense of the common equality of manhood, so different to the inherited subserviency of men who labour with their hands in the old country. Was it right, as I often asked myself, to let the man come first and the parson second? I may have been wrong, but I found myself instinctively in that attitude. I am tempted to tell you something in illustration of this. Meeting a friend who had lately come by coach across the hills from Christchurch, he remarked that, on top of the coach, my name had been mentioned, and he thought I might like to hear what was said. Your character was freely discussed. "Do you know the Archdeacon? I hear him so well spoken of." "Yes," said another, "he's a good man, but I don't think he's a converted man." "Converted man?" said a miner. "I don't know much about your converted men. I take a man as I find him, and with us chaps the Archdeacon comes and goes as if he were one of us, and he's always welcome. What do you say of him?" addressing the driver. "Yes," he said, "I agree with you. I take a man as I find him. He's been with me often on the coach, helping me with the brakes, and in some tight places too. And when there's any trouble, I'd as soon have him with me as any man." This set me thinking. Perhaps it amounts to not much more than a natural aptitude for human fellowship which opens the door to men's hearts. Perhaps only that, without any further entrance to the inner sanctuary. And yet, Now and then there is something by the way, a chance word of encouragement, such as met me not long ago from a visitor to Westland. "I am glad to meet you. I've been here a short time, and am much interested in the place. I am no churchman, and not much of a churchgoer, but I believe in all that makes for bettering the world. How is it? I find that the church is a regular institution here. How do you manage it? How do you do it?" It is this sort of message that makes me slow to leave a place, where, with all that has been left undone, and the best so imperfectly done, the work in God's good providence for which I was sent has prospered so well. Christchurch, October 20th. Now for my last few months in Westland, a very busy and somewhat trying time, occupied in visiting every church centre and taking farewell of the people and the congregations. This meant special services and social meetings, and the personal visitation of scores of families, business meetings with church wardens and vestries, so that everything connected with church finance should be in good order for my successor. It is a great satisfaction to me to be able to leave everything for him, so that he will have churches and buildings almost entirely free from debt, and parochial work well organised. All this business of farewell culminated in Hokitika, special services and All Saints on my last Sunday, with a great gathering of school children, teachers and parents in the afternoon. Valuable gifts were presented by the day and Sunday school, an address from them, of which I am tempted to quote a few of its simple and touching words. "We assure you we love our church and school, and shall never forget your kindliness and patience in teaching us the word of truth, and the happy hours you have spent with us in our amusements and pleasures." On Monday evening, the church was crowded for an informal service, followed by a farewell, every church in the district having sent a deputation from its congregation to present an address. Amongst them were 9 Maoris from the Church of St. Paul at Arahura, whose address in Maori was translated for those present by Mr. Greenwood, the native commissioner, as I give it. "Go forth in the ways of the gospel and in peace. Thou who wast called to take the oversight of the Pakehas and Maoris in Westland. Although thou art going afar off to another place, thou wilt not be forgotten by us. For thou hast gone in and out amongst us for so long, and now abideth faith, hope, and charity. But the greatest of these is charity." Then came the presentation of an illuminated address, containing signatures of the church officers of every church in the Archdeaconry, and amongst many words of kindest sympathy, some which I can never forget, such as, "Our deep sense of the value of your efforts for the religious education of our children. You have won the attachment of the young, the love of the poor, and the affection and respect of all." After the meeting, an adjournment was made to the town hall, which was crowded to the doors. The mayor of Hokitika was in the chair. An address from the citizens of Hokitika, and on behalf of the whole district of Westland, was presented, with especial reference to work done in the hospital and for the benevolent and literary societies. Together with these there was a large sum of money, part of it to be expended in silver plate. You can understand my difficulty in replying and bidding them goodbye. That night, as a very early start by coach in the morning was necessary, my choir boys came to the house to sleep on the floor as best they could, so as to be ready at 5 a.m. to convoy me and my luggage to the coach. There were many people in the street. A lovely spring morning, and as I got up onto the box seat, their farewell cheers startled the horses and set them off at a furious gallop. At the outskirts of the town, the driver steadied his team, and seeing a man running towards us by a side track through the trees, said, "I will pull them up. That's Bill. He wants to say goodbye. He couldn't be there last night." He came up, gripped my hand, and with scant breath said, "God be with you. I've been praying for you at the throne of grace." "He means that," was the driver's comment. I have been in Christchurch, resting and preparing for my new work in South Canterbury, probably quite unlike my past experience. "How do you feel about it?" said a friend. "You've had a great time of it over there," pointing to the mountain ranges. "Somehow I replied, as if the romance of life was past. I am yours ever, H.W.H. End of section 12. Section 13 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 13. Timaru, South Canterbury, February 20th, 1876. My dear St. John, after a few weeks in Christchurch, I found myself in my new sphere of work. 18 years ago I rode from Christchurch to Timaru, then a journey of several days, through a mere wilderness of tussock grass, no roads, here and there a faint track, rivers to be forded, with an occasional night camped under flax bushes, under the open sky. Timaru was then a mere name on the map, one small hut on the beach, tenanted by an old whaler and his wife. Nothing else but the rolling grassy downs, the cliffs, the surf, and the Pacific Ocean. Yet, even then, there was something which attracted the eye of my fellow traveller, an Australian, whose remark comes home to me now. In a few years' time, this will be a port in the centre of the district. If you have any spare money to invest here in land, you would find it profitable. Today, I find here a flourishing township, backed up by extensive arable and pastoral country. A single line of railway from Christchurch runs as far as the Rangitata River, and from thence a coach to Timaru, which I did not need, as my parishioners had sent a buggy for me. As I had chanced to meet en route 2 English tourists, Spencer Littleton, son of Lord Littleton, one of the founders of the Canterbury settlement, and A.J. Balfour, nephew of Lord Salisbury, I gave them a lift to Timaru. South Canterbury, I imagine, will prove to be the pick of the province. About 100 miles by 50 of rich land, free from native forest, open to the plough at once, with a background of hill country, much of it as yet unexplored. The climate, also, is all in its favour. Moderate rainfall, cold winters, but plenty of sunshine. With this, a population, small at present, but of the sort which the founders of the settlement took pains to attract, practically picked emigrants in all classes of society, bringing with them a fair amount of capital, strong hands, and stout hearts, ready for any difficulty in making new homes for themselves in this southernmost of all the colonies of the mother country. I am in a small rented house, taking stock of church affairs here. I am inclined to grumble, for with the exception of the small site on which the church stands, given by Mr. G. Rhodes, the pioneer of South Canterbury, nothing has been done to acquire land which could have been had for a mere song years ago, and now is at a dear rate. There is neither land for house or school, or any extension of church work. At first the Canterbury settlement did not extend to South Canterbury. Within its limits ample provision was made for church sites, but with much lack of foresight, nothing of this kind was done when the province was extended to the south. So I have all my work before me, with the prospect of having to borrow considerably to get a due foothold for the church, besides paying one's way year by year, without any endowment. The church itself is a curious structure, a tiny wooden nave, well designed, built by the first resident in Timaru, Captain Belfield Walcombe, R.N., and his cousin, Herbert Belfield. Captain Walcombe was, and still is to a great extent, the factotum of the place, a typical naval officer of ready resource, magistrate, coroner, registrar, harbour-master, churchwarden, and lay reader. With his own hands he built most of the nave, so well that it might last a century. To this was added at a later date a small transept and sanctuary, in stone, but of clumsy design and badly built. A certain amount of parochial work, with somewhat irregular services, has been maintained, but with the disadvantage of the clergyman's residence outside the limits of Timaru. "We want you," said Mr. Ormsby, the churchwarden, to me, "to get everything into working order." That, I thought to myself, will be a very large order for some time to come, for I find I am in the position of a settler on land which has been badly farmed, instead of having virgin soil to tackle, as was the case in Westland. But I am with people, of whom the greater proportion are church folk, who give me liberal assurance of support and cooperation, so I have little doubt of the future. The lot has fallen unto me in a fair ground, yea, I have a goodly heritage. Come with me, and have a glance at the general contour of the place. The coastline, not unlike that of the South Downs at home, with the Pacific Ocean in place of the British Channel. Clay cliffs instead of chalk, buttressed by outcrops of dolerite rock. A sheltered bay in which several ships are lying at anchor with little risk, as the prevailing winds seldom blow on shore. The surf is not nearly so heavy as on the west coast, so we can have a cruise in a whaleboat and get a good view of the situation. Rolling downs which lie up against mountain ranges 40 miles inland. Ships are lighted here by surf boats, but there is already talk of a breakwater, a plan having been received from Sir J. Coode of Colombo Harbour fame for an enclosed harbour. Rather an ambitious scheme, but quite possible, considering the enterprising nature of Timaru colonists. One of them, a typical old salt, Captain Kane, has a firm belief in it. Years ago he was a sailor lad on a brig trading to the North Island before Auckland was colonised, and eventually became owner of a small vessel, the first to visit Timaru regularly to supply the wants of the place. "I was chartered," he told me, "by Mr. G. Rhodes of the Level Station, and one day he rode down to meet me on the beach and said, 'What do you think I've done, Kane? I've been to Christchurch and bought 100 acres for £50 just here,' pointing to the beach. 'And when do you expect to see your money again?' said I. 'Kane,' he said, 'if we live another 30 years we'll see a harbour here, and those cliffs covered with willows.'" I own I was fairly puzzled at this, till I surmised that the captain's pronunciation of villas suggested the idea of willows, of which as yet there is no sign in Timaru, the only trees being eucalyptus and pines of a few years' growth. But of the villas there is no doubt, as already the town, though small, is well built. There are other prosperous centres of population in South Canterbury, Waimate, Winchester, Tumulka, Geraldine, and Pleasant Point, all within my archdeaconry. 8th July 1879. My first years here have been full of encouragement. It was evident at once that a considerable venture of faith had to be made to provide sites for parsonage, schoolroom, and for better church accommodation. The vestry, aided by leading businessmen, decided on the purchase of a suitable site for a building to be used as a temporary church during the erection of a new church on the present site, and afterwards as a schoolroom and parish hall. Liberal subscriptions were forthcoming, but not sufficient without borrowing a considerable sum. It may seem rash to incur debt, but in a young community like this, with all its life before it, prudence yields to an optimistic forecast of the future, and I feel sure that I am doing right in encouraging the enthusiasm of the moment, which is very strong. So we have arranged for a spacious temporary church of wood on concrete foundations, a parsonage house of brick on the same site, and further, a plan is being considered for the new church, of which I will tell you in a future letter. Moreover, we find that parishioners are willing to lend money on debentures issued by the vestry for a term of years, and we see our way to meet the interest thereon. Meanwhile, an event has occurred which has given me much anxious thought. The bishopric of Waiapu has fallen vacant through the death of Bishop Williams, one of the pioneer missionaries who did such splendid work amongst the Maoris previous to the arrival of Bishop Selwyn. The Diocesan Synod of Waiapu have met and unanimously nominated me to the vacant see. I must tell you of the difficulty of my position. The nomination is made with every expression of regard and confidence, laying stress on the fact that there have been serious troubles in the diocese, which, in the opinion of Synod, I am better qualified to deal with than any other person they know. They earnestly press my acceptance of the see. But on the other hand, there are grave considerations which I cannot ignore. There is no endowment of the bishopric. The late bishop was a man of private means. There is no house, and further, by far the larger proportion of the population is Maori. I have next to no private means. My knowledge of the Maori language, which the late bishop was proficient, is merely superficial, and would greatly handicap me in the oversight of what is chiefly a Maori diocese. And to accept such a position without income or house, on the chance of both being forthcoming, is a venture of faith I am honestly afraid of making. In addition to this, my present obligation to the Diocese of Christchurch and the work in Timaru, so recently begun, seemed to me a responsibility not to be lightly laid aside. It was no easy matter to come to a decision, nor was it made easier, after I had declined the offer, by a further communication from Waiapu asking me to reconsider it. But all things considered, I felt it right to adhere to my refusal of the see. Since writing, I have again visited Westland, which remains part of my archdeaconry, a 3 days' journey from Timaru, which I did in fine weather, but with an awkward adventure in the Waimakariri River. In spring and early summer, rivers here are liable to floods fed by snow and glacier, which melt rapidly in nor'westerly weather. On the second coaching day, we were obliged to halt at the junction of the Waimakariri and the Beely, where the riverbed is very wide and rough, often merely intersected with a network of streams of moderate depth, but on this occasion one sheet of rushing water. There is a small hotel there, where we spent the night, hoping that in the morning the river might have fallen enough to allow us to ford it. Against the advice of the old hands of the place, in the morning the driver attempted it. I was on the box with him, and a groom who confided to me that he had come to lend a hand, as he was sure we would make bad weather of it. He was right. The coach stuck fast against a boulder midstream. The water rose nearly to the backs of the horses. One of them fell, and the whole team would have been drowned had not the groom managed to get down onto the pole, unhook the traces, and set them loose. They drifted downstream and landed safely. Meanwhile, we were left, the water running through the open sides of the coach, drenching the few inside passengers and rising nearly to our knees on the box. Rescue was at hand. The mounted constable who was stationed at the Beely rode his powerful horse into the stream and, backing to the coach, shouted, "Jump on behind me and hold fast!" The water was rushing over the saddle. I took the first jump from the box and, gripping him by the waist, was convoyed ashore, followed by the others, fortunately only 2 men, the coach being left like a wreck at sea. The river fell that afternoon, the coach was extricated, and after an evening spent in drying baggage, we proceeded on our journey next day. Approaching Hokitika at Arahura, I saw in the distance a number of boys on either side of the road. "They're your boys, Archdeacon," said the driver, "with a wagonette and pair to drive you home again." To our great amusement, one of the passengers, an American tourist, said, "So, you're returning home, and those are your boys, sir? I congratulate you, sir, a very fine family." They drove me through the main streets of the town with much cheering, and amongst a number of my old parishioners who had assembled to welcome me. I spent 3 weeks in Westland, visiting every centre, preaching, lecturing, and renewing old acquaintance. But I imagine an archdeacon's visitation here is very different to anything of the sort at home. Certainly in one matter, there are no visitation charges, either in word or coin. Fresh gold has been discovered at Kumara, further inland than hitherto, not far from the road to Christchurch, and there is a considerable rush of miners to the place. We shall need an additional clergyman, making in all a staff of 3 on the coast. On my return through Christchurch I saw the bishop, and arrangements will soon be made to supply a suitable man. Timaru. A great disaster has occurred. Vessels from England lie off Timaru in a safe anchorage, landing their cargo in surf boats. The breakwater which I mentioned has begun, but not sufficiently advanced to form a harbour. But as a rule there is little risk here, as the Timaru Bay is not a lee shore, and the surf is not heavy. It was a calm Sunday morning in May. 4 ships were in the roadstead at anchor, and as I returned from an early service in the jail, I noticed the beauty of the sea, which lay like a silver shield sparkling in the sunshine. Within a few hours there was a marvellous change. Our morning service at St. Mary's was nearly over, when we were startled by signal guns of distress and an ominous gathering roar of surf. Everyone made for the beach, where a furious sea was running with immense waves, probably the result of a tidal wave caused by submarine explosion in the Pacific, for there was not a breath of wind. Presently 3 of the vessels broke away from their anchors, drifting towards the rocks which form a headland to the north. Their crews took to the boats, with little chance of making the shore in such a sea. Then came a call for volunteers to man the harbour lifeboat and other whale boats. There was no lack of response. 5 boats went to the rescue, for it was seen that 2 of the ship's boats had capsized. As the last boat was leaving the wharf, a man I knew well came running down, and noticing a friend who had taken his seat at the bow oar, sung out, "Come out of that, Jack. You're a married man. I'm not." And he took his place. A steady, hard-working fellow, a Swede, a fine specimen of manhood, seldom absent from St. Mary's evening service. The boats met a terrible experience. For 3 hours they battled with the sea, which still increased, swamped, righting again, picking up drowning men, till at last they reached the shelter of the breakwater, but with the loss of 12 lives. The harbour master, Captain Mills, so exhausted that he died soon after he was lifted out of his boat, and amongst the missing was the gallant fellow who had given his life for his friend. It was a strangely tragic afternoon. Brilliant sunshine over all that surging waste of waters. On land, the calm peace of an autumn day. Nearly the whole population of the town on the beach watching the struggle with death, unable to help. And at last the return of the rescuers, battered, bruised and spent, with the men they had saved. And then, as if to remind us that the waves of the sea are mighty and rage horribly, but yet the Lord who dwelleth on high is mightier, by the time of evening service there was a great calm, and under the clear moonlight the gentleness of heaven was over all. You may imagine the congregation and the solemnity of our service that night. A few days later, the bodies having been recovered, amid a vast concourse which well nigh filled the cemetery, I committed them to their last earthly home. A committee has been formed to collect funds for the relatives of those who were lost where needed, and for the erection of a memorial granite obelisk to be placed near St. Mary's Church, where several streets meet. There is no lack of liberal and ready benevolence in such a community as this for such a purpose. I am gradually getting the Sunday school into shape. This is taking time, as I found merely a handful of children with a few teachers, and a state of indiscipline that needed strong measures. There is no chance of a church day school here. The secular state system holds the ground, with an excellent building, a good staff of teachers, in every way an admirable school, save for the great defect of complete absence of biblical or religious teaching. So we must make much of Sunday school work, supplemented by weekday classes. This I hope to make a success, as I find many who are anxious to aid in church work. There is a well-managed hospital here, in which Sunday services are held by Mr. Turnbull, one of the pioneers of the place. Actual poverty hardly exists, but in order to meet cases of illness and misfortune, with the aid of several, including an old friend of mine in Hokitika, William Evans, who was engaged in the flour milling trade of the place, we have instituted a benevolent society, to which the public generally subscribe, and on its committee there are representatives of all religious denominations. Visiting here is different work to that in Westland. Open country, scattered population, but excellent roads, which would do credit to a much older place, the result of a system by which the Board of Works receives a proportion of all money acquired by government by sale of Crown lands. The Board's affairs have been well cared for by its chairman, Philip Luxmore, whom you may recall at Eton, nephew of Dr. Pusey. I do a great deal of walking, with some riding and driving. There is no river trouble to be faced, and the difference between the rainfall here and Westland is immense. There, an average of over 100 inches. Here, a mere 28 per annum. And talking of holidays, my idea is this: to stick to work here for some years, and, when the opportunity comes, if possible, to have a year or so in the old world again. I have a great longing to see something of the continent, and especially of Italy. I have no lack of books. The mails are faster than some years ago, but one feels the want of that quickening of intellectual life which you enjoy in constant contact with cultured minds. After 9 years of daily talk of gold and wash dirt, this pastoral land, where wool is king, is apt, to quote George Herbert, to transfuse a sheepishness into my story, and one runs the risk of being in the pasture lost. so I keep it my habit of study, reading every morning as far as possible, to say nothing of home papers and magazines, and always find some kindred spirits ready to discuss them. I am, yours ever, H.W.H. End of section 13. Section 14 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 14. Timaru, South Canterbury, December the 10th, 1881. My dear St. John, things have moved on apace since my last letter. If I am not boring you, I will give a brief account of an important meeting of General Synod in Nelson. 5 bishops were present, with 20 clerical and 24 lay representatives. After the primate's address, in accordance with the ancient customs of the councils of the Church, a copy of the authorized version of the Holy Scriptures, together with a copy of the same in Maori, the work of Archdeacon Mansell, were laid on the table. The conservative tendency of our synodical system, in which the concurrence of all 3 orders, bishops, clergy, and laity, is required to pass any measure, was shown by the fact that out of 11 bills proposed, 6 only were finally agreed to. There was much debate, but in a legislative assembly such as our synod is, that means no waste of time. Pardon me if I allude chiefly to one very important measure of which I was in charge. It arose out of the now recognized fact that the Church in a colony, having an independent legislature, cannot remain an integral part of the Church in England, as by law established, but must legislate for itself. Further, as time goes on, there can be little doubt that some variations in our formularies will become necessary and must be dealt with. But this obstacle arises. Our Church constitution seems to forbid any sort of change except under the authority of the Church at home. That authority no longer exists. Yet we are not technically free, for our constitution in set words declares that its provisions are unalterable by General Synod. To myself and many others it appears self-evident that such a declaration is null and void in itself. No synod can legislate for all time. The founders of the Constitution were wise in their own generation, but they could not see the future. Their legislation cannot be unalterable by succeeding synods. The same authority which saw fit to impose these shackles on the free action of the Church can undo them. Assuming that this position of affairs was generally recognized, my contention was that we ought to face the facts of the case, and provide carefully for changes in our formularies when found to be necessary, in such a way that nothing of the sort should be possible, except with the fullest consideration both by a diocesan as well as general synod, and that further steps should be taken to modify the actual terms of the Constitution which forbid change, as being obsolete, and a mere technical hindrance to our proper responsibility for self-government. So I introduced a motion to test the matter, and I give the notice of it which appeared in the papers. A great debate of the session, extending over 3 evenings, took place on a motion introduced by Archdeacon Harper, entitled The Formularies Bill, being a statute to limit and define the power of General Synod in reference to alterations of the services, formularies, and articles of the Church, and the authorized version of the Holy Scriptures, and to settle the mode of procedure in reference thereto. Nearly every member of Synod spoke, the subject creating the liveliest interest both inside and outside Synod. There was a very strong conservative element both amongst clergy and laity, which showed itself in its complete misapprehension of the true purpose of my motion, so much so that, to my surprise, I found that I was regarded by many as a radical, eager for change, whereas the whole purpose of my motion was to make changes impossible, except after the most reasoned and careful discussion, and with full, almost unanimous consent of the Church. "You wish to open the door," was their line of argument, "and anything may happen." Well, we move slowly, whether in church or secular politics, and perhaps safely. At a late hour on the 3rd night, a division was taken, of which I give the results. The bishops, ayes 5, noes 0. Clergy, ayes 7, noes 12. Laity, ayes 5, noes 14. So the motion was lost, and I was content to lose it, as I am sure that in future some such plan as that which I proposed must be accepted. Nelson is a lovely place, situated at the head of a deep inlet, sheltered on all sides by hills, its climate the most equable in New Zealand. Not a centre of much business, but the resort of retired people and noted for its schools. It has a reputation as a place where it is always afternoon. We have now made a successful start in regard to our parish buildings. The vicarage is complete, a well-designed structure in brick. Close by it a spacious school church, with room for 500, to be used as a church until the completion of the nave of St. Mary's. Liberal subscriptions have come in, and a design for the new church accepted, but not without much opposition. I was anxious to take advantage of the general enthusiasm shown by church people, and to get their consent to a plan of the best possible style and material, and of sufficient size to provide for an increasing population, which need not be completed at once. In Westland, I came across a young English architect, W.G. Armson, who built some wooden churches for me. Now in Christchurch, where he has established a good business. The vestry agreed to my proposal to employ him, and after some time, during which I had many consultations with him, he completed a very fine design in early English style, of which the nave, with accommodation for 700, would suffice for some time to come. In Timaru we have, close at hand, quarries of purple-grey dolerite, excellent for the main fabric, very hard, but taking a fine finish when hammered, and at Oamaru, within 50 miles, a granular limestone of creamy colour, easily worked, for the interior. Great opposition, however, arose when the design was submitted to a general meeting of parishioners for their approval. Without their consent, as the progress of the church, whether in the matter of church building or support of the clergy, depends here on their contributions, nothing can be done. The opposition was vigorous, and an argument effective. "That plan will not be finished under £16,000. The nave alone will cost £10,000. Where is the money to come from? Why embarrass the church with debt? Here is a plan by a local architect for £5,000. Further, the present site is not the best. Sell it, and buy another site further south, which can be had at a cheap rate." The meeting was adjourned to give time for consideration, and to enable us to ascertain generally the chances of adequate financial support for Mr. Armson's design. This was satisfactory, and at the next meeting I found myself in practical command of the situation. Mr. G. Gray Russell, a most liberal churchman, had sent me a cheque for £500, on condition Mr. Armson's plan was accepted, and Mr. R. Rhodes had written to me, stating that his late brother George had given the present site, and that if there were no attempt to sell it and the proposed plan accepted, he was prepared to contribute liberally, together with the trustees of his brother's family. This was followed up by a subscription list well filled. By way, however, of a breeze after a storm, objection was raised to the plan of debentures, which parishioners were asked to take, in view of the certainty that the subscription list would not provide all the necessary funds. It was urged that, there being no security for these, except the good faith of the churchwardens for the time being, they were not legally worth the paper they were written on. One objector, in particular, wanted to know what guarantee there was that the church would be here in a few years' time, whereat my churchwarden, Captain Walcombe, in a somewhat quarter-deck style, made reply, "Sir, at this distance I can't see who you are, but, sir, I can assure you that when once the church comes to a new place, she doesn't run away, and when you are dead and buried and clean forgotten, the church will be here and doing her work." Some months have passed, and we've begun well. The foundation stone of the nave was laid with all due ceremony, but to the great regret of all, the Bishop of Christchurch, through illness, was unable to attend, the Dean taking his place. It was a great day for church people, and indeed for many others, as the interest taken of the church is very general. A largely attended social gathering was held in the evening, when the visiting clergy and others bestowed much commendation on the enterprise of St. Mary's people. "If you can tackle such a building, and complete it," said one, "in future years they will say, there were giants in the land in those days." Well, Our reply is the zeal of the parishioners, and the inspiration that comes from the ideal of a noble building to the glory of God, such as may be a possession for ever for future generations. Difficult, I allow, of achievement, and not to be built in a day, needing much patience, but never aught was excellent to sage which was not hard to achieve and bring to end, sings Spenser. And I do not doubt our success. You will make allowance for my sanguine enthusiasm when you think of the unique conditions of our work. In a new country, and such as New Zealand, full of promise of a great future, there is a special romance in all pioneer work. One does not build on another man's foundation. Here there is the privilege and responsibility of beginning, with its own charm and powerful incentive, which no one, I think, can quite realize as they do who leave the old world to begin a new life in the uttermost parts of the earth. The question of finance was serious, and by way of supplementing subscriptions it was resolved to hold a bazaar on a large scale. Personally, I prefer direct subscriptions, but there is this to be said for a bazaar: it employs numbers who are eager to work for the church but have little in the way of money to give, and it promotes social intercourse amongst all classes of parishioners. We sent home for saleable things which cannot be purchased here, in addition to local contributions, and the result was most successful, though the bazaar closed with a curious incident. A large hall in the Mechanics' Institute was rented for a fortnight for it, and the precaution taken to insure the goods. The bazaar was closed, but a number of things not sold were still in the hall when a fire broke out, and hurrying down to it, I was greeted by a voice in the crowded street. "Behold God's judgment on church bazaars!" And then the prompt rejoinder from another voice, "You're wrong there. They're insured up to the hilt." The result was that we received full value for what was burnt, but had to endure many a jibe at our smart way of doing business. Most parishes, I imagine, have their parochial critic. We have one who takes a chair at the end of the nave and comments on the sermon at times in more than a whisper. Lately we have had a fortnight's mission, conducted by Dean Bromby, Dean of Hobart, and after one of his sermons the critic waylaid him in the porch and said, "Now, Mr. Dean, we have a chance of hearing the gospel. We get lots from him," pointing to myself, "but not the gospel." "Indeed," said the Dean, "that's very serious. Won't you come into the parsonage and discuss it with us?" "You'll come fast enough," he said, "and you'll hear some plain truth." However, he found the Dean too much for him, and as he left he said, "Well, I may be wrong in some respects, but it's a good thing you've come, for like St. Paul you'll do your son Timothy here a lot of good." Without doubt the Dean has done us all so much good that it will be long before his powerful yet practical sermons are forgotten. He was especially welcomed by several Tasmanian families who have made Timaru their home, such as Messrs. Arthur and Cecil Perry, and Mr. J. W. White, our principal legal firms. Sunday school work is progressing. We have started a small branch school in the suburbs in a rented cottage under the management of Mrs. Luxmore, and hope it may lead to the purchase of a site and a building of our own. There is little poverty here, but cases of distress and misfortune are inevitable. And so, to meet these, with the aid of Mr. W. Evans, an old West Coast friend, and others, we have organised a benevolent society, of which all ministers of religion are members, there being no government system yet of charitable relief. I have also got together a guild of ladies for needlework, who will raise funds for certain portions of the new church. Things are progressing generally in South Canterbury. Whether this will last, I cannot say. In a young country, people take short views, and are inclined to let the future look to itself, and, I think, also to live too nearly up to their incomes. My work has pleasantly varied by occasional visits to Christchurch, one of which was to the consecration of the cathedral, of which the nave is completed, with a temporary chancel. Sir Gilbert Scott furnished the design in early English style, and with some modifications the work has been carried out by Mr. Mountfort, the resident architect. Owing to the nature of the soil and the risk of earthquake, the foundations have been laid with great care and considerable cost, though the risk is comparatively slight, as, so far as experience goes, the earthquake zone, which has its centre in the North Island, does not extend far to the south. I am, yours ever, H.W.H. End of section 14. Section 15 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 15. Timaru, January the 15th, 1884. My dear St. John, says the wise man, in the day of prosperity be joyful, but in the day of adversity consider, God also hath set the one over against the other. I am considering, for the fat years have been followed by leanness. In other words, the price of wool has fallen. High values given for land have led to failure. There is a dearth of money, and our noble subscription list for the church must be largely discounted. Its walls, nearly to their full height, are at a standstill, and there is no prospect of any immediate progress. Meanwhile, the inevitable croakers are ready with their encouraging comments. I always said you were attempting too much. Look at the result. A picturesque ruin. So I preach patience, and reply that the loyalty which I know St. Mary's people have to the church is not going to fail, even if we have to wait some time before it is fit for use. We have paid our way so far, with the exception of the debt incurred for the vicarage and its site, and by way of easing the finances for the parish, as the vestry deal with me most liberally in the matter of stipend, I am paying the interest due on debentures, by way of rent. I have again been to Westland. During my stay there I had an interesting time with the Maoris. At Arahura there is a native school, attended also by a few European children. The master and mistress are well qualified for their work, being conversant with the native language. Owing to some trouble which had arisen with regard to discipline and teaching, I was commissioned by the bishop, at the request of the government, to make inquiry and report. The school is a state school, receiving a considerable subsidy in addition to small fees paid by the children. Knowing the deliberate fashion of all native discussion, I gave a whole long day to the inquiry. The committee, consisting of native chiefs with one European representative, assembled early in the morning to take evidence from the parents and master and mistress. The real source of the trouble soon appeared. One of the committee, a Maori chief who had lately come from Christchurch bringing several children, had taken dislike to the master and mistress, and brought charges of mismanagement against them, which broke down completely. He persuaded one other of the committee to join him in complaining to the government, and asking for the removal of the master and mistress. Late in the afternoon I summed up the evidence, and gave my decision, completely exonerating the master and mistress, and, having drawn up a statement of the case to be forwarded to the government, I invited the members of the committee to sign it. With much deliberation, one by one did so, till it came to the turn of the malcontent chief. The others looked at him with inquiring eyes, as he approached the table and took up the pen. "No," said he, "I will not sign." Then I remembered advice given me by a man of much experience with the natives. You will find that when they are in the wrong, but unwilling to give in, a little strong language with some show of contempt will be more effective than any appeal to reason. Knowing practically nothing of the language, which can be very picturesque on occasion, I fell back on English, which is sufficiently understood. You refuse, do you? You who have made false statements, proved to be false. They tell me you pride yourself on being a rangatira, a man of high birth and character. You are, in my opinion, no better than a sulky schoolboy. You don't know how to behave as a man. I'm ashamed of you. He got up, came to the table again, took the pen, and signed the document. Then a look of satisfaction beamed on every face, including his own. The meeting ended, and we went to an evening meal, everyone apparently much relieved by the conclusion of the day's work. I arranged with them that in the morning 2 of the committee should meet me in Hokitika, at the telegraph office, to sign a message to the bishop and inform him of the settlement of the case. They came and did so, and then from their manner I saw that there was something still to be done. Would I come with them into the town? They took me to a jeweller's shop and bought a valuable little green stone ornament. "But," said I, "I've only done my duty, which is part of my regular work for you." "Yes, we know that, but duty isn't everything. We want you to take this because of our affection for you." So I asked them, why did blank give in at last and sign? Did he really mean it? Yes, he meant it, and he said your mana was too strong. He had to own he was wrong. That untranslatable Maori word, which means a something of personal influence and rightful authority. On my return journey, rain and flood delayed the coach at the foot of the Otira Pass, where we had to remain for the night in a rough shanty which leaked like a sieve, but provided us with plenty of food and fire. Some weather-bound miners were there, and conversation took place about a fatal accident which had befallen some prospectors in the neighbourhood, who were camped in a deep ravine which cuts through the flanks of the Wilberforce Ranges. One night a furious flood came down upon them, sweeping away tents and men as they slept. 2 escaped. The 3rd was discovered some days later, smothered in sand and shingle, and, said the narrator, "the curious thing was that the poor chap had his blanket still round him and gripped fast in one hand a chessboard, like a small backgammon board, closed, with the men inside held in their places with pegs. The other chaps told us that John Davies used to play chess by himself in his tent at night after he had turned in." Have you ever noticed, St. John, that now and then there are happenings which seem providentially meant for yourself, bringing messages which are of encouragement or warning from those whom you once knew in life? The man's story meant much to me. Had I not been by chance detained on my journey, I might never have heard again of my old friend John Davies. "I can tell you something of him," I said. "Some years ago, before I left the coast, I made friends with him at Ross. He'd been a sailor, a miner in California, and was mining in Westland. A bad accident laid him up in the Hokitika Hospital for 18 months, and there, when I visited him, he asked me to teach him chess. I happened to have a small closed board fitted with men, which I gave him. I taught him the moves, and he took to trying to solve the problems which appear in the illustrated news. Just before I left Westland, he had recovered sufficiently to be about the ward, and when I was taking leave of him and others, he said, 'You've been a good friend to me, Archdeacon. I'm a different man now. Perhaps we shall never meet again. But be sure, if anything happens, wherever I'm picked up, this chessboard will be found on John Davies.'" "And he said that, did he? Well now, who would have thought it would come true?" "Yes," I said. "If you hadn't been here to tell, I should never have known it. And do you know, I feel sure that John Davies is glad that I know it." I sat in silence some time, smoking over the fire. "Well, good night all," said one. "I didn't know him, but his mates spoke well of him, though he did keep a bit to himself. It's a rough life, and many a good chap goes under. Glad I met you." A brilliant morning followed the rain. At an early hour we were atop the pass, looking down at the glacial torrent in the Otira Gorge, a branch of the same stream which overwhelmed John Davies. Rock and snowy peaks bathed in glorious sunshine. "His wrath endureth but the twinkling of an eye, and in his pleasure is life. Heaviness may endure for the night, but joy cometh in the morning. May it be so with my old friend." Timaru. We've had another mission which has done much good, conducted by the Reverend C. Boddington of Lichfield. He came with a colleague at the invitation of the bishop for several months' work in the diocese. We have had the benefit of 2 long visits from him, a man of real power, keenly in earnest. It is a great privilege in these uttermost parts of the earth to have visits from such men, not only for the people but the clergy, who can see little of each other, though in one respect we are better off than our brethren at home, as every parish can count on an annual visit from the bishop. It will be long before Boddington is forgotten in Timaru. Owing to the generosity of Mrs. Luxmore, we have now a good site in the suburb of Sandytown, and a substantial wooden school church used for services and Sunday school. We have also instituted parish festivals, as I had them in Hokitika, but on an even larger scale, as they are very popular. It means much work and organisation. It is most effective in bringing people together. October 1st, 1886. I have let some time elapse before continuing this letter, which I can now do with a light heart, for the days of adversity are ending, and those of prosperity are at hand again. In August last, we were able to consecrate the completed nave of St. Mary's, with a temporary chancel, sanctuary and vestry. Before describing it, let me tell you how this came about. New Zealand, with a small population, must needs have a market overseas for its produce. Till lately, this consisted of wool and wheat and gold. Gold finds a ready sale under any circumstances, but the goldfields, as usual, have seen their best days, and when wool went down in value in the English market, and New Zealand's export of wheat was small, a general stagnation of business set in throughout the country. Then came the invention and perfecting of the process of freezing meat and other articles of food for export. The result is incalculable. It means assured success to an agricultural and pastoral country, which numbers its flocks already by many millions. Wool may fluctuate in value, but people must eat, and the old country will soon discover the quality of New Zealand mutton. 6 years have passed since the foundation stone of St. Mary's Church was laid, but the delay has been an advantage, allowing time for the thorough settlement of the stonework and seasoning of timber. Armson's design will, I think, compare favourably with any modern building at home. The massive walls allow for deep setting of the double lancet windows, with a wide interior splay of opening. The large western rose window is a fine specimen of plate tracery. The high-pitched roof has handsome open woodwork, in which the king posts, in the form of Celtic crosses, rise from crenellated tie beams, the wood being rimu, a native red pine, comparatively light, very strong, and in colour equal to oak. The pillars of the nave are monoliths of red Aberdeen granite, 19 inches in diameter, standing on stone bases. These are the gift of Mrs. Luxmore in memory of her husband. Their capitals, as well as the bosses of the dripstones above the arches, and the corbel tables which support the ribs of the roof, are boldly carved in early English foliage. We have raised funds also for an organ, not large, but sweet and powerful, by Lewis of Brixton. The font was given by the teachers and children of the Sunday school, and the lectern presented by my mother, the temporary furnishings of the sanctuary also by friends. You may imagine what preparation there was for the consecration, which took place on Thursday, August the 28th. We had as guests the Bishop of the Diocese, the Bishop of Dunedin, and 14 clergy. Great interest was taken in the day's proceedings, not only by church people, but by the citizens generally. The consecration service at 11 a.m. and evensong at 8 being crowded to the doors. The choir, consisting of 14 boys and 12 men, well trained by Mr. Zeisler and Mr. Gooch, our organist, formerly a Norwich Cathedral choir boy, and trained as organist by Dr. Buck, did their part effectively. At the luncheon, which followed the morning service, much was said of the architectural beauty and solid construction of the new church, which, many think, has no equal in New Zealand, and of the energy and liberality of St. Mary's people who have accomplished such a work. Looking forward to the future, perhaps not very distant, when South Canterbury will become a separate diocese, the Bishop of Dunedin did not hesitate to express his opinion that St. Mary's would become its cathedral, and when completed, would be in every way worthy the honour. It has been, as you know, an undertaking costing much labour and anxiety, and which means probably many a year more of similar effort. But as I listened to the encomiums so generally given of what has been so far accomplished, and so full of reward for it all, my great satisfaction was in the congratulations which I heard on all sides during the day, not so much to myself, but to themselves, by church people. Our church, our work. What a grand day we have had. This is indeed a crown of rejoicing, for it is their work, the work of many, not a few rich donors or of large legacies or endowments, but of people who in a new land have to build up their church, support its ministry, enable it to pay its way, and do its appointed work. "Wouldn't you like to hear that someone has left a large sum for the completion of St. Mary's?" said a man to me, "as one hears is often done in the old world?" "No," I said. "I would much rather, if we ever do complete it, see it done by St. Mary's people, for if they do it, I shall be sure they love their church." The day following the consecration was a specimen of the climate here, which I believe some Americans described as a climate of samples. August is equivalent to the English February, but generally milder. We woke to a white world, snow several inches deep. Going down to the 10 a.m. service, we found the choir boys building a snowman in the church grounds, and the roofs of the building, as if for its baptism, snow-clad. May the 1st, 1889. Nearly 3 years of hard work since the consecration of the church. Single-handed work, for we are not yet in a position to maintain a curate, and with the additional places of worship at Kingsdown, 6 miles distant, and near Beaconsfield in a schoolroom. Some day these may form part of a separate parish. Meanwhile, I must do my best, giving them occasional services. I am tempted at times to compare the work here with that at home. There, certainly, the disadvantages of crowded population, slums in places, much poverty and ill health, but more clergy than we have to cope with the work. The comparison, I think, is in our favour, though I have to do the whole work of a large church like St. Mary's, much travelling, with some 5 sermons per week. But then, in every occupation here we work harder than is the custom at home, and no one is a penny the worse. St. Mary's Needlework Guild, which I have already mentioned, is successfully raising funds for the debt on the church, paying for certain portions of the fabric, such as the chancel arch and the stone work of the western rose window. They have already established a wide reputation for plain and fancy work, executing orders and holding occasional sales. The large building, lately used as a temporary church, is now a parish hall, much in use for Sunday school and other work. In it we have weekly meetings of a Dorcas society, which is thriving. It is a self-supporting rather than a charitable society. Its members pay a small weekly sum, which is doubled by the contributions of honorary members. They meet to do needlework for themselves under the superintendence of the committee who aid them. Material at wholesale prices is found for them, and they are taught to do good work. The weekly payment is strictly enforced, and no time is allowed to be wasted in talk. Each meeting is opened with hymn, prayer, and short Bible reading by the vicar. Once a year there is a social gathering of all members and friends, with tea, etc., and an annual bonus in kind is given to the members of material at wholesale prices, purchased by the society by means of general contributions for its work. It is succeeding well because of its principle of not pauperizing by gifts, but of teaching self-reliance and self-help. Perhaps I should add that much depends on its good business management, which is in the hands of some of the most earnest and capable churchwomen that any vicar could have. Sunday school work, too, is rapidly increasing, with good success. I am seldom absent from it, not teaching, but generally supervising the work, always taking myself the morning school as one large class. It certainly means work on a Sunday that one would gladly be free from, but I regard it as of all importance, especially as we can have no church day schools. It brings one into personal contact with one's children and with the teachers, to our great mutual advantage. Of course, long continuance of such work begins to tell. It is now 23 years since I left London for Westland, and save for the triennial meetings of General Synod, I have not had a single day's holiday. Our staff of clergy is too limited to allow for anything but an interchange of duty. There is no chance here of a month off work with a locum tenens. So I am meditating a visit homewards again, having the chance of someone to take charge of the parish for a year. A clergyman recently arrived in our diocese as chaplain to the bishop, the Reverend W. Winter. I have the consent of the vestry, and I need hardly say I am looking forward keenly to the great pleasure of seeing the old world again. Now that you have left your work at Eton as master, and are in your vicarage at Mappledon, I shall hope to revisit you and talk of past days. Only those who have spent as many years as I have in a new land which has no past can understand what a holiday means in the old world. In February, I attended the session of General Synod in Dunedin. My father, the Bishop of Christchurch, gave notice of his intention to resign the primacy, which he had held since Bishop Selwyn's departure in 1868, on account of his increasing years. Synod presenting him with an address expressing the affectionate regret of the Church in New Zealand that his long and effective tenure of the office was about to terminate, having lasted over 7 General Synods, and thankfulness for the prolongation of a life of such value to the Church, beyond the ordinary measure. Then followed the election of a primate to fill the vacancy. It may interest you to know why Bishop Selwyn and those with him who drew up our church constitution chose the title primate instead of metropolitan or archbishop. It was, I believe, because primus, or primate, was the title given in the earliest days of church organization to the bishops of churches grouped together as a province, who occupied the position of presidency over them. Such a primate had no higher spiritual authority or dignity than his fellow bishops, but, as president of the provincial synods and of the College of Bishops, he had certain duties committed to him, relating to matters of discipline, such as confirming episcopal elections, with no right of direct interference of the ordinary rule of another bishop, but in certain cases of irregularity, a certain right of decision if appealed to. He was also the executive of the provincial synod. It was held that though the title metropolitan took the place of primate, and later still that of archbishop, primate was the original title of the presiding bishop, and as such was selected in the case of the Church in New Zealand. Perhaps it especially suits the Church, as in New Zealand there are 4 principal cities, none of which can claim the title of metropolis. Moreover, the title archbishop is usually connected with one special see and city, whereas in the New Zealand Church the primacy is a personal title, belonging to the bishop who happens to be elected to the office by General Synod. If it were attached to one special see, any vacancy in that see would necessitate the newly elected bishop also being constituted primate. So much for our title of primate. In this particular election, things occurred which were matters of much regret. The canon which regulates the election provides that any bishop is eligible for the office, but there is to be no proposal of anyone as candidate. No speeches are to be made, voting is to be by ballot. Any bishop who obtains more than half the votes of each order of bishops, clergy, and laity becomes the primate. If no majority is obtained, a second and third ballot takes place. If no election, then the office devolves on the senior bishop. On this occasion there was no majority in the first and second ballots. Then Synod, in my opinion, made a grave mistake. In order to secure an election, the Bishop of Melanesia suggested, and Synod accepted, a resolution that the results of the ballot should be disclosed, with the names of the bishops and votes recorded for each. This, to my mind, was a violation of the spirit and letter of the canon, which was intended, by means of ballot in the interests of the bishops themselves, to keep the details of the voting secret. An election was secured, namely that of the Bishop of Wellington, but with the result that it was known that the Bishop of Nelson, the senior on the bench, had been negatived by the representatives of his own diocese, a most unhappy position, brought about by our own infringement of our canon. In future, some alteration will be necessary in our procedure. Our methods of spiritual appointments are as yet on their trial. Whether they are an improvement on the anomalous system at home, which seems practically to work so well, remains to be seen. 1889. London, September 30th. I arrived a few days ago in the P&O Britannia, after a most interesting voyage. I went to Melbourne to join her, and had a day or 2 there to see the wonderful progress the city has made since I saw it in 1866. My first ocean voyage in a well-appointed steamer. What a contrast to the sailing ships in which I rounded the Cape of Good Hope and Cape Horn, and what a delightful exchange of summer seas for the wintry storms of southern latitudes. I found a good friend in the commander, Captain Hector, who was in command some years ago of the Southern Cross, Bishop Patterson's mission vessel. We had a day or 2 in Ceylon, my first glimpse of Indian tropical scenery, a perfect paradise of colour. Unlike other parts of India, showers fall almost every day in the year, which accounts for the lovely freshness of its vegetation. Thence across the Arabian Sea, and a 4 days' passage up the Red Sea. Much depends, of course, when you first see scenes of great historic interest in your travels, on weather and the accidental advantage of light which enhances the view. I was in luck's way. At 5 a.m. in the Gulf of Suez, we were slowly coasting along the rugged granite ranges which lie just in front of Mount Sinai, hiding the actual mountain itself. Sunrise at hand, red-yellow shafts of brilliant hue shooting up behind the serrated range. In the foreground, red granite rock in shadow, rising from a deep blue sea. The peak which shuts out the view of Sinai, Jebel Katarina, is over 8,000 feet in height. On the other side, the Egyptian side, a magnificent mass of granite, Jebel Gareb, rising above 6,000 feet, just caught on its highest points the glory of the rising sun. Going slowly, for we were ahead of time, I managed to get a rough watercolour sketch of the scene at its best. Under the glare of the midday sun it would have been very different, for the coastline of the Gulf of Suez is as bare of vegetation as your hand, an arid wilderness, all light, with none of the mysterious beauty of colour of shade. By the way, I have seen no intenser blue than that of the Red Sea. Whence came the old Greek name? Probably not from any seaweed coral or the colour of the coast, but a literal Greek translation of the word Edom, red. Some of the Edomites being dwellers in South Arabia, and the sea taking its title from them, the Sea of the Red Men. I was the only passenger on deck at that early hour, and was rewarded, not only by the glorious view, but with a cup of coffee, brought me by a deck steward. Arriving at Suez, we anchored to wait for passengers from shore and to pass the health officer's examination before entering the canal. Another scene of great interest. On the Arabian side, at no great distance, a great yellow stretch of desert, backed up by mountain ranges. In the foreground, near the water, a group of palm trees and other vegetation, a few flat-topped houses, known as the Wells of Moses. Yellow sands, opal-tinted, misty mountains, a caravan of camels slowly wending its way from inland to the wells, and over all the intense silence of the desert brooding. The tradition that this was one of the halting places of the children of Israel as they journeyed towards Sinai is probably true. On the Egyptian side of the Gulf, the characteristic rocks and cliffs here come to an end in a bold headland, Ras Muhammad, the reputed place of the crossing of the Israelites. But it is now well established that the crossing took place near the site of the Bitter Lakes through which the canal passes. It was evening before we entered the canal. At its mouth we passed a large steam dredge, full of the spoil of the canal, with the word Pharaoh on its bow. How are the mighty fallen! Pharaoh slaving for the children of Japhet, Japhet dwelling in the tents of Shem. Along the banks of the canal in the evening light, strings of camels and asses with their owners. Here and there a small encampment with women and children, all in the costume which has lasted from the days of Abraham and Moses. Complete silence, save for a few voices, and then the shades of night, stars like lamps hanging above in a blue-black sky, and on ahead our powerful searchlight, throwing its beams on each side of the canal, and giving the sand the effect of snow. The actual course of the deep water channel being marked out with gas-lit buoys. So we travelled very slowly all night, and on deck I reread the story of Israel's departure from Egypt. Next morning, passing by Lake Menzela, with its squadrons of flamingos and cranes, we reached Port Said. At Suez we took on board some homeward-bound passengers, and there was much talk of the state of affairs in Egypt, the abandonment of the Sudan, the tragedy of Gordon's death at Khartoum, and the possible danger of a dervish invasion of Egypt. Colonel Rhodes and Lieutenant d'Aguilar had just arrived from Wadi Halfa, which is now the frontier post of defence, situated in the valley of the Nile, at a point where an invading army would probably try to force its way. This fort is now held entirely by Egyptian troops under English officers, who have trained them so well that they can be trusted to hold their own, especially when fighting in defence of a fort. d'Aguilar mentioned that he had an Abyssinian orderly, and asked him whether Christianity, such as it is in Abyssinia, influenced the man's character. "Well," he said, "I don't know much about his morality, but I can tell you one thing. I took him with me one day among the sandhills in the neighbourhood to see if there were any of the enemy lurking about, and told him to go up on one of them and have a good look around. He had his rifle and was a good shot, but like most of them loved to carry also several assegais, their favourite weapon at close quarters. Presently he signalled that he saw someone, and then dropping his rifle and brandishing an assegai, he disappeared down the other side of the hill. He returned triumphant, having killed his foe. 'Why did you not shoot?' I said. 'Ah, me like you, me a Christian. He have no rifle. Me like you, fight fair.' Abyssinian Christianity, I believe, is in many respects barbaric, but a fact like this seems to show that the salt has not entirely lost its savour. What splendid work is being done in Egypt, both in the army and civil service, and by men of whom little is heard, and not the least likely to blow their own trumpets. It seems that there is a general opinion that the power of Mahdiism, an unknown quantity, is a serious menace to the whole country, that the position has been brought about, in great measure, by the vacillation of the home government, and its almost criminal neglect of its proper responsibility. Acknowledging its responsibility for the good government of Egypt, it shut its eyes to the fact that the Sudan is practically a part of Egypt, and let matters drift into terrible loss and disaster. Something must, and no doubt will, be done, and will succeed. Great Britain's mission in Egypt will pursue its destined course, as elsewhere, in the cause of true civilization, irrespective of political apathy or political short-sightedness at home. Emerging from Port Said, I persuaded Captain Hector, as we were ahead of our time, to go up through the Ionian Isles and so make his course to Brindisi. He agreed to do so, if he could manage by daylight, as the islands are not well lit. We soon found ourselves on St. Paul's track in his journey to Rome, running under a certain island called Clauda, though we had no need, as they had, to take trouble to come by their boat. Clauda, now Gozzo, rises with a cliff sheer out of the sea, some 500 feet, with a lighthouse atop, a dangerous neighbour for that ship of Alexandria in which the Apostle sailed, when caught in the tempestuous wind Euroclydon. Early in the morning we passed Cape Matapan and the mountains of Morea. Passing Zante, we caught a glimpse of the Gulf of Corinth, then coasted along the island of Cephalonia, with its lofty mountain, Monte Nero, the Black Mountain, Homer's epithet for it, black in his day, as it is now, with pines, and its lower flanks dotted with currant vines grown espalier fashion. It reaches nearly 6,000 feet in height. Then we entered the narrow channel between it and the island of Ithaca, 10 miles long, and little more than a mile in width. I was busy sketching a picturesque bay where several Greek brigs were at anchor, when an American passenger came up and said, "I'm told, sir, that you know all about these old islands. Is this the place where Ulysses used to hang out and mustered his ships before he went to the war?" "Yes," I said, "it is Ulysses' Island, and tradition says that he used that harbour for his fleet." "Wow," he replied, "I don't think much of his location." "And that was," I said, "the opinion also of the poet Horace, who describes Ithaca as not fit for horses, with scarce any flat land and scanty vegetation." Passing Santa Molda just before dark, we made a straight course for Brindisi. Brindisi, in old Roman days, was the termination of the Via Appia, the highway from Rome, its harbour, as today, the point of departure for the east, much improved by the Italian government, but practically what it was in Julius Caesar's time. I had a few hours ashore, and saw the house in which they say Virgil died. Certainly he died in Brundusium, but the house, well, parts of it are not unlike the old Roman work which exists here. It was amusing to hear the inevitable guide, who probably had little idea of Virgil and his work, say, "Ecco, casa di Virgilio, signor." Some of our passengers left by the overland express which carries the mails, including the Sultan of Johor, one of our feudatory princes, a fine specimen of a Malay, with a remarked resemblance to a Maori, but a little lighter in complexion. I believe the best authorities regard the Maori race as Malay in origin. Quite an accomplished linguist, he told me that the great impediment to the progress of his people was their indolence. Anxious to improve the production of sago, he had imported machinery and experts to teach the use of it, but with little result. Like all Orientals, he was fond of travelling. As he stepped out of the Britannia in an English tourist suit, I caught sight under his waistcoat of a broad waistband of gold network, studded with jewels, and at the end of the crook of his walking stick a ruby nearly as large as a nut. He is well known in London, and is, I believe, a persona grata with the Prince of Wales. Then we went southward to Malta, with a glimpse on the way of Etna, snow-tipped, lifting its head above wreaths of cloud, and at Malta found ourselves again in the track of St. Paul. There we had a long day full of interest. As you approach it, making for the harbour of Valletta, Malta looks like a mass of rock, shaped somewhat like a man's hand, slightly arched, with 3 inlets flanked by rocky cliffs, like the spaces between the fingers. "One of the great pores of the British Lion," said a passenger to me, as we steamed slowly beneath the grand fortifications of Valletta. We landed, and by advice secured a guide, whose chief use, having secured us as his prey, was to save us from the beggars who infest the place. In a little toy carriage, drawn by tiny ponies, we went up and down streets hewn out of rock, a few yards only in width, in many places a mere succession of steps. St. John's Cathedral has a magnificent interior, formerly the church of the Order of the Knights of St. John, who were banished from Rhodes by the Turks. Under them, Malta was the bulwark of Christianity in the Mediterranean, and in 1555 repulsed, after a great siege, the whole naval Ottoman force. In St. John's there are chapels dedicated to each of the 9 countries whose knights represented the order, including England, and on the floor of the nave there are no less than 900 slabs of coloured marble, tombstones of knights. The Governor's Palace, formerly the Grand Master's, is full of relics of the great siege, armour, weapons, and huge stone cannonballs. It also has magnificent Gobelin tapestries, which were carried off by Napoleon when he took Malta, but afterwards restored. The tradition of St. Paul's visit is strong in the island, and a little distance from Valletta, in a bay which still retains the old name of Melita, there is a statue of the Apostle. As we did not leave till past midnight, I went at a late hour to the great square in front of the Governor's Palace, and found it thronged with people of all sorts, taking their ease, smoking, drinking coffee, listening to music, and lounging in every sort of attitude, under the soft, warm, starlit sky. Policemen were there in plain serge dress, with a sort of dog whip instead of a baton. I asked one of them how long people remained there at night. "Long time. Some sleep here all night." "And are there ever fights amongst them?" "No. People here no fight much. Use knives sometimes." They are a very mixed origin, Phoenician, Arab, Norman, and Italian. Next day, passing in sight of Cap Le Bon and the coast of Tunis, we made straight for Gibraltar. Sunday, 6:30 a.m., Gibraltar. Not allowed to enter, what is in reality a fortress, till 7 a.m., and then passing a sentry at a sort of funnel entrance cut through rock, warned we cannot stay the night without a permit. I went up through steep streets to a large piazza where the morning market is held. Such a medley of colour. Moors from Tangiers, brawny, picturesque fellows, with donkeys half hidden by broad flat baskets, piled high with fruit and vegetables. Going a little further, I fell in with the morning parade service of a battalion of rifles, in a square, flanked by lofty Spanish houses. A high flight of steps leading up to a doorway, serving as the pulpit for the chaplain. Choral matins supported by military band. Thence I found my way for an early celebration to a military church, where the chaplain invited me to breakfast. "Lucky fellow," he said, "on your way home. I'm stuck on this rock for months to come. Good society, and not an uninteresting place, but little more than a rock." We had to be on board again by lunchtime, towards which I contributed, as my purchase in the market, a basket shaped like a bucket, full of grapes, apricots, and pears, which had cost about 2 shillings. That afternoon we steamed across the waters of Trafalgar Bay, with all its memories of Nelson, had a glimpse of Tarifa and the fortifications on the Spanish coast, then across the Bay of Biscay to Plymouth. A lovely September morning, old England in all its autumn beauty. Early on deck I met Captain Hector and a young Australian who, during the voyage with the natural patriotism for the land of his birth, had been, as they say, blowing a good deal about the merits of Australia. The captain, a silent sort of man, had noticed this, and bidding him good morning, pointed to the Devonshire coast. "That, sir, you will find, is a country worth living in." We heard that, owing to a strike in the Thames, we were ordered to disembark at Southampton. A special train took the passengers up to London. At the Victoria station I had a rather sad experience. One of our passengers, from Australia, had died on board, and it fell to my lot to bury him in the Red Sea. He had gone to Australia a year or 2 ago, hoping to ward off symptoms of consumption. He told me that he was returning, he felt sure, to die. He was found dead in his bunk one morning, and nothing could be discovered from his papers as to the address of his relatives at home, so that it was impossible for the captain to telegraph or write to them. Standing in a crowd of people, welcoming their friends, and in a mass of luggage, looking for my own, I was accosted by an elderly couple who asked me if their son had arrived by the Britannia. It flashed across me in a moment who they were, and then, in all the busy tumult of the station, and the cheery voices of welcome to returning friends, I had to tell them of their son's death. I was glad to be able to be of some comfort to them in such a trouble. I am, yours ever, H.W.H. End of section 15. Section 16 of Letters from New Zealand, 1857 to 1911, by Henry William Harper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter 16, Plymouth, September the 19th, 1890. My dear St. John, after a year's holiday, I am here, about to sail again for New Zealand in the SS Rimutaka. In January I went abroad, for, though I have been twice round the world, I knew nothing of the continent, and was especially anxious to visit Italy. At Cannes I found our old Eton and Oxford friend Wollaston, who was the permanent chaplain of St. Paul's Church, having had to give up his living in England owing to throat trouble. He advised me to make an expedition to the island of St. Honorat, one of the Isles de Lorraine, about 6 miles distant, where I had a most interesting time. One of these islands is the place where the man with the iron mask was confined. The other, famous for its monastery, founded by Honoratus in 410 A.D. It is a little gem of beauty in the blue Mediterranean. Beata Ilia Insula was its old title. That Isle of Happiness. Not far from the landing place there is an archway crossing the road that leads to the buildings, and on it these words: Pulchrior in toto non est locos orbe Larina, Tesperiem hi sin non vivere semper amem. i.e., in all the world no place more lovely than Larina. Let me die if I would not live here for ever. Perhaps if we had lived when the Roman Empire was tottering to its fall, Alaric sacking Rome, Larina would have seemed just such a haven of refuge as these words suggest, as its first inmates found it, but who made it something more than a place of selfish ease and peace. From the first it was a school of study and personal preparation for active missionary work, a centre of light in days of darkness, and the forerunner of similar institutions in the Middle Ages. With other tourists, Italian and French, I went to the entrance of the monastery, where the prior, in the white Cistercian habit, received us. Speaking in French, he said there were 100 monks, of whom 30 were engaged chiefly in cultivating the land, producing all needed for their maintenance, the rest engaged in literary work, editing, compiling, with original work as well, and printing. Each monk has 2 cells, a bedroom and a study. In the refectory opposite each seat, I noticed a cruet stand for oil, vinegar, and wine. Yes, we grow our own wine. Many of the monks are artists. The walls of their chapel, lately restored by their own hands, show excellent examples of fresco painting. Owing to their reputation as scholars, the government has not suppressed the monastery or reduced its numbers. Its history is unique. Yet scholars and trained men of the 5th century and later furnished the church in the south of France with notable bishops, such as St. Hilary of Poitiers and St. Martin of Tours. Here also, for a time, St. Patrick was educated. It also produced great writers and thinkers, one especially Vincentius Lernensis, whose well-known maxim of true church doctrine and practice was couched in the words quod semper, quod ubique, quod ab omnibus creditum, i.e., that which always, everywhere, and by all has been believed. Happening to let fall a word or two in English, the prior, drawing me aside, said, "I am English. Stay behind, and I will show you what I do not usually show to visitors." He is an Oxford man who has joined the Roman Communion. Taking me to his rooms, he showed me valuable manuscripts and a splendid chromolithographic copy of a presentation book that had taken 6 years to complete as an offering to the Pope on the occasion of his Jubilee. It contained the Magnificat in every known language, with illustrations in colour and photography of each country to which the language belonged. Turning over the leaves, I came across the Magnificat in Maori. The prior seemed well pleased with the chance of a talk with a fellow Oxford man, and before I took leave of him, led me down to a typical monastic cellar, where stood brass-bound barrels of wine and bottles of a famous liqueur made from herbs found in the island. The cellarer produced biscuits and glasses, and we toasted each other happily. On the seaward side of the island there is a picturesque fortress built by the monks about 1100 AD, to protect the island from Saracen pirates who were ravaging the Mediterranean. They beat them off, but later the place was taken by Genoese marauders and held by them for a short time till help came from France. At Cannes, meeting some old friends, we drove from Nice by the Via Corniche, the road which Napoleon cut across the spurs of the maritime Alps. The road rises at one point to a great height at Turbie, where there is a grand relic of Roman greatness, a huge tower built in honour of the conquest of the Alpine tribes by Augustus. A little lower, you look down on Monte Carlo and the tiny kingdom of Monaco. For miles the road overhangs precipitous cliffs, indented with bays in which the Mediterranean sparkles with ever-changing tints, amethyst, sapphire, and green, where the water shallows. Little vegetation till it descends to lower levels, except ilex and olive, but below, vines, figs, and oranges. I was much surprised to see the trees in places sprinkled with snow. The orange tree never seems to rest, having fruit in various stages of maturity at all times of the year, reminding one of George Herbert's lines, "I would I were an orange plant, that ever busy tree, then should I never want some fruit for him that dresseth me." Here are some notes, by the way. Men on the roads with cloaks and cowls, some with scarlet caps. Women with nothing on their heads but their own thick dark hair. Long, narrow carts drawn by mules. In the village streets so narrow that 2 vehicles can scarcely pass. Lofty houses, heavy overhanging eaves, and wayside shrines. In one of these, beneath a statuette of the Virgin with its little oil lamp and some artificial flowers, this inscription: Pro infermis et invalidis adsum, in mare errato, in subita procella, invoco te nostra benigna stella, i.e., for the firm and invalid I am present. In angry sea and sudden storm, I call on thee, our kindly star. The coast people know well what the Mediterranean can do in its angry moods. Passing through the village of Coglietto, I noticed a house said to have been the birthplace of Christopher Columbus. Over the doorway runs this inscription, in terse Latin: Hospes siste pedem, fuit hic lux prima Colombo, orbe viro majori heu nimis acta domus, unus erat mundus, duo sunt ait ille fuere, i.e., stranger, stay thy foot. Columbus here first saw the light. A house, alas, too narrow for a man greater than the world. There was one world, there are two, said he. There were. Halting at Alassio for the night, we heard a story from the padrone of the hotel, who warned me not to sketch fortresses, however picturesque. An English clergyman staying with him went off for a tramp in the hills, and began to sketch a fortress in a narrow pass. He was promptly run in by soldiers, and being unable to talk Italian, was taken for a spy. After a day or two he managed to send a letter to the hotel and was released. But why? I said. Did he not explain somehow that he was an English padre? That, said the padrone, would be no good, Signorches. Has the signor seen our padres? How they walk? And he imitated the stately gait of an Italian priest. No good, for the signor walks like this. I have seen him. And he strode up and down the room. At Arma di Taggia, a little fishing village, one of our horses cast a shoe, and while it was being shod, we sat down to eat lunch and sketch a bell tower topped with a Saracenic-looking dome. Italians take a lively interest in visitors, and soon several children and grown-ups were eagerly watching the result. Look, they are painting a tower. Come and see. Italians never seem in a hurry. As one of their proverbs has it, time for everything, which includes an amount of loafing and gossip which would simply bore the average Anglo-Saxon, but which greatly adds to the amusement of the holiday traveller. Not far from here there are the remains of a large church wrecked in the earthquake of 1887, a mass of ruin, broken columns and stonework. Inquiring why nothing had been done to remove the ruin, we learned that underneath lie scores of people who in panic had rushed into the church and were overwhelmed. They had let them lie there untouched. Very curious are the habits of Italians with regard to their dead. Professionals perform the last offices for them. No one else, not even near relatives, go near the body. The services in church are impressive, but the actual burial takes place attended by only a few officials. The cemeteries are enclosed with walls, with cloisters and arcades, under which stand elaborate monuments. The actual graves in the centre of the ground are only known to the sexton. They are very particular in keeping the days of the death of a relative, and going to the cemetery spend some time by the monument, making a sort of family reunion of the occasion. At Genoa, the Campo Santo, as it is termed, is of great extent, and full of magnificent sculpture. Not exactly the place of visitor effects, yet directly you are recognized as a sightseer, guides and cabbies beset you with the invitation, "Il cementerio, signor?" Pisa. My first glimpse from the train of the celebrated buildings, Duomo, Baptistery, and Leaning Tower, was disappointing, due to the wide expanse of plain on which they stand, which dwarfs their real size. Next morning it was a different story. Passing through narrow streets, unmodernized, and emerging suddenly on a wide grassy space, you might fancy yourself in an English cathedral close. But the cathedral, baptistery, and tower, built of white and coloured marble with a wealth of sculptured decoration under an Italian sun and the blue of an Italian sky, presents a very different picture to that of Durham, Lincoln, York, or Canterbury, weather-beaten and wrinkled with age in the storms of a northern climate. Imagine a tower of marble, its sides encircled with decorated arcading, perfectly straight, like an ornamental jam-pot, rising to a height of 180 feet, and leaning 14 feet out of the perpendicular, with the top story a little less in diameter than the rest of the tower, but with neither battlements nor pinnacles atop. You enter and find a stairway in the wall which is 15 feet thick, and from the top look down into the centre, which might be compared to the bore of a huge cannon. You walk around the top, which slants so much on the lower side that one has the feeling that the whole thing must tip over, a slight iron fence being your only protection. Not less than 3 persons may ascend at one time, for the reason that one might commit suicide. In the case of 2 there might be murder, but 3 are supposed to be safe. There are 7 bells, one weighing 6 tons, the heaviest being hung on the side of the tower opposite the overhanging part. The cathedral is a perfect specimen of an Italian basilica, with double aisles on each side of the nave, and on each side of the transepts, ancient Roman and Greek columns supporting a richly decorated coffered roof in the nave, the aisles being vaulted. The general effect of great space with rich but harmonious decoration is most satisfactory. I had here an interesting experience of Italian preaching. Sermons are seldom part of the service, but are delivered without any preface and always by trained men, as a rule only at certain seasons of the year. On this occasion, the preacher ascended a pulpit placed against one of the pillars in the nave, several hundreds bringing their chairs to take up favourable positions for hearing, many standing. I managed to follow the general drift of the sermon, which was on the conflict of faith and science. The preacher used much gesture, now and then sitting down to refresh himself with a pinch of snuff, then up again, resuming his argument with much animation. He used his long, slender hands with such effect that at times his fingers fairly flickered. Describing the limitations of human knowledge of the world and the universe, and dwelling on the dogmatic claim of science to account for it all, he asked, "And what are the sources of our knowledge?" And then with a finger in each eye, he exclaimed, "Only these two tiny pinholes." He finished with a touching account of a visit to the deathbed of a young man who had given up the faith, his mother sitting by mourning. "And which of you would like to see your nearest and dearest dying like that?" Then rapidly descending the pulpit steps, and as rapidly reascending, "Oh, I forgot to say, I shall preach again next Thursday." The baptistry is a magnificent building, circular, 100 feet in diameter, with a dome 180 feet in height, of marble, decorated with arcading and sculpture. Inside there is a font of great size, in which all children born in Pisa are baptized. The dome produces a remarkable echo, which is set going by a man waiting his chance of a tip, who sings in sonorous tones the 4 notes of the common chord. His voice is followed by rolling waves of harmony, like the diapason of a great organ, rising and falling till you can hardly believe it is only an echo. A small tip goes a long way in Italy, where money is scarce. Outside the door an old man, with a little girl who prompts him as to the probable nationality of visitors, begins his beggar's litany. "Poor blind man, poor blind man." These folk haunt the gates beautiful of Italian churches, and they say thrive on their spoils. Next, a visit to the Campo Santo, close at hand, quite the most notable God's acre in Italy. A lofty wall encloses an oblong burial ground, with cloisters that open into it, through arches decorated with open tracery work. The cloister walls are covered with fresco paintings of the 15th century, chiefly of scriptural subjects, some by Orcagna, which fascinate you with their grim and grotesque realism. One of these represents the Last Judgment. In it, St. Michael, the angel of judgment, summons the dead, looking down upon them as they rise from their graves, partly concealing his face with the hem of his robe, as if horror-struck at the scene. Below, some are welcomed by angels, others carried off by hideous demons. In the foreground, King Solomon emerges from his tomb, bewildered and uncertain what his lot will be. No doubt, in old days, such picture-teaching suited the times. Today, one scarcely knows whether to smile or shiver at them. The central grassy space shows no sign of graves, though it is quite full, for all Pisans are buried there, the earth being regarded as specially sacred, having been brought in Pisan galleries from Jerusalem, when Pisa was a great sea power, the rival of Genoa and Venice. The bodies rest there for a few years, and are then transferred to one common grave. Rome. "You are a day too late for the fair," said a much-travelled friend to me as I spoke of going to Rome for the first time. "Its beauty has vanished before the spade of the excavator and the zeal of the archaeologist. They have turned the Forum into a quarry yard of stones and scraped the Colosseum of its graceful mantle of creepers and wild flowers." Wrong, I said to myself, whatever the artist might say. As on my first morning, I stood on one of the massive tiers of seats in the Colosseum and looked down upon the most imposing ruin in the world. The whole circuit of the walls remains, though only on one side rising to its original height of 157 feet. It seats for 90,000 spectators. The original surface of the arena with its cages of wild beasts and arrangements for gladiatorial shows are all laid bare to view. Sitting there and musing on those terrible scenes of blood which the Romans delighted in, Ignatius torn to bits by wild beasts, Telemachus, the plucky monk who rushed into the arena to protest against the gladiatorial fight, and by his death putting a stop to them forever, I was greeted with a voice, unmistakably American. "You couldn't show us, sir, could you, where the Emperor's box was?" Two well-dressed, educated young fellows from Boston, doing a tour in Europe. "And we want to see the place in the Forum, where Julius Caesar's body was burned, and where Mark Antony made his oration." The next day I met them there. It seemed all too small for such a place. Perhaps because it is crowded in every corner with relics of old Rome which go back to its earliest days. A few years ago, to a great extent, it was buried 40 feet deep with the debris accumulated during so many centuries of ruin, and by the mud brought down by floods in the Tiber. Today, thanks to the archaeologist, one sees so much that it is comparatively easy to reconstruct and imagine the Forum as it was, even in the kingly period, right back in the days of Romulus, and all through its story of Julius Caesar, Augustus, and the emperors. I can only briefly touch on one's first impressions of Rome. The 7 hills hardly rise to the height one expects, but that is due to the gradual filling up of the valleys which separated them. The old walls, including those of the kingly period, are splendid examples of Roman work. Great masses of tufa rock set without mortar, no less than 13 miles in circuit, with 20 gates. The Tiber, such a much bigger river than I expected, with its course of 3 miles within the city walls. The buildings of medieval and modern Rome are alike in one respect, in the love of the gigantic, which seems to have been always characteristic of Roman architecture. The immense proportions and solidity of such ancient buildings as the baths of Caracalla and Diocletian, the aqueducts and the Pantheon, the peculiar tenacity and toughness of old Roman brick and concrete has defied the tooth of time. I confess I was rather disappointed with St. Peter's. At a distance, the dome is perfect and seems to dominate the whole landscape. Approaching the building, its vast size is dwarfed by the ungainly proportions of the facade, with its columns 100 feet in height. Inside, also, it takes time to realize its vast extent. The arches of the nave are so few in proportion to the length of the church, resting on such massive piers that one's eye is deceived, until you note in the distance the diminutive size of people walking about. There is a glorious view of Rome and the neighbourhood from the top of the dome, of which I managed to get a fairly good sketch. On a Sunday afternoon, after the Vespers service in the Papal Chapel, in one of the side aisles of the nave, I came upon a Sunday catechism school. On raised seats opposite each other sat a number of boys. In front of them a teacher with a catechism, another with a notebook for marks. Questions put to one side. If a mistake was made, shouts of "Errore" from the other side, which then had to answer correctly. The class dismissed, the boys scattered about the pavement, playing with a ball which ran against my foot. Picking it up and giving it to one of them, I said, "Is it permitted to play in this sacred church?" "And why not?" was the reply. The fact is that our conceptions of reverence due to a church are not those of Italians. They use their churches as if they belonged to them, coming and going all the day long, strolling about, kneeling for private prayer, talking, even during masses, many apparently paying no attention. Nor do the officiating priests seem to mind what the people are doing. They are frequented as much on weekdays as on Sundays. Rome is unique. A city of modern life, tramways, electric light, hotels, palaces and crowds of people. Yet also a city of the past and of the dead. Its 300 churches are full of graves. Outside the walls of the catacombs, with galleries extending many miles, there are millions buried. The famous Via Appia, begun as far back as 300 BC and extending to Brindisi for several miles outside the city, is bordered with tombs and monuments. We went down the Calixtine catacomb, which lies a little way off this road. Steep steps lead into a gallery branching out in various directions, with descents into galleries below. These are cut out of soft tufa rock, allowing room for walking upright, and in places opening out into chambers of some size. A perfectly dry atmosphere and good ventilation, but a place of absolute darkness, lit up only by the candle which everyone carries. A guide precedes, and it is necessary to keep together, for there are gruesome tales of people lost and perishing in these subterranean mazes. In the walls of the galleries there are cavities containing stone coffins with inscriptions recording the names and ages of the dead, mostly Christian, but some pagan. I saw on the coffin of a little girl her toys in bone and wood and marble. Over another on a brick the imprint of a die, with the date and year and the names of the consuls, 257 AD. Curious that it never occurred to them to use the same means for printing on paper or parchment. Entering one of the chambers, one saw that it had been used for Christian worship. At one end a large sarcophagus used as an altar, over it a fresco painting of the Last Supper, and on the side walls rude paintings of the Good Shepherd, Jonah, figures of saints and many cryptic emblems of the faith. Ivy leaves of the emblem of immortality, the peacock's eye feather of immortal beauty, the dove of peace, the anchor of hope, a fish in water of baptism, wheat ears, and grapes of our Lord's words, I am the bread, the vine. The word in Greek signifying fish was the secret sign of Christianity, as its letters are the initials of Jesus Christ, of God the Son, the Saviour. It is noticeable that there are no literal representations of Christ's agony and death. No crucifix, only the cross. Our Lord always depicted as a young shepherd in the prime of life. The great respect which Roman custom accorded to all burial places and rites enabled Christians to use these catacombs for their worship, which would not have been permitted in public. Regarded by the authorities as mere burial clubs, they escaped persecution for many years. Having once been in Rome, I feel the spell which they say comes upon most who visit the eternal city, alluring them to it again. As I threw my coppers into the fountain of Trevi, I am assured by those who know that I shall return. If so, I may be able to tell you more. Florence. Holy Week and Eastertide. Here, as everywhere, we found an English church and chaplain. "We do admire," said an American lady to me, "at your SPG and other societies. We come to Italy every year and never fail to find an English church, though our own church is represented in large centres, and of course we're quite at home in your English services." Very noticeable, whatever may be said to the contrary, is the devotion of the Italians at such a season as this. In Florence there are 7 principal churches to which all the faithful are supposed to go, giving a certain time to prayer in each. Wherever I went, I found the places thronged, including many well-dressed men. There was no sort of attraction by way of music or preaching, all there on their knees in various parts of the church, quite free from that self-consciousness which clings to the Anglo-Saxon, taking no notice of others. On Thursday evening I found my way to the church of Santa Maria Annunziata, and was scarcely able to edge myself in amongst a dark crowd of men standing in the nave. The church was in darkness, save for the glimmering light of some candles in a side chapel, in which there was a representation of the burial of our Lord. Behind the reredos, a solemn miserere was being sung by the choir. Suddenly there came a startling sound from the side aisles, as if someone were flogging the pillars with canes. "Would you tell me," I said to an Italian, "what that means?" "'Tis only the bones of Judas," he replied. During this week, all over Italy, the memory of Judas is execrated, little children with sticks, imitating their elders, beating the pillars of church porches. Early on Easter morning, after the celebration in the English church, I saw a curious ceremony in the church of Santa Maria Novella. In a transept stood a very large table, covered with plates and small baskets full of all sorts of provisions, eggs, butter, bread, fowls, fruit and cakes, brought by people, some well-dressed, others of the poorer classes, who were waiting until a priest, attended by a boy, came out of a sacristy and took his place at the head of the table. The boy carried a book and a silver vessel of water with an asperge or whisk. So long as you are reverent, no one seems to mind what you do in an Italian church. So I drew near the priest and looked over his shoulder at the book, which contained in Latin short prayers and benedictions for every kind of food. Uttering these prayers, the priest, with the asperge, sprinkled the plates, the boy responding with Amen after each benediction. I imagined that the food was being blessed as a charitable offering to the poor, but no sooner was the ceremony over than the owner of each plate, wrapping it in a napkin, carried it off, and within a few minutes the table was again covered with others by a different set of people. "Tell me, please," I said to a bystander, "what all this means." "Oh no, not for the poor. On Easter Day we bring something of our provision for our households, in order to receive the Church's blessing upon it. Then we take it home and feast upon it." I was much struck also with another instance of practical Italian piety, often seen in the busiest streets. A procession of men habited in black robes with peaked cowls which completely hide the face, leaving only 2 small holes for their eyes. They were on their way to perform the last offices for the dead. They have a special chapel, founded in the 13th century, where the dead lie until burial whilst a watch is kept. These men are not monks, but drawn from all classes, often of the higher ranks. Their work is entirely gratuitous. They are summoned to it at any hour by the tolling of their bell. I must not try to describe the great places of Florence, the cathedral with its dome secondary only to that of St. Peter, Giotto's tower, and the famous baptistery, nor the treasures of art in the picture galleries. I may be able to say something about them if I revisit Florence. One other church, however, Santa Croce, the chief shrine of the great Franciscan order, must not be passed by. Dean Stanley, I think, calls it the Westminster Abbey of Italy. Its architecture is a specimen of Tuscan Gothic, and its fresco paintings by Giotto are a great attraction, but much more so the memorials of the mighty dead who lie there, or are commemorated by monuments. Michelangelo, Galileo, Dante, Donatello, the sculptor, Machiavelli, Alfieri, Rossini, and amongst them an English bishop, John Catrick of Exeter, who was ambassador from Henry V in Florence and died there. The Franciscans were a preaching order, drawing immense congregations in the vast nave, which measures 384 feet by 65 feet. Leaving Florence, with a day or two in Padua, the famous university city in medieval days, we went to Ferrara on our way to Venice, a quiet, half-deserted place, once a great commercial centre not far from the river Po, which is crossed by a bridge of boats, a wide rapid stream banked on either side by high grass-grown dykes of earth. The early morning market was worth a visit. In Italy, the people seemed to depend on the daily market for all their needs. There were women of all ranks, priests, soldiers, labourers, well-dressed men, bargaining for their rolls, eggs, butter and meat. In most of these towns, one notices some peculiar costume. The Ferrarese ladies wear, in place of any sort of hat or bonnet, bright-coloured small shawls rising in a peak above the masses of black hair, something after the style of the poke bonnet in fashion at home some years ago. Leaving Ferrara for Venice, you pass extensive rice fields, fed by irrigation channels, traversed by ridges of soil which enclose shallow water. The country is a dead flat, but very fertile. The approach to Venice is as unique as the city itself. A railway viaduct for several miles brings you across a waste of lagoon water, dotted with islets of rough herbage, into a station which might be in any town, lit with electricity. Passing out from it, the scene changes. No street or road, no buses or any sort of vehicle. A canal with gondolas, no noise of traffic, scarcely any sound save the cries of the gondolas as you turn sharp corners right up against the houses. Premi, stalli, cries of warning to any boat coming from an opposite direction, equivalent to our starboard and port. We emerge into the Grand Canal, making for the Hotel Britannia, and then land on its steps. Next morning, the same unusual surroundings. No noise whatever of traffic. There is not a wheeled vehicle, horse, mule, or ass in the city. Only a subdued murmur of voices and the occasional swish of oars in the water. Out after breakfast for a walk, for you can walk in Venice through so-called streets, mere alleyways between lofty houses and over innumerable little bridges crossing the network of canals which intersect the city to the one large open space, the Piazza of St. Mark. At its further end stands the church of St. Mark, crowned with numerous oriental domes, somewhat dwarfed in appearance by the towering height of the Campanile, which rises 325 feet. Inside the church, the walls and vaulting are covered with mosaics on a gold ground. There is little beauty of architectural form. A sort of haze of mysterious colour fills every corner of the building. A dim religious light, but not that, say, of Westminster Abbey. An oriental atmosphere of indefinite splendour, rather than the ordered beauty of a Gothic cathedral. It was St. Mark's Day. The church thronged with people, through whom stately processions chanting litanies moved slowly. In one of the sacristies I saw rich specimens of church plate, and among them capacious chalices cut out of rock crystal, evidently needed in old days when the cup was not withheld from the laity. Don't expect in a letter like this any attempt to describe the paintings of Titian, Bellini, and Carpaccio, or the Doge's palace, its dungeons, and the Bridge of Sighs. But come and spend most of the time, as we did, on the water in that most delightful of boats, the gondola. Engaging a gondolier for our stay in Venice, to his great amusement, we practised the peculiar style of rowing that a gondola needs in some of the small canals. The idea of anyone working when he can pay someone else to do it for him is a joke to the Italian mind. Presently we ventured out into the Grand Canal, the great highway of Venice, curving like a letter S in its 2-mile course through the city. I was rowing the bow oar, while the gondolier at the stern oar steered the boat, and passing a very smart gondola, in which 2 men were rowing some Americans, the gondoliers held water and then shouted out, "Behold the mad Englishman! What a labour! What an appetite! I pity his hotel keeper." To this our own gondolier replied, "Lavora, signor, lavora!" "Work, signor, work." Even when we were paying him off on leaving, he could not resist saying to a fellow gondolier, "And they worked all the time." A row of several miles took us to the island of Murano, once a small city in itself, with glassworks, dating from the early Middle Ages, which are still carried on in the old workshops. You know the peculiarity of Venetian glass, blown and moulded by hand, fused somehow with lovely colours, quite different to our hard, clear-cut glass. The skill and deftness of hand with which the men fingered out intricate shapes of ornamental glass was amazing. Giving me a long iron tube, I was invited to dip it into a crucible of molten stuff, and then blow, regulating gradually the force of one's breath. By degrees I produced a long, narrow-necked little flask. As it cooled, a tap with an iron tool separated from the pipe, another formed a lip, a third flattened its base. I have 2 of the same kind to keep as a memento of Venice. At the entrance to the Grand Canal, on a small island, there is a church, which nearly fills the whole of it, of singular shape and beauty of proportion, seeming to rise out of the water, the church of Santa Maria della Salute. Octagonal in shape, it is covered by a dome which is supported by immense buttresses shaped like curved shells. It was built to commemorate the sudden staying of the plague in 1650. It is the special church of the gondoliers, who belong to 2 guilds, each with a distinctive professional dress. Great is the rivalry and excitement when the guilds meet for their annual race on the Grand Canal. Every year on the 1st of November, a thanksgiving is celebrated for the cessation of the plague in this church. 2 pontoon bridges are constructed to it, one for those going, the other for those returning from the festival. Processions from all the parishes in Venice are formed. In the body of the church, the gondoliers muster in their Sunday flannel shirts, black and white checks, mauve, blue, and red, with blue scarf for the waist. The women and others sit in the circular ambulatory which runs around the building. Services go on all day, whilst outside, in the small space that the island affords, there is a sort of fair, stalls for the sale of refreshments, wine, coffee, hot fish, pastry and fruit. The large flat-bottomed fishing and cargo boats with their coloured sails are a beautiful sight in the Grand Canal, where it opens out into the sea. Flat-bottomed, capable of crossing the innumerable shoals which surround Venice, keelless, but with a large deep rudder that steadies them in the open sea. The principal sail, which is very large, at the stern, brilliantly coloured, in white, orange and red, and occasionally a pale sea green. From Venice we went to Ravenna, somewhat out of the usual tourist route, an old-world, semi-deserted place, practically in the same state as it was in the Middle Ages. Guides beset you in every town, and are mostly a nuisance. But here we came across probably the only one in the place, very intelligent, but unable to speak English. We had scarcely sat down to lunch in a primitive Italian hotel, the Spada d'Oro, the Golden Sword, then he entered the room and produced various testimonials. Could he read English? Oh no, that he knew they spoke well of him. The first we glanced at was from a well-known composer of songs, Maud Valerie White. You may trust the bearer. He is well up in the history of the place. In fact, he is a regular brick. Yes, he said, Her Excellency who wrote that was a grand English signor. Ravenna differs from nearly all the well-known Italian cities in its antiquities. There are no pagan relics, only the monuments of early Christianity, and the remains of imperial buildings. Yet in the time of Augustus it was the naval base of the Roman fleet in Adria, with a harbour that could hold 250 vessels, Portus Classis, which in those days was close to the town. Today, some miles of low swampy land separate the town from the sea. In later times its situation made it the metropolis of the Western Empire under its Gothic kings, and it became the bulwark of Italy against the hordes of northern invaders, who might have changed the whole course of Italian history. Today it has only one visible message for the traveller, its temples of Christianity. Come into one of these, the great church of St. Apollinaris in Classe, which stands in a lonely wild of swamp and marsh some distance from the town, built of the then Roman brick of classical times, as far back as 534 A.D. A spacious nave, the marble floor green with damp, lofty grey marble columns supporting clerestory walls, decorated with fresco paintings of bishops and archbishops in unbroken succession from the year 74 A.D., when St. Apollinaris was martyred. 129 in all. A flight of marble steps leads up to the high altar in the apse, enriched with mosaics of the year 550 A.D. The loneliness of the vast church, its silent spaces, once thronged, now only occupied by a handful of people for an occasional service, and the presence of that long array of saints of old who keep vigil there, as they have done for centuries past, is the most impressive witness to the power of Christianity to survive all changes and chances of time, and outlive thrones, dominations, and powers. There stands the church, yet all traces of the mighty Roman Empire have vanished. Outside it, a mere wilderness, broken in the distance by a long line of pine forest, scarce any human habitation in sight, a few patches of rice ponds, silence everywhere, where once a busy naval port was alive with the hum of voices and the tumult of traffic. There are other notable buildings in the town, such as the church of San Vitale, Byzantine in style, a sort of miniature of Santa Sophia in Constantinople, the cathedral and sepulchral chapel of Galliplaudia, the empress, which also contains the tomb of her brother Honorius, emperor in 420. In these interiors are the mosaics and frescoes unequalled anywhere in Italy. Returning to England in May after visiting Verona and Milan, I had the summer before me, but as this letter is long enough, I will tell you of that part of my holiday in my next. I am, yours ever, H.W.H. End of section 16.